What up, Reno? All right.
Champion, may I have a word with you?
Who's on ye old tournament realm / who? Fuck, it's not showing me anybody. Ooh, Nagi's over here. Okay. What up, Dario? Am I playing in the MDI? Nope. No. Just co-streaming it this season. Why? Couldn't find a team. Tried to put one together, ended up falling through. Any comment about the legendary Atoll run? It's a very good run. I think there was some places I was looking back through their VOD. I think there's some places they could have improved it. But the goal for any dungeon should be to do as few pulls as possible, and the lowest number of pulls possible that you could do would be however many bosses there are, because you have to pull every boss. To my knowledge, it's not possible to pull 2 bosses together. I don't think there's any boss in the game that you can drag out of their room. So however many bosses exist in the dungeon is the ideal number of pulls, and Legendary did as close to that as you can do in their Atoll. They went first pull, they went everything into Priestess and did this all in one pull. So that was one pull. Then they jump down, run down here, gather up trash, snap it down onto Razan, do a second pull. This is where they could make up time in this dungeon, by the way. Not this pull per se, but the way that they leave this area. And I think they may change this if we see them play Atoll again in this tournament. I think they may yoink this element of Echo's run, which is that Echo figured out a way to drop a gateway here. Let's see if I can pull this up in game. Echo figured out a gate spot that so like this is this bridge is where they drop down. So they gather all this shit up, run into this room, and kill all this. Then they come out here and they grab a bunch of this trash with the middle pack, and then they jumped off the side of the bridge here down to Razan's pit and kill it. But the way they leave this room is they ran up this stairway and then over to here, and then they take a gateway to skip this trash here. So they take a gateway over here, and then they start gathering up this pole, going into here, and then they go drag all this into Volkal's room. Echo, on the other hand, has a gateway spot that goes from like here to up here on the side of the bridge. So they just go from Razan's room right back up to the bridge and then keep going. I think that we will, if we see Legendary play at all again, I think we'll see them figure that out, how to make this gate, because then they could just kill. I mean, you could probably do it from this side of the bridge too. They killed Razan down here, and then the problem is they run like all the way up here, and then they gate from here over to here. But if they just figured out how to make the gate spot from here to here, that shaves probably 10 to 15 seconds of running off their run. So they would save even more time there. Otherwise, the only ways that they could, I think, knock more time off this route is to make their gathers faster. And this is the sneaky way that you lose time in some of these dungeons, is when you look at how much time it takes for instance, this pull that Legendary does. If we compare it to Echo, so let me see if I get to the point where they're running out of Priestess' room. Okay, so you see here, they have started gathering trash at just about 2 minutes. So they start tagging the trash after Priestess about 2 minutes into the dungeon. They gather it all up here, and they grip it and then fear bomb it. And then Lep runs over to the middle pack, tags it, they jump down. And now they've started attacking boss at 2:20. So it's taken them 20 seconds to gather everything up and go into the boss room. But if you look at how do I duplicate this on? Go duplicate this tab. Okay. If we go look at Echo's run, when they kill Priestess, they come out of, so when they get to the bottom of this, let's see, where does theirs, okay, so Robin starts gathering trash at about 2:20 here. He's the circle. So he's tagging everything. They just jump right off the side. And at 2:32, they're on boss. So it took them about 12 seconds to go from tagging the trash pack to attacking Razan. Now, their boss reset. And there may be this may be part of the reason that Legendary is pulling it this way. This may be why they do all this setup of like gathering mobs, fearing them, like grabbing them, gripping them, fearing them, tagging the middle pack. There may be something to that Legendary has figured out, or at least they think is what is causing Razan to reset. And so they may do all that for a very particular reason. I don't know. But there may be more than meets the eye to that setup. That may be how they prevent the boss from resetting. So they may think that that's necessary. But those are the kinds of things that can add sort of like silent time to your key. The setup to a pull that doesn't, because you're not actively fighting mobs, it doesn't feel like you're necessarily taking longer. But when you go back and review it, you're like, okay, Echo got into this pull in 12 seconds. It took us 20 seconds to start this pull. Why did we need an extra 8 seconds to set this up? what is preventing us from doing what Echo did, where we just like run out, tag everything, jump right off the side, and go. Now, if it's because doing that resets the boss, then obviously you want to gamble that. But that would be the kind of thing. Alternatively, the start of Echo or the start of Legendary's run, it takes them a while. Like they do everything with boss, and that's definitely a time save, but it's not without its own delays, because they have to run around, tag all this. Lep wants to make sure he's got aggro on everything, so they're running. And the problem is this trash pull is like way too unwieldy to just go. You have to set it up a bit. So here's where you start seeing the sort of sneaky time added to this pull. First, you're dropping the Ring of Frost, gathering everything into it. Then you're going down the ramp, tagging stuff. Then you're kind of getting everything gathered, set up. And you're not, they haven't really started hitting the trash until everything's kind of in now. Whereas with Echo, they do this in 2 pulls, which is less than ideal, but it's not necessarily as bad as it sounds, because when you look at Echo's setup, now I wouldn't be surprised if Echo changes this today. I wouldn't be surprised if, because I went back and looked at how long it took each of them to do this pull. Clearly, Legendary's single pull is faster than Echo's double pull, regardless of how well each of the 2 pulls goes for Echo. But you see how fast Echo gets into this. And this is one thing that Echo's really good about, is there's like no wasted motion in their key. Everything Echo does in a run is incredibly efficient. Now, it may not be the best route, but they waste like no time. There's just always purpose to what they're doing in a key. They never sort of like waste time doing shit. They figure out how to like carve off every spare second. So you see how fast they get into this pull, from the point where they are like, they're just coming up the stairs here, and Zaylee is moving through to tag the far pack. So they're running down. He tags the backpack. They gather it up. And they are now immediately boom, 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 pop lust, blow it all up. This trash pull is dead in, like, this trash is dead before Legendary, I think, really even begins hitting. I guess it's not completely dead, but it's close to being dead before Legendary even gets into their boss pull. Because they finish this pull shortly before 50 seconds. And Legendary, when they're doing the boss pull, is like, they're still gathering here, still gathering. This is really where they start DPSing at about 44 seconds. So Echo is almost finished with their first pull by the time Legendary is beginning to DPS their one big pull. But the fact that they do all that in one pull as opposed to 2 means that by the end of this boss, they come out of this room at I think it was like 150 if I remember right. Yeah, so they're running down the stairs at 150 compared to Echo coming out of the boss room at, if I remember right, theirs is like 210 or something. So they have Priestess dead at 210. So Legendary comes out of this room 20 seconds faster. And in a dungeon that's only going to take roughly 10 minutes, 20 seconds could very easily be the margin of error for which team goes faster. When you're doing 10-minute dungeons, 20 seconds is a huge difference on the first boss split. Who do I think is the second best team now after Echo in this season? Well, frankly, given day one, you would have to say that Legendary looked like the better team. The common dungeon that they ran, Legendary just had a better route. And I was also impressed with Legendary's Throne of the Tide. I think Echo ran a very good Black Row Cold, but I do think that there were some pulls there that could have potentially been more aggressive. I'm not sure. But I wasn't entirely sure that that was the fastest that you could run BRH based on the way that they did it. Primarily the trash after first boss. You could have theoretically been more aggressive there, and they weren't. I don't know if we will see other teams be more aggressive there. I just need to see other people run BRH first. But I think Legendary's Throne was pretty close, although they similarly had a pull before third boss that they could have combined with third boss and didn't. Again, I would just need to see if another team has figured out a way to do that or not. But Legendary, I would say, based on day one performance, was probably the most impressive team that we saw. Echo, though, similarly, like, also very impressive. And those would be, in my opinion, the two front runners at the moment for how locked in the teams looked. But I will say that I would expect Echo to make some adjustments to their Atoll. Assuming the Atoll we saw from them yesterday was their real Atoll route, I'm going to guess we see some changes from them. I actually meant to message Robin before today, like before this morning, to ask him about the Razan reset, whether that was a thing that was an issue for them, or like whether that was happening frequently in practice, or whether that was a very surprising reset. What do I think of Mandatory and Perplexed? It's tough because all that we have to go on for like Mandatory and Perplexed right now is their time trials. And time trials are, I think, a very good indicator of the like skill ceiling, or the not necessarily skill, but the overall ceiling of a team. And because I think in time trials, you see teams really wring everything they can out of a dungeon. It shows you just how deep the bag is for every team, because they can sit in a dungeon for 2 or 3 days and just do, try out everything, try to figure out every way to save time that you can in there. And the best teams can keep finding ways, even after they've squeezed what feels like everything they can out of their route. They can still keep going back and looking at their VODs, at their logs, and going like, ooh, okay, what if we move this cooldown here? And then that let us get like one more use of this cooldown, later in the key. Or, what if we try changing around, which classes we're using, or change around some talents or some gear, shit like that. So I do feel like time trials is an opportunity for teams to really demonstrate their full capability, but that's not what you're going to see in actual group play. Like that won't be that same environment. So I think time trials might be the better indicator of what I would say are the truly like most skilled teams. But that's not the format of the competition for tournament play. So even if some teams demonstrate more skill in time trials, you still have to come out and show it in group play. And then also, RNG is another thing in time trials. Depending on what a team strat is, time trials rewards volume, just going into a dungeon and sending it over and over and over and over and over and over. Just run to run variants, even if you're not trying to do some like crazy, you know, we saw in like Great Push, like Azure Vault from season 1. There was a notable sequence from the teams where they would go into Azure Vault and just do a massive first pull and lust it and just keep trying that over and over and over until it went correctly. Even if you're not doing something like that, you can still just have run to run variants where things are, you know, things are just going right. Like you're getting big crits, you're getting mobs standing in the right spots, you know, like the RNG just of mobs grouping up goes correctly, or you get, you know, the god tier patrol on a mob, like it's just in the exactly correct spot when you need it to be there and you don't have to wait around. And if you keep doing dungeons long enough, you'll get the one where like you save 1 second on this pull, 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 and like even though you did really nothing differently and you didn't do any pull that was insanely difficult, they just all go correctly and you end up saving another like 10 or 15 seconds on the run. Even though if you just watched the run without timing it, if you just watched the run, like put the 2 runs together and watch them, you wouldn't say like, oh yeah, they were going way faster in the second run. But just each of those little time saves repeatedly ends up being much more measurable at the end of the run. So yeah, for a lot of reasons, time trials are not the best indicator of how teams are going to do on the weekend. But having said that, Perplexed was clearly the second fastest team in time trials, and it will be interesting to see with mandatory whether their team has, like, they've got a new member of the team, Stove, who I think is a very good player. But they've got a new team member. Anytime you get a new team member, you know, there's a potential for team dynamics to shift around a little bit. And I think they looked good, but I thought they looked better in the past. Like their times looked better in a previous expansion. So we'll have to see on that one. It's the other thing is that I think this tournament, I think there was a lot more experimentation in time trials than there has been in some recent MDIs. Like I think it was more of an open question about what specs everyone should be playing. I think teams had to spend more time trying stuff out, and you know, between are we going to do 4 DPS? Are we playing a healer? Which healer? Which DPS classes are we playing? I think there were a bunch of DPS specs at the beginning of the time trials that were sort of like in play that teams were trying out. You know, I saw people trying out DK Hunter, Havoc, Demon Hunter. I saw some Moonkins. People were trying out everything. And I don't think it was till closer to the end of time trials that teams started kind of feeling more established in terms of these are definitely the classes we're going to be playing. But yeah, I mean, I would expect Mandatory and Perplex to both look very good. And I don't think there's going to be a lot of surprise in like which 8 teams show up at Globals. I think there were roughly 8 teams that looked like they were kind of a cut above. All right, what was this clip that we got linked? I have to confront Max on this. All right. he would never notice that was after the call. He would never say nobody ever says that shit in front of healers. That's the shit people say after the healers have left the room. It's that I don't know if you guys have seen that the Key and Peele sketch where they're talking between themselves about what they said to their girlfriend or wife or whatever. And it's the B word. We don't want to necessarily use the B word just flagrantly here. But he's like, yeah, I said to her, I said, B. And the other one's like, you said, but you said that though, right? And he's like, yes. But every time they do that, they're like looking around, making sure that she can't hear them say it. So anyway, I said, B. He said, but you said that though? Anyway, that's that skit, but that's like with people with healers. They talk that shit, but they make sure that no healer's around to hear them say it when they do. Why do people hate healers? Jealousy, a feeling of inadequacy, discontent with their own life. Mostly. Adieu.
What up?
All right. I'm looking forward to an Atal Dazar. We got to see a sub 10 this morning.
Think so?
Yeah. It's for sure going to happen.
Again?
I know Echo's got to have cooked something.
Oh shit.
Also, I gave Tobo some Resto Druid tech last night. So if they
evolve Heart of the Wild.
No, actually it was a bunch of non-Heart of the Wild stuff. But it was about we went through some embellishment stuff. We went through some talent stuff. I'm looking forward to seeing. Unfortunately, when I logged on Tournament Realm this morning to see what they were doing, they were in DHT and he was playing Mistweaver. So,
ooh.
Yes, apparently dispels are an issue in this dungeon.
That makes sense.
Admiral, thank you for the resub, babe. 19 months, appreciate it, and thank you for your continued inclusion in the jdotbabes. I was like, dude, there's no way you guys are playing Mistweaver in DHT. Come on. And he's like, you'll understand when you see it. And I was like, okay.
Well, because Druid poison dispels too. I guess what are the dispels?
Revival is what.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think there's just enough poisoners in their pool that. Oh, and also he was saying, and I didn't realize this. On Tournament Realm, poisoner spawns are fixed, so there's no RNG whether you get poisoners or ruiners. And then I think he said that he thought it was like that on live now too, but I haven't paid attention.
They did roll out a patch just this week.
Okay.
Like it was literally like in the middle of their practice week. They rolled out the patch. It was the one. Did you see the Gorger change, by the way? That is fucking hilarious.
Yep.
Unbelievable. After 5 years, they just could not figure it out. They just gave up.
Well, in fairness, for the 2 years that it existed in BFA, we just safe spotted the Gorgers, so we never had to deal with them in any capacity. So I don't necessarily blame them for scrambling to.
I do.
Okay, that's fair.
Because here's the thing, right? You think me and you want to sit here on a fucking lamppost or a fucking fountain or like some pillar the whole pull and just do nothing?
Yes, I do.
We're not doing that. Oh,
yes.
Okay, well.
Fuck yeah, if the Gorger stands there like an idiot the whole time.
My point is that it's not even faster to do that. It's just because the mob is so insane that you have to do that. Same with like Swords or whatever before. Like you literally couldn't have them jump on your team. And it's like it's not like we wanted to fucking do that, but they just are so insanely powerful that you felt like you have to do that.
That was actually some of my favorite MDI practice in BFA was just figuring out which pieces of furniture I could stand on that would break the gorgers. So you're like jumping on desks and overturned tables and shit. And every room had the like little spots you could get to.
What's up?
What up?
Good morning. Dude, are you guys excited
Jim?
to have the first map today be a Taldazar and see what Echo came up
Oh,
with
shit.
yesterday?
Let's go.
It has
So-
to be sub 10.
I mean, yeah, there will be a sub 10 one this weekend because now everyone's going to be doing the same route and they could have gotten sub 10 on their run, right? So 10 seconds less. Wonder if Echo varies it up a little bit, gives it their own little spin. That's like what the famous sub 10 at Taldazar was last time, right? Like some group in the previous cup did that Razan snap, which enabled Echo to like fully cook that sub 10 route. So like they took something that was great or good and made it great.
Well, I went through and compared timers throughout the dungeon, like the splits from point to point, just to see if there was, because sometimes you'll see like a big pull and it looks impressive, but when you actually measure it from end to end, it wasn't really that much faster than doing like 2 pulls. So I wanted to make sure that like that first boss pull wasn't a bait, because they do, like Legendary did need some amount of time to kind of gather it up and get it grouped in order to blow up. And I was like, I wonder if I actually go and time it, if the 2 pulls that Echo did ended up being similar. But no, it was definitely like a 20-second advantage to Legendary to do the 1 pull. And then I think
Big one is the Vocal.
and then their
That was
Volcall,
massive.
I think they end up doing Volcall, like doing that as 2 separate pulls versus the 1 pull, I think saved Legendary about another 20 seconds on that. So I think Echo's time would have been closer than we maybe would have anticipated it to what Legendary's was had Razan not reset on them. But I think even in a perfect world, Echo would have been probably like 20 seconds slower, 25 seconds slower than Legendary. But I do expect Legendary to steal the gate tech from Razan's room to snap back up to the bridge, because they end up running back up the stairs. And similarly, what I'm curious, I meant to actually ask Robin about this. When they do their snap in Razan's room, he just goes. Like, he runs down the bridge, grabs middle pack, and they just jump right off the side and instantly go on Razan, which is a lot faster than what Legendary does. But what I don't know is if Legendary does all the setup that they do precisely to keep Razan from resetting. I'm wondering if they go through the whole thing of like gripping and fearing and all that shit because they think that you need to do some kind of setup to keep Razan from resetting.
Yeah, I mean that's one of those things in MDI where like you might not even know too, right? Like you're doing it because it's like, okay, well I know this works, but a lot of times you don't even really know exactly what's happening or why it's like.
Altrus, thank you for the resub, babe.
Kinda
6
like, well,
months.
this is-
Appreciate
this
it.
is the setup
Congratulations
that
on your new
works, or
purple
you just
Omega
try
Babe
it
sub
and it
icon.
hasn't
Thank you for your
reset, and
continued
you're like, "Alright,
inclusion
well,
in the
let's just do
J-Dot,
this."
babes.
But yeah, I agree that like I wondered too. This is like I don't think this is the case, but I kind of wonder too if like maybe there's some sort of strategy where if they know Razan's gonna reset, like if they're like, well, this is the only way we can get all this stuff here done cleanly, is just pull it and then it resets Razan. But that's like I think too long. It would
I
be
also-
funny though if that was like an intentional boss reset because that was like the only way they could get it grouped.
I wonder if there's anyone that is well practiced in any of the good teams that are well practiced in all of the dungeons, that instead of spending 6 hours in a Taldazar yesterday, decided we shift our ban to it because everyone else is spending their time on it and focus on other stuff. That'd be kind of like a little.
That would
nifty
that would
move.
be a funny move. The problem with it's just hard because like it depends on all your matchups, right? Like if it works out, that would be like such a fucking power move, especially if you. See the other
Narzar, thank you
team
for the
sitting in there
resub, babe.
whole
6
time,
months.
but
Appreciate it. Congratulations
there
on
may
your new
already
purple
be a
Omega Babe
map
sub
area
icon. Thank you for your
planned.
continued inclusion in the
Every
J Dot
single
babes.
team was in a tall. God, I fucking love the dogs.
As a sort of meta observation, one thing that I found interesting about this tournament was I noticed Zalia playing embellishments that gave versatility to other players on his team, which is a decidedly un-Zalia-like thing to do. I think every tournament he does, he plays things that buff his damage, or his stats. And this is the first time I recall him doing something like that, where he's playing items that are specifically buffing other people on his team. So he must have come to the conclusion that those buffs are much better than the alternative personal damage upgrades.
Well, I imagine it's just whatever the best overall thing is, right? Like that's what like in the race I think we had all of our Aug Evokers and all of our healers play that enchant. I don't know if Echo did the same thing. It was just like the best DPS enchant. Not to mention, if you're playing in a group with well, I guess they're not playing with an Aug, but like in Mythic Plus, like that should be a really good one, right? Because you're giving verse to people who are also getting Aug buffed, so it's like way better than a healer DPS enchant or embellishment.
Yeah, well, the thing is, normally the buff your teammate embellish or like things are used by every healer but Zalia as a coping mechanism
see.
for why we're not doing as well as Zalia. But Zalia usually kind of does his own thing because he doesn't need that.
I see. Just healer stuff.
Just healer stuff.
Mhm.
Well, part
Well,
of the problem with healer stuff when it comes to damage is healers rarely have the same level of robustness with their sims. And so when you're trying to figure out how much damage something adds, a lot of it is just very much feely craft.
Yeah, healer sims are actually dog shit. That's unfair. That's a good point, JB. I remember when I was on TR and I was trying to sim stuff, I was like asking, I was talking to Ellismere about it, and I'm like, this makes no sense. He's like, yeah, look at the sim, at what it's doing, and it's just like not even using abilities
Yeah.
and stuff and I'm just like, I'm like, why does this even exist? I was like ready to try and learn the shit just so I can change it or
Bro,
whatever.
tanks.
Our tank's bad too.
I haven't dealt with the tank community in a while, but I was asked a question on my stream before Nihilotha, and I was like, yeah, I think Blood DK is going to be the best class this patch. And I was right, and everyone ran Blood DKs in that raid. But like, some like class Discord person, Blood DK dude, heard that, and he went on some like podcast and like spent an hour like just fucking like ranting against people saying Blood DK are going to be good, and he was like 100% talking about me. And he like tried to prove it wrong with like spreadsheets and shit. Like, this is damage mitigation for tanks, and it's like that's just not how this shit works, man. Like,
Yeah, that's the class Discord shit. They just like fire spreadsheets at you, and it's like, I don't know, man. Like maybe that's right, but you know, I just think about how the stats interact, and I play the game, and I'm like, this is what makes sense to me. Oh shit! Echo banned Throne. Dogs ban the Waycrest.
I'll be curious. I hope we get to an Everbloom here because I want to see the routes. I feel like Everbloom's going to be the most interesting dungeon in this season for seeing the approach every team takes to it.
Oh, Echo Band Throne. I can see that. Throne is just frustrating because you want to pull everything on boss. And you like have to do annoying extra pulls because of the dungeon. I could see just not wanting to fuck with it.
All right, do we think Dogs stays with the 4 DPS?
Probably yes. I say yes.
JB.
Oh, wow, similar 4 DPS. Okay.
Oh, Zalia Rhett? Let's go.
Oh, let's fucking get
Oh,
it.
Echo.
Oh, the cook.
Echo did not show their final form yesterday.
Oh
in
my
their
god!
Atoll.
Now who do I want to
Let's
lose?
see. So they're not doing the Giga pull. It appears they're doing their regular pull.
Holy shit! Look at the spot Gingy's in.
This was
is
what
gonna
this
be
was
nice.
it. This was Zalia's job yesterday. He stood here to do this
Yep.
poll.
So we went yesterday from 4 DPS to, oh, you can just run a healer with 3 DPS and do it, remove some pulls, and this is like the cool thing in between them. And then Echo spends the day in a Talzar, back to 4 DPS. But let's
Now,
see if
also, what's interesting, they did not use Lust here this time.
Yep.
oh shit, I can move my cam.
So so they know they're sub 10-minute then, because they know, okay, this
Yes.
is we only get one lust in the dungeon, and they're planning out. They know exactly where they're using
It's
it.
got to be.
Yeah.
They
Well,
they
definitely not
are
that
going to
pull,
be
that pull's
doing the Volcall pull, and they're going to lust
Yes,
that. I think.
Yes. Yeah. If they were cooking anything, like you said, they save like 20 seconds somewhere, but this pull might not be possible with no healer, right? So you do what they did yesterday, and you just take the Volcall part of it, probably.
All right, real quick, while we have a lull in the action, JB, what do you think about the amount of healers in this run right now?
Oh, actually reminds me. I went to go look because I had a thought about the fact that we were seeing no healer runs, and then that caused me to think, like, in general, I feel like the runs this weekend have been very fast. Like every one of the dungeons that was done yesterday was like a sub 14 dungeon. And I was like, have they always been that fast, the MDI? Am I just misremembering? I went back and looked at season 1. Like the fastest dungeon in season 1 was, I think, like a 12.5-minute run in one of the dungeons. And for the first weekend, excuse
Does
me.
it die in this cast? 1 second. It does, right?
They got it.
Yeah. No.
Oh wait,
no.
no. I thought I got one more tick.
No. Still dies faster. It's fine.
Now, this is still slower than when Legendary got out of this room. This actually isn't any faster at this point than Echo finished this room yesterday.
So they
Yeah,
all going.
well, they still have their lust though, right?
Yeah, they did not lust.
Let's see. They're doing their same.
Oh,
mob
dogs
grouping.
wiping. They got the I don't know what happened, but some casts went off and everyone is dead.
Dude, it's the same. This is where they died yesterday. And it was, I think Soda was the one that died
Oh,
yesterday
they're
on this
trying
poll.
to keep it alive.
Yeah.
They're gonna farm some deaths here, but probably finish the pull.
I mean, this is the classic Pug at Taldazar, right? You just like farm like 7 deaths on this pole and then you
Yeah.
move on and still time it.
Okay, so Echo does their same Razan. No Resetto though.
Yep. There's lust. They lusted Razan.
Okay.
I guess they just think
Well,
this
we did
is
say-
the highest value for
Yeah,
time.
We did say yesterday that the dogs' lust on Razan was clearly a better lust than we saw from other teams. Which makes me actually wonder if Echo's even going to do one pull onto. Well, maybe they just were like, we were just going to do
I
our old
actually
route,
like the
but
lust
4
here.
DPS.
I like the lust here a lot because specifically the mini boss. Like the other pull, it might make it easier, but this one you actually need the damage from it to cleave down the Dynamancer in time as Razan dies. It
My
never gets stacked. It has hella health.
my only concern about this lusting here was if they send it on pull and Razan resets.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, they must be pretty confident that they found out what caused that then.
I meant to ask Robin last night and forgot. I wanted to ask him whether that was a thing that they had been experiencing with any sort of frequency, or whether that was a complete out of the blue reset.
Yeah, surely he'll reveal the
Yeah,
tech
I'm
and the
sure- yeah.
knowledge about their
That's
snaps.
never happened in practice before.
Especially to the guy that's doing a watch party and talking to everybody. Let's see what they do here. They might also already know that dogs is hurting, I think, because they can see the other broadcasts. So even maybe if they had a
I think
strat,
they're just
they
doing
would
all
not
their
do it
same
here.
stuff, and they just have
Yeah.
Zalia playing
They
DPS.
just had Zayla
Yep.
play DPS, yeah.
I think they probably saw their timer and thought like, okay, well, we can do the same timer without doing this weird
Yeah.
vocal stuff.
Like I said, when I was looking at their splits, I was like, if Echo had done the run clean yesterday, I really don't think they would have been that much slower than Legendary for like as pog as
Yeah,
Legendary's route was.
that's less route versus route, and it's more just player diff though.
Yeah.
Like you can't.
Azalea is just fucking blasting, dude.
Yeah,
How is Azalea
Red
so
fucking
good?
owns.
Yeah. Honestly, it is. DPS players have been incredibly lucky that Zalia just was a healer main, because he would have been embarrassing people on DPS classes in a different life.
Like, it's just not fair. Like, I just imagine in some fairy tale world where I'm on a team with Gingy and Mirez and Clicks, and then I have to DPS. Like, dude, I'm gonna look like a total fucking clown. And Zalia's literally, I mean, not now because he uses cooldowns on the last pull, but like Zalia's literally like topping in half of these pulls.
Yeah, actually, somebody right before we jumped on this call, somebody linked me a clip of Max yesterday calling healers idiots, and my guess is Zalia probably saw that and took offense to it, and then they didn't even probably practice this yesterday. He probably just logged on to RepPal and was like, I got a fucking beef to settle.
Yeah, it's probably the same person. So Max, what do you think when someone comes in your chat and then links you a clip, then ats you and then says thoughts ? What what do you think the clip is going to contain?
I don't know. I haven't had clips in my chat for years.
Oh.
Maybe because of that, I have no clue. It's just annoying when people just spam clips in your chat.
Yeah, chatters are annoying.
It's annoying when people just fucking talk in your chat.
Well, it's like more annoying when they post a clip and then it like posts this big thumbnail and they like really want you to respond to it, and it's just like.
And then they just keep posting it over and over again.
Takes up,
Yeah.
It's annoying.
And especially when they're not even like subs. Like they didn't even donate before they linked it.
I can't add to that because some guy like took a clip that I said out of context and like wrote some giant paragraph on Reddit about how like I hate my chatters, and my ideal chatter is just someone who shuts up and never says anything in subs. And it was just like completely out of context.
This is a sub 10.
That gate.
This is going to be a sub 10.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Echo's slamming. They don't need to copy no route.
I will say, of all no healing stuff, this is like my favorite way to do it. Like actually seeing mid-tournament, the like benefit of running a healer or not running a healer, seeing them go against each other, our idea of what's probably the best way to do it all has changed as a viewer like 3 times this tournament by watching teams try different things.
Okay. Did you guys fucking hear that? Somebody just dropped something down the stairs. Holy fuck. That's wasn't expensive or anything, was it? Okay. Me, that was. Now, what's curious is Zalia did play DPS in time trials, but he chose Feral Druid, and now he's playing Ret Pally, and I feel like maybe that's just a reflection of this dungeon. Like maybe swords are fucking terrifying if you're not playing a plate class or an invincible clothy.
I find it hard to believe that the fastest the 4 DPS decision isn't almost purely based on DPS.
That's so funny. The key is so low that now is just soaking the spiders for his team so that they don't have to worry about him and they can just stand still.
Hmm.
9:28.
I wonder if
9:29.
That wasn't even close to
No.
10 minutes.
I wonder if Echo actually was just fucking trolling with the healer pick yesterday. You're talking about changing their route, but I wonder if they just ran a healer so they were like, yeah, we don't have to show off the 4 DPS tech.
In this tournament, knowing you're gonna do it the next, I don't know. I bet it was. I mean, they'll tell you, but I bet it was. Yesterday they had this route with the healer. They tried some no DPS in practice. They saw people cook a tall yesterday, and they're like, okay, maybe we cook a tall. Maybe try that. Maybe they tried that or looked at it, and they were like, we don't think this is faster. how can we just make our route we've already practiced faster, right? It's like it's way easier to. It actually probably would be easier to no heal what they were already doing and have already practiced, than completely change their routing, try these new pulls that might have some like, niche tech that took a bit of time to practice, and they just added 4 heal to something they already know, and they were like, this is just going to end up being the fastest thing.
Anyway, to finish the thought earlier, I went back and looked at season 1 timers. There were several dungeons from season 1 that took like fucking 16, 17, 18 minutes to complete. And I think the slowest dungeon so far this tournament has been like a 14-minute. Like Blizzard just woefully underappreciated or overappreciated how difficult these dungeons were going to be at this key level. These are maybe the easiest keys that have ever existed in the MDI at this key level.
Holy shit.
I don't think that's a bad thing, by the way. I don't think it's bad at all.
But
Maybe you
like, but
change
then
it
why
for
not?
global finals? But like,
But then why not make it a
there's nothing
15?
more- Well, then that's like a little too ridiculous. I don't
Well,
know.
okay,
I
but
think there's a
where's the
level.
line?
The line is probably around where it is now. This is probably about as low as you can go. But I would always.
Well,
within
why
the line
this?
Of it,
What's the distinction? You can't just say like, well, a 15 would be ridiculous, but this is fine.
well, 15 is like actually nothing happens. Like you would just pull everything and nothing would do any damage to you. I don't think this is that.
I mean, I would argue that the ability to just shift from a comp where you played a healer yesterday to just running 4 DPS and be able to make that swap overnight feels like it means that there's probably nothing meaningful happening in this key.
It means it's a lot more fun to watch.
But why isn't it 15? I mean, we could go faster. If the entire purpose of this is just to watch fun shit happen on the screen, then fuck it. Let's do like level 10 dungeons.
Well, okay, so clearly there is some debate as to whether you would want to, want to no heal or run a healer in this map. In a 15, it wouldn't even be a question.
You could
And
run
in a
5
20
DPS. We could get rid of the poopy tank class.
There probably would be some fun in figuring that out, but I think that's a little too wacky. I think it's fun to just axe the healer sometimes, Right, JB?
That's right.
Feels good. No, but I mean I don't know. If it was just always no heal, I think it'd be super boring. But if it's like there's an actual choice and a risk to doing it, and so like maybe this key level could have been 1 or 2 higher. All I'm saying is for the MDI, it's not the TGP, right? I think seeing these teams run less crazy pulls, 2 or 3 key levels higher, more wipes. So, like, for example, this key was cool because we were getting to watch Echo. Now, imagine we're in the lower bracket later, and it's 2 teams that are maybe a little bit more closely matched, and they wipe right away, one of them, because it's a higher key. Then it's just fucking, you're just watching nothing for 30 minutes. You know what team won already. So, I feel like for the MDI, head-to-head, them being on the, not 15s, but like on the lower side, allows for crazier things, allows for potential no heals, but you're not sure. It adds intrigue, and it's just about how fast you can go and not hard. And then TGP is the opposite of that, if that's what you want.
Well, I would say, and I made this point yesterday kind of tongue-in-cheek, but it's really not tongue-in-cheek, that to me, the meaningful distinction between like how low do you go in the MDI is as low as you can go while still needing a healer, but no lower than that. When you start running keys with no healer, that to me signals that the keys are too easy.
Nah, I think you're wrong. I think the right key level is whatever the key level is, it is whatever you run a healer on 80% of the time, but based on affixes and specific dungeons and the ability to be willing to take the risk, and no heal is good. And if it is you're no healing constantly and no healing isn't difficult, then I agree that that's kind of corny, but I would definitely like to see more stuff like that than like, dude, do you think it would have been more fun to watch those teams on a 26 Atoll than a 20? I just completely disagree. Like, I think this is much better. No, but I also would say that like doing it on a 19 wouldn't be as interesting either. Like I think right around where they're at. In that,
But like, why? Why would a 19 be less interesting?
because it would just be like everyone would no heal for sure, and it wouldn't even kind of be right. And I don't know, just like a meme. Like key levels at a certain point, there is a like when I'm saying I want keys to be lower, it's within the realm of like it still has challenge in it. There is.
Do you
still
think there was
with it,
challenge
where
in
they
this
can
dungeon?
wipe those holes. Yeah, one of the teams wiped in it, of course.
But like, did Echo look like they were challenged?
I bet Echo had wipes in practice runs they did yesterday. Yeah.
Sure. Did it look like the key that they just did, that there was ever a risk of them having anything go wrong in it?
I mean, maybe Echo isn't the best team to give that example, but I mean that looked pretty clean. Yeah.
I'm gonna say that they could run that at all 10 times in a row, and they do not full wipe on it a single time.
Ooh. Maybe.
At that key level, I don't think the pulls can go wrong enough for them to wipe in it.
I bet they do those exact same pulls on a 25, which is what, 2 or 3 key levels higher, but with a healer, and I think it'd be the exact same thing.
Yeah, I mean, Atal is an easy, like, Atal is, there's a reason
so it's just
Atal
a
is like the
dungeon,
dungeon that and BRH are the dungeons that people do like 32s on. It is certainly one of the easier dungeons in this map pool. To me, that is an, like, maybe this should have been the dungeon that they set to 24 or even 25 in this map pool. But I think every dungeon could have probably stood to have been increased by 1 or 2 key levels in this pool. And the fact that there's teams just swapping from healers to no healers overnight indicates to me that the key is not challenging enough.
Well, what if there was a raid fight with no healers?
What if there was if there was a, well, let's see, we almost had that with Ashara. I think that was universally considered to be one of the worst end bosses ever designed.
Any thoughts on the comp here?
Yeah, I have some thoughts on the comp here. That, like, the good news is Blizzard is for sure going to watch this tournament and then increase the level of the keys going forward.
I think it makes more sense to have higher keys than in the grand finals for sure. Because I think, like, for example, would you agree that Echo playing Perplexed, mandatory, Last Hope, legendary, you'd want to watch that more on, like, a higher key than, let me find some names of some of the lower seeds here. Fuck, I lost the thing. I don't want to close the thing.
There is one more healer in this match than there was in the last one.
That is true. We're trending in the right direction. This is also the lowest key of the tournament. I also wonder what the thought process is when you're making maps to have, like, keys be 2 entire levels apart. I guess it's to have some variance of some keys. So, like, we are looking at the last 2 keys specifically are the 2 of the 3 lowest level keys in the tournament, right?
Interestingly, healer comp defeats boss first. Wait, but I don't understand.
And they have more count.
Did Echo's Lust Timer just reset? I swear. Okay, I don't understand. The broadcast is like showing a cooldown and then saying it's off cooldown and then showing it a cooldown.
I think they do
what
it
did you just
manually
pull?
or something weird. Because sometimes the lust is just wrong. They might have had to, like, adjust it.
But yeah, dogs finishes boss first and with more count.
The dogs.
Yeah, I noticed that yesterday. It is interesting to see teams. It made sense when we saw Last Hope's full run, but it was interesting to see teams not pull as much at the beginning when it seems like it actually doesn't slow you down even like a couple seconds to get like 10% more count.
Yeah, the problem is it just doesn't really, like, you still need to clear the
Visual
soul
bug or
room,
to
you
echo
still
skip
need to
ground
kill
effects?
2 dragons, and, like, you may as well
I
kill
was not
3,
looking for that.
and I don't think they're really slow. Like,
I do
it
know
just
that when
makes
the boss does the
a
2
couple
circles, the 2
pulls a
big
little
ones,
bit
if
bigger
you are
in the
midair,
future,
like if
but
a
it doesn't
demon hunter is like leaping,
and who knows, like, I
then
know
it won't
JD
show.
is like, oh, there's no risk of danger, but maybe adding, like, another caster or 2 more rippers or something like that increases the complexity of the pull, or, like,
I would
creates
definitely
weird
agree
overlaps.
that if dungeons are no healed and everyone looks like they're doing it super easy, the key could go up a couple levels. But I would like to think that no healing would involve some risk and wipe. That's where I'll meet you there. But I think the whole, like, key should never be no healed thing is wrong. I think keys in MDI being in the level of, like, oh, you can no heal them, but it's a risk. I think that is just cool. It's cool to watch. I don't know if that's necessarily.
I think what you guys are, like, both sort of saying the same thing, right? Like, you're saying, like, if there, it needs to be right on that balance of it's possible sometimes, but it's like a special event.
It
when
needs to
happens.
it needs to
And-
feel sweaty as fuck. If I watch somebody no heal a key, I better see health bars sitting at like fucking 10% HP the entire fight, and my asshole is clenched, forming diamonds the entire run. It better feel like, Jesus, they are on the cusp of wiping this whole fucking time. If people are sitting at like full health throughout the entire run, or rarely dipping below 80%, then it's like, cool, this wasn't interesting at all. This is no
think
different
that-
than watching a 15.
I think that has to go more to show this is less to do about healing, because if you think about it, like, okay, first of all, dogs did that first boss faster than Echo, right? But like Resto Druid is gonna do pretty good single target if they're only doing that. It's like not that much of a loss to like have a healer. But at the same time, the defensives are so OP in this game right now
Yep.
that
I was gonna say that.
no healing has never been more of a like achievable thing, and it has less to do with healers entirely and more to do with the amount of self-sustain and extremely tanky classes in this game right now.
Yeah, I mean, literally all of the bosses in this
They're still
dungeon
faster.
have required like unavoidable pulse damage. Literally, all 4 of the bosses do, and there's the dragon pull, and there's the second boss room that has a lot of damage, but it just doesn't matter because every class has 7 defensives now.
I think every class should have one defensive button.
Yep. And I
count-
think
yeah,
that
the
button
count
should be
doesn't
an
matter.
emergency button that you press when you're in trouble or like your healer dies or something. It's
Some-
not like something that it's required to bait out of you in every fight 3 times.
So something that chat are bringing up a little bit is like, oh, like Echo's actually behind because they're also behind on count. So count doesn't really matter in this dungeon. They're not adding any pulls or removing any pulls. What's going to happen is Echo's just going to get that count back on the last boss, and it's not going to cost them any time in the dungeon. As soon as the RP is over, they're pulling the boss, and that stuff gets cleaved down. However much you have on top of that boss, as long as you don't wipe, doesn't zero effect on the timer.
Dude, Crusader or a diff.
Yeah, actually, they they have caught up and passed dogs just by running faster than them.
That's actually crazy.
So Echo's pulling 3 dragons with no healer. What a fucking game. That's just see that this to me is much less of a statement against healers and more against the ability or the off healing and defensive capability of classes currently in the game.
Yeah, well, I think this pull specifically it's a 22 Tyrant, so it's very, very low. Like, they literally died in VE. Like, VE isn't, like, it doesn't last that long, but 2 of the dragons died in VE.
Would we
And
like
they
to
actually
dis-
they did a really good job of killing the 2 dragons that were lower so that it spawned the boss, and then they made sure the last dragon was like,
Velo-
left over.
Velo is absolutely fucking dunking this dungeon for them to be still in front of Echo right now.
Let's do
Yeah.
this. Do we want to talk about how this Shadow Priest was doing like 200k HPS there?
Yeah, that's what I was just saying.
Yeah,
during the
but I
poll.
mean, like that's for a spec that has had their healing nerfed. That is an interesting figure. I will say this does not appear to be a fluke that dogs just like goes faster on bosses. Like I don't understand how the fuck this is happening.
I mean, Rest of Druid is just good. Like, Mark of the Wild is insane. Like, I think...
Look at the DPS right now. They
Well,
have
to be
Mark of the
fair, I
Wild.
guess-
Look at Velo. Velo is doing 10k total less DPS on this boss right now than Zaylee is as a healer.
Yeah, but
Right.
everybody's doing like way more DPS on this boss. I don't know how these cooldowns are getting used, but
On bosses specifically, Resto basically is a deep, which is crazy. I don't. Has a healer ever done this much single target?
Oh, okay. Okay.
Relative
Are we just
to,
gonna pretend like fucking Holy Paladin doesn't exist?
Did Holy Paladin?
Holy Paladin literally got power infusion in
Oh,
Shadowlands because it
Well-
would out DPS other DPS classes.
That's not exactly how power infusion works, but yeah, it was. I don't know if they would end up being over like you think in like a 4-minute fight they'd be ahead? It's usually in like a 1-minute dungeon boss burst, like a MDI level stuff. Yeah. Thing is, Druid can do it forever.
Hmm. I mean, he was using Heart of the Wild on pull, but
Ashen Hollow was a vibe though. They should bring that back as a talent, but just balance it. That was sick.
So what do you think? Do you think Dogs is going to be able to save time? They're basically neck and neck, but Dogs doesn't have to do one of the.
See, what is
trash
Dogs
rolls.
doing here?
What
Or
are
I
they
guess
doing?
someone's starting the RP, right?
Oh shit!
Yeah. Velo's starting
Alright.
the RP.
I mean, that means they're dragging it on the boss right away, right?
yeah.
Oh shit! This might be actually pretty good.
Do you remember when I said they needed to use the haste buff?
Yep, they're gonna do it.
That's what this.
Well, I mean, they're just.
I think that's what this is.
Oh, Dr.
I
J's
don't
taking so
think
much
so.
damage. He got 2 bleeds. He's not using his dwarf.
So they're getting it in. They're gonna end up pulling the boss around the same time. So Echo's gonna be pulling it like a second or two behind right now as soon as it's up. Yeah.
Yeah, and to be fair, Echo didn't use any CDs. Zalia popped
Oh.
his 1-minute wings, but that's it. Everyone else on Echo still has their damage CDs to throw on
Yeah.
the boss.
Correct. So does Dogs though. They have PI, Warlock CD coming up. Mages are mages.
This may just be a lust difference. Like if the teams send it at different times here.
It also could be 4 DPS with the haste buff difference. Does Red scale with haste? Does anyone know?
On single target, I think.
Is he playing single target build? Must be.
I mean,
It's
I'm sure
Tyrant
it
Dungeon,
is.
of course he is.
Yeah. Oh man, look at the boss damage from Dogs. I feel like Dogs is quite a bit ahead here.
Yeah.
They sent lust faster.
Neither team is healing Chromie, so they're both betting on the one phase.
Dogs heal a little bit, but yeah.
I mean, it's 45%.
I think that's legitimately just the amount of healing you do on Chromie by putting like F-Flow underneath her.
Wow, Dogs might take this.
Yeah,
They're
I think
actually
they
owning
will.
right now.
I think they will.
So let's go, Dogs.
Well, their lust went up faster, so it'll fall off a bit
That's
sooner.
gonna fall off. Oh yeah. Ooh, they interrupted the blast though. All right, here they go.
This is going to be
I mean,
neck and neck.
This is unless
I think Dogs got
Dogs
it.
wins. Dogs
Zalia-
wins this.
Zalia
Let's get
does
some
have
do-
wings for the shield. No, it's too late.
Ooh, Dr. J, he's getting his big
Dude,
bust
let's
up right now.
go.
Let's go,
Dude,
Dogs.
this is that fucking backbreaker raid message where
Oh,
you get the other
oh.
team as one when you're on the like last push and you're just
Yep.
like fuck.
Oh, dude, that's so
look,
funny. I forgot
I
to turn
trolled
my
you
ads
at the
off.
start of this key, but JB, which team has the healer and which team has 4 DPS?
Oh
Okay,
man.
JB, question: did the end of this dungeon, was it more or less interesting with the dungeon being 4 DPS versus 3?
It was. I don't think the comp made it any less necessarily interesting.
Come on, we were talking about it the whole fucking time.
Well,
JB, come on, you're.
it was
you're
only
better
the.
than
I mean,
this,
it would have just been a different conversation if it had been the two different teams. We would have just discussed the same idea. Which team is set up better to do this
Come
boss?
on, just.
We would have been looking at cooldowns instead of like which classes people are playing.
Okay.
To me, the more interesting part of that was how each team set up the last poll, which had I don't think anything to do with comp. It was just that
Yeah,
Dogs
because
had
they a
the.
cat that could stealth all the way through. The other team didn't.
I mean, I think you could have done that with pots, but you would have had to have had somebody hold their DPS pot to invis that. But yeah, because I think Echo killed everything off the boss, didn't they? Like, I think they gathered it up and killed it and then went on to boss by itself.
Well, so yeah, the idea. Two different ideas are Echo pulls everything but still wants to do the. I bet now jumps ahead when he pulls the last pack and also starts the RP maybe. And the other group was like, we're just gonna wait until the boss is pulled, run through, do a little grouping, but then kill it all under the boss. I don't know. The question is basically while gathering mobs, who starts the boss RP faster? Is it?
Oh, definitely the Druid, right? Because the
Then
thing
it's
is,
just-
now
then
has
that's
to
another
worry
idea.
about tagging every mob.
I don't think
and
it
he
was.
has to
I
make
don't think it
sure
was
he's
Robin.
okay.
I thought it was Gingy.
It's probably Gingy, yeah.
I think he
Having a
alters.
mage not do it would be really
But
stupid.
yeah, but the thing is, he has to be careful about the mobs, right? Like he's not going to G-invis there.
I think a
even
druid
then,
might
that's
just
not
get
really
there
that good.
faster.
Yeah,
people,
like that was what I think made the difference there.
Well, people often have a bad impression of like how fast mages are. Mages are like have insane movement in raids, but they don't actually have great movement in a straight line. Like you blink twice and then you're just like kind of out of juice.
By the way,
So-
an interesting healing done graph where the team with no healer does exactly the same amount of fucking healing as the team with the healer.
Yeah,
on
but to be fair though, the healer isn't actually healing during a lot of that. They have those same off healing things going on as well.
I mean, that's an interesting graph that touches 600,000 healing for a team that's not doing any healing.
Is 100% too OP in this game. That is for sure. And that and the classes you're seeing in this tournament are also notoriously very alive classes.
I will also point out, do we see which team spikes the highest in this dungeon on the healing done graph?
Let's see. Ooh, that would be to be fair, they pulled 3 dragons, the other team pulled 2, but it would probably be the same without it, but and they killed it faster because they had 4 DPS. So it actually does make sense. The dude, I forgot to turn my ads off, and an ad played literally as like the burn phase was happening for.
Yeah, well, they should have fucking subbed, right?
Oh no. I looked at my chat and I was expecting to see a bunch of pogs and people were just screaming about ads.
Yo, let's go, dogs.
Dude, I'll be honest. Of all the games that we saw yesterday, I thought Dogs is Everbloom. Now, we only saw that match in Everbloom, so there was no other comparison to make, but I'll be very curious to see, Dogs felt like they had a very rehearsed Everbloom strat yesterday, and this is where, if Echo had some like insane tech from time trials, this is where I expect to see that get pulled out. Ozza, thank you for the sub, babe. Appreciate it, and welcome to the jdotbabes. This has got to be this is going to be another 4 DPS from both teams. There's no way that Echo takes a healer into here if Dogs is playing 4 DPS.
True. Yeah, I wonder also they've fixated on Ret. I think when the key level is low enough where you don't care about needing the AoE kit of Ret, like not in a high key, I think Ret single in its full single target build is definitely really, really good, and it has a really good profile, right? Like really good cooldown timing for the way that MDI works. Trying to think like what other class you'd play. It's surprising to me that AUG isn't the best class for DPS. I feel like it should be, but I haven't played with it. There could be something weird with it.
I did find it a bit odd that both teams went 4 DPS in a tall and neither team had a druid on it. I figured Mark of the Wild was one of the most indispensable group buffs. Agree about Mark of the Wild, but key level makes it. Oh, I don't even mean like the damage reduction part of it. I just mean 3% damage is nice to have. Are we supposed to hear the others? No, they're both just muted. I think. Dude, Echo. Well, I don't know. I guess you'd have to. I guess you'd have to assume Echo's going to win this one based on time trials. Echo was very fast in here, but I don't know if teams have cooked up something since then. All right. This is like the first. This could be like the first series without a druid in it since the invention of Mark of the Wild, I think.
Yeah. I guess they're just dead set on Og and Ret for their 4th DPS.
Very similar pull.
Yeah, it's just so hard in this dungeon to get a good lust pull in that has value without like running around or backtracking too much. Like there's so much count in this area that even though it doesn't progress the dungeon, it's just so juicy.
Oh, Lord, thank you for the sub, babes.
It's sort of
Appreciate
like
it. And
that
welcome
go
to the
left
J
that's
Dot,
all
babes.
pull, right? Like you don't necessarily need to pull it, but it's like it's just so hard not to pull because you just get infinite count in 30 seconds.
Dude, it's so surprising how like not high Dr. J's teams usually end up in the MDI for how like if you were to make a list of teams that have played Echo the closest or when you went into a match with Echo realistically felt like they could take maps off of Echo by just playing better than them like they just did, right? You would it is only a few teams. It's like Perplexed, Mandatory, really, and like Dr. J's team historically. Like NA's Last Hope is like kind of like a more recent team. But they don't but the Mandatory is ranked second, Perplexed is third or vice versa, and then this team is always like way lower than that. It's so strange how
I
they
mean,
play
Jay has not
against
had
good
a
teams.
consistent MDI team. He's with different guys every expansion.
Well, also keep in mind time trials is a lot of a function of how much time do you put into it.
I'm not talking about time
And-
trials. I'm talking about grand finals results. Like end of season. This is how you
Yeah, I
play.
mean, I think it comes down a lot to consistency. Like that's what obviously Echo is very fast, but they're also very very consistent. Whereas I think JB's team, like because they're or JB's team, Dr. J's team, because they're switching around people like more often than Echo is, and they don't have as much practice together. Like they have the same capabilities. They're all good players, but they just don't, every single game able to
Yeah.
execute what they need to.
This
And
is
I think that's what you need to.
they
like,
have
be
had
in the
some
finals.
consistency here, right? Isn't this like basically the same team they played with last season? Maybe like one new person?
Last season,
Maybe Shell is different, but Velo, Soda, and Lamike were there.
yeah, I'm
Or-
trying to remember who their season 1 MDI team was. But yeah, Jay's been playing with Lamike now for a while. I think this is kind of a continuation. They started to get some consistency in the last season of Shadowlands. That was the tournament where they took
Where they were-
third.
They have mirror routes, it looks like. Maybe Echo had a little bit bigger first pull. Killed the boss same time.
Yeah, Echo has had 2 very slightly bigger pulls, which I don't know if that accounts to that much, but
Well, it also well, Pyro just went off. Guess it doesn't matter. Fuck yeah.
No healer keys, by the way.
yep.
Oh, they're actually intentionally not. They're letting Pyro go off. That's hype.
Woo!
They're
Love
just
no
busy
healer
on-
keys, dude. Yeah, we're just not kicking shit because it doesn't matter.
Okay.
Dogs did a really good job prioing the right mobs and getting the boss activated. Clicks actually almost died to that pyrocast. I'm starting to get a little worried about Dogs' count though. It seems like every single pull so far Echo is man. Oh wow, Mirrors is dead. Maybe not then.
I feel like it shouldn't matter.
Imagine some absolutely crazy world where they don't have a last stand and Echo somehow loses. It doesn't make it to globals.
I can't believe you would speak that into existence.
The first time they don't have like a wild card or anything like that in a long time.
Well,
Yeah,
people
the script
forget
would allow for
Echo.
that.
The original iteration of Echo did not make global finals in their first tournament together. They got
Damn,
bounced
that's
in
some
the EU
inspirational
regional.
shit.
I still think even where they're at right now, Dog's lead is within the realm of just getting out DPS'd. Although that's historically Echo has always done that, but Echo just got they just got straight up out DPS in the last dungeon, right? I don't think that was a route thing. If you 4 heal and someone else is or 4 DPS and someone else 3 DPSs,
Yo.
and you do the same pulls and someone beats you on timer, you just got outplayed. Big time. Man, Dogs looks really fucking good right now. Dude, the matches this tournament between all of the top 4 teams in this cup are going to be really sick.
It's unfortunate that top 4 advance. So there's not going to be any like I think we already see the top 4 teams that are probably going to go, and it's like it's not even the end of day 1. Or I mean, it's not even the end of day 2. And then at the end of day 2, we already know who everybody is going to be eliminated, and it's literally just for placings and seeding it for all of day 3. Oh
Same
shit!
polls
Hold
from
on.
both sides. It looks like Echoes. Wait.
I'm getting some crazy details here. Hold on. I gotta confirm this.
Got a wash bomb.
Oh, this is Dog's water pull, but this didn't look good at all last time. So
All right, can we get some DH experts in the chat? Now's offhand is a strength weapon. Any knowers?
is it like a does it have an effect on it?
People are saying it's normal.
It's
Oh,
normal.
That sounds like a goof. Okay, so Echo's fucking cranking them right now. That pull they did was just so much better.
This is the
at
kind
this.
of thing that I feel like, and this is a criticism I would have of Jay's teams in general, is I feel like sometimes they try to get too fancy with the shit that they do. And a lot of times Echo is just like, yeah, just grab it and blow it up. We don't got to drag it into the water. We don't have to do anything.
What's the point of the water? Did we figure that out?
I mean, I think it's volcanic and sanguine and potentially the roots from gnarl root. Or I don't know if the roots from gnarl root get avoided. But there's a few different things that the water could be doing there. But I think a lot of times Echo just dispenses with that kind of.
It was sanguine healing yesterday, but maybe they didn't pull it in far enough or something. But the main thing you care about killing that pull, like, yes, there's a million mobs, but you actually only care about killing the 9 of them that are preventing the boss from being spawned. And Echo they pulled them at the same time, and Echo killed those 10 seconds faster. So unquestionably, they got owned there. This damage amp phase will be kind of interesting, though. I wonder, do they have the same cooldown lineups? You're talking Og versus Rhett, so it's a little different, but Zalia doesn't have his wings for it.
There's also a skill difference in terms of how well you manage the orbs coming into the boss. You can Depending on how the orbs spawn, if you are good with the way that you drop the roots here, you can grab multiple orbs at the same time and extend the boss's vulnerability phase beyond what like an average group might do. And there's just some RNG with whether you get orbs that are like coming in clumped or from different directions every time.
So Echo definitely with the lead. Do you think dogs will
Yo,
have
Echo
luck
just
up a little
DPS
early?
diffed them there.
Yeah, I don't think Og is
That wasn't
the
as much of
best.
a deep.
Is the best. I think Og is a safety pick when you're running a 4th DPS ahead of a DPS
Interesting.
pick.
It's so funny how no one actually knows this stuff. Like I've talked about that a decent amount. Like we spent an incredible amount of time to know exactly how good Og was in raid before the patch. Like logs were broken, so we did so much testing to figure out like how many you run, how good they are. So we knew for raid how good they were, and we knew they, regardless of what logs said, they were by far your best DPS in the raid if you were playing them optimally. But then in dungeons, no one has done that testing. Everyone's just kind of, as far as I know, like
All of these
you're
teams,
basically just guessing.
I think have done this. There was a
I think
lot of
it's
time
done at low
spent.
sample size, but yeah.
There was a lot of time spent before the tournament realm or before time trials started, where the teams were all just like cycling classes over and over and over, trying different combinations. My guess is they all ran some Og in there just to see how it compared. But I also haven't seen very many teams playing Og Voker on the tournament realm at all.
Yeah. My only thought is I know, or at least it seems obvious, that Og is not good DPS wise with like only 2 other DPS, so like tank healer 3 DPS. Og is definitely a damn loss. I would be really surprised if 4 DPS Og was not the best like total DPS you could get. But it has to be really close, or that's not true because there are multiple teams not doing it. But I can guarantee those teams, any of those teams, have done as much testing as there was done to make sure during the race. It takes so much time.
This is actually going to be close because keep in mind Echo has a death, so they have -5 seconds.
Dogs
Oh,
has
yeah.
fucking
Oh, fucking true.
caught the hell
And-
back up on this fight.
And Dogs has a little bit more lust. This is going to come down to the wire here, I think. Wait, Dogs is passing him!
What the fuck? What is Dog doing?
Og diff! Og diff!
What just happened?
They did test
Og
Og!
diff, Og diff, Og diff, Og diff.
This is the
Holy
greatest
fuck,
comeback of all
oh,
time.
what the
This is the
fuck?
greatest comeback of all
What just
time.
happened?
That
They
is
just
fucking
deleted
insane.
the boss.
Literally fucking insane.
Dogs
Dude, Echo just got
win.
sent to the fucking lower bracket. That is insane.
Holy fuck, the Echo Trap card's been activated this early into the fucking season?
Holy shit. Damn.
Dude, I
Dude,
saw,
shout out, dude. Okay. Shout out the fucking MDI this season, though, man. There's so many good teams. This is the fucking 8 seed, by the way. Right now, you're watching. They're not the 8th best team. They're definitely playing better than that. But god damn, there's gonna be so many good games. And right after this, we're watching fucking Legendary versus Last Hope, dude. Oh my god.
Robin's fiance tweeted that she was like sad because she never sees him during esports season, and like now she's gonna see even less of him.
Oh yeah,
Ooh.
yep. Yeah,
He's gonna
Dogs
lock
does
himself
need
in
to-
a room.
I don't know if Dogs will change this tournament, but like clearly Echo's way of spawning Gnarl Root was, I mean, it was like 10 seconds faster. But they've never had to learn Sanguine on this pull, which is a really annoying Sanguine pull, right? Because they've done the water shit. I doubt you have.
I am
They have
really
the rest of the day to
curious.
practice.
I'm really curious to see. I did an Everbloom this week where the last boss went like minutes faster than I was expecting it to. And it was because I think the group sent, like, they held CDs for the ad. Even though the boss would have the vulnerability after the ad dies, everybody was sending their CDs into the ad, and it was because we had like more uptime on the boss with vulnerability, it just felt like the boss went way faster. And I wonder if these teams had different approaches to how they sent their cooldowns into boss versus ad. Because there's no way that was just like button pressing differential there. Like there was, I feel like that had to have been a categorical strategy difference in how they approached that boss for them to have made up that much time on it. They both had lust. They both had to have had most of their CDs because there's a huge run to that boss. So unless you literally like press
sanguine healed.
Oh, okay. Sanguine healing.
Dude, look at Dog Sanguine healing. 30 million in the whole. That's insane.
Yep.
That's so good.
That's sanguini diff and water diff. Well, actually, it wasn't really water diff because Echo just did that pull faster. Like if you think about it, if the first mobs that are dying are the ones that matter, the other stuff sanguine heals, it like kind of doesn't even matter.
Right.
You've spawned the boss already.
Yeah, it sounds like Echo Sanguine healed the boss, and that played into it. But to be fair, though, I guess I would have to see the timer. But also,
They're showing
oh
it.
yeah, they're gonna
right
show.
now.
They're gonna show it right here.
Yeah, I want to see where it heals. 18%. Where does it sanguine heal? Was it the beginning? Wait, where
Maybe
was
they
there?
don't know- Maybe they don't know either.
Oh, it was earlier. It healed from 32 to 40%. Apparently, it healed 8% in sanguine. I'll rewatch it.
Even an 8% difference.
Lost. They would have lost.
Yeah,
Still.
even 8% doesn't feel like that would have been
they would've
enough.
lost still. They had a 5-second death timer too. Dude, Dogs just straight up outplayed Echo two dungeons in a row. That's fucking insane. I really wonder how much the comp difference mattered. I would need to see both their logs to like really dive into it, but it'd be really interesting to see how Og compared to Rhett there.
I wish that Blizzard provided logs for all these tournaments. And I kind of feel like they should. I understand the teams would not be a fan of having their logs shown publicly, but I think the viewer experience would be tremendously improved by allowing people to go in and look at the minutia like that.
You know what's kind of interesting too? I guess like no healing some of these dungeons has caused some of this because like the main variation we're seeing is like in that 4th DPS spot, I guess. But I think almost every match we've seen so far have not been mirrors. There was like a monk healer mirror yesterday, but almost every game we've seen has been a different comp.
The Dogs Direwolves DHT was a mirror.
But it's happened a lot though. Like there's been a lot of different.
Yeah, the Blackrock Cold was a mirror.
I don't care about that, but I know people in chat really do. Like, man, does it clearly wear on MDI chatters when, when like halfway through a weekend you just have the same comps. It's just all they talk about in chat. Well, here it is, XX and X class again.
What I like is that it gives rise, having a single variable difference in the comp, like going same comp except one is Og and one is Rhett, and then there's speculation that's like, wait, did Og just make that boss go 20% faster than Rhett? Is Echo out now? No, he just gets sent down. But they have to play again today.
Will play. Well, assuming they win their lower bracket match, they definitely are way better than those teams. They play. They will win the not the lower finals, like the what is it called? The match of the lower finals? Is that even
Lower semis?
Name? I guess the lower semis. Oh, look at that, bro! Some of those guys got some points.
We're doing a channel point bet here. We're throwing up a channel point bet for the next game.
Oh, I'll do that too. Let's get some fucking points on the line here.
We need to game.
We don't do that here.
Yeah. Do you think like a 5-minute one until it starts? Yeah, easy.
Yeah, I think 5 minutes good.
How long do you think till Twitch starts allowing gambling of real money in chats?
That would be sick, actually.
Like if you could get a DraftKings account and just start gambling money on who was going to win?
1 second. Look at this boss thing they're doing. Which one is Kurtolos Ravencrest? Who the fuck is that?
That's BRH.
The last boss?
Yeah. I told you the lore. Ravencrest, you worthless husk.
Oh yeah.
No, the last boss is Dantilian X.
Yeah, well, it starts with Ravencrest. He's the little mini boss.
It's definitely not Razan. It's definitely not Shade of Xavius. It's Yasma or that guy. Looks like Yasma. You're going in a circle, right? I
It
would,
has
you
to
know,
be Yasma.
I was
There's no
about
way
to
it's
say
not.
that like allowing to bet real money on like for predictions in your chat would be like just have so many people just become degenerate gamblers. But I mean, like we've already gone down that road, right?
Yep.
Also, have you guys watched a sports broadcast in the last like
Yep.
year or two? It's gotten unbelievably out of control.
Yep. That's like a really big thing in the poker world because poker's like small, like it's compared to gambling or sports betting. Like sports betting has the like big like NFL and all the shit behind it. So like poker just like piggybacks off of sports betting, even though it's like very much more of a game of skill. I guess I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't say that, but holy shit, what a fucking game! Actually,
Mm.
that was that was the one. That was something
was
that I did
insane.
not expect. Like
Yeah.
if you would have said, dogs came up with like a really good route and took a game off them, that's not surprising. But for them to beat them 2 games, one of which
100%.
was like a pretty clean run from them. Like I think Echo would have won if had they not had the mishap in the Archmage Soul Room because they did lose Mirez, and they had to
Oh,
res
true.
them.
Yeah,
And they
that was
like, you know,
100%
That was the loss
the
right there.
the difference between that.
Yeah.
That and the sanguine healing. You remove that, and that's a fairly
even the
comfortable
death-
win.
Without the death timer, even with the sanguine healing, if they didn't have the death timer plus the actual time they lost from Mira's dying, they were tied on the boss and then Mira's died. Regardless of the death timer, they lost like 10% boss HP versus the other team. It was huge. That was probably all of it. But yeah, I mean, you're right. Like I even said of teams that could take games off of Echo in this tournament, you know, it was Dr. J's team, it was Last Hope, and it was Legendary. But Dr. J's team is like a lower seed. But I didn't seeing Echo lose around, which has happened before, is usually not done by it's usually by Echo making some like crazy mistake. Like, dude, they just got beat in like 2 dungeons. Like the other team just played better. Their Atoll was fucking nasty though, but the other team was just faster. I still can't believe the fall.
Yeah,
Like,
that's
they just played healer and they were just doing more damage the whole dungeon than that.
yeah. That like
Fucking
the
insane.
Everbloom is what people are going to talk about because it was so neck and neck at the end and such an exciting finish. But the fall is the one that's like the least
Yeah.
explainable. Like I don't know how the fuck you run a 4 DPS comp where you have no mistakes. It's not like they had like a wipe or deaths or anything.
Yeah.
They just played a clean run
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
and they're just slower.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. Other than Rest or Druid good and maybe Ret. I don't know. If I were to pick like the 4th DPS class, there's a few and Red is one of them that are really good. I bet they're all really, really close.
Like how do you
Definitely not
lose?
having Mark of the Wild. Definitely not having Mark of the Wild is a thing.
This
Like,
boss pool-
that's a thing.
This boss poll is so weird that it's not like you could even really have much variation in this poll. It's like the trash is just there. You just run through it, drag it on the boss, hit lust, and start pressing your buttons. There's not even really a way to set that poll up differently. And yet, dogs with a healer finish the boss before Echo with 4 DPS. Like that part is just, I have no idea. Unless that poll is scary for a no healer comp and they were like prioritizing killing the trash to make sure that it couldn't kill them or something. But at this key level, I can't imagine that's even much of a risk. So yeah, that one is, this is where I'd love to see logs because
Yeah, I would kill to see logs in both the Everbloom and the Fall. I would be so interested. The Everbloom, I could really, really look at like AUG value, assuming that you know, if you assume that Velo and Zalia both played Aug and Ret to their 100% capability or as close to it as possible, it would be very interesting to see how those two shaked out against each other.
What is the maps for this match? Well, no.
Dude, let's get some fucking what are the dorky dorky emotes?
Dorky USA.
I want the dorky ASCII. That's what I need.
I threw up a channel point bet. This is the biggest channel point bet in Yummy TV history.
Oh, let me see what
If
I
you
got.
lose, you get banned.
Okay, what did your percentages end at?
My chat might be a little bit biased, but it was basically 2-1 in favor of NA's Last Hope.
Mine is less biased, it appears. It is Last Hope 58%, Legendary 42.
Ooh, you get better.
There
odds
is
than Max
no
Fun.
fucking way, based on the results of yesterday, that anybody should be picking Last Hope objectively over Legendary.
It was one map.
Ooh.
Well, I mean, the thing here's why. Well, I don't know if people are just voting with their hearts or whatever, but the one map where Legendary had a crazy cook and looked super insane was a tall. That's not.
I
in
don't
this
know,
map
dude.
pool.
I think their throne looked better than we realize based on the ban that came out today. I would not be surprised if we see somebody else run throne, that Legendary run looks even better.
But if anyone else bans it, who cares?
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like you said, like they had one good looking dungeon, but I think their
I'm not
throne.
saying that- I think I have Raiders on Legendary. I think they own. I'm just saying.
No, but I think their throne was actually also a very sick run.
Banned. They banned the throne. In the words, all right, now I'm leaking this. In the words of Drogo, they are too slow, especially if they think their throne is good. That's what Drogo said about this match, and they actually banned throne.
Well,
NA is about to wipe the floor here. Let's go.
We'll see.
USA.
What the fuck? What the fuck is NA's Last Hope throne then? Did they Giga Cook? Did they? They have to pull the flame shot guy with all the trash, right? To value.
I think based on what Lep was saying about their DHT, I think he feels like they've got a good cook for.
Yeah. Wait a second. They got tricked. They're against Lepan with 2 Legion dungeons.
Yep.
Oh no.
Oh my god. Oh my
They
god.
just they got outdrafted.
They got
dude.
outdrafted,
Oh
yeah.
My.
The thing is, I mean, they had all day yesterday to practice. If you're Last Hope or Legendary, this is like, if not the most important match to prepare for, right? Because you don't know exactly if you're lower bracket or upper bracket later, but you know if you're both those teams, you win your first round match, and you know you end up in this head-to-head versus another really good team. Oh, we got the regular comp from Echo, but we got Mistweaver
Ooh.
Rogue for the
I
Watermelon.
don't
Hat
recognize those colors.
Dogs. Dogs is skipping all the way. Both teams full skip past all the Bears.
Oh shit.
It's bolstering, so the Bears are probably
that poll looked
what you would
pissed
like to
when
skip
the-
here.
Dude, this is they are just hossing it.
Oh, they're gone.
He said I would understand why they felt they needed to bring a Mistweaver when I saw their poll in here. They're going to go everything on boss, aren't they?
I love this. Legendary got there so much faster somehow.
I think NA pulled more trash. It looks like
They probably sent the Rogue ahead in stealth.
Oh, and, dude, holy! Look at how much.
Yeah,
trash
this is a
Legendary
Mistweaver
had.
pull right here.
Wait, Legendary? Oh, NA's Last Hope isn't going with boss.
No.
This is where he said you need a revival, and he's like, you'll understand when you see the pull.
Tobo down. They get a res off on him instantly, but that's their only battle res for the fight.
Hopeful dip low still has the grieve. Okay. I mean, everything's dead, so they're vibing.
Ooh. They did do
This-
20% on the boss.
This
so
dungeon is
definitely
already done if nobody fucks anything up from here on out.
and 12% more trash, and, on
12%
top
more
of boss.
trash, and on
That
top of
was an
boss.
insane pull. That was a Mistweaver pull.
Yeah, that's
Here's the thing, though. Again, though, Mistweaver single target. I'm just gonna say it is beans. Drogo has Mark of the Wild, and he's a druid, and this is Drogo we're talking about.
Also,
Like, they're gonna make this time up in the dungeon.
I think they're gonna make this. Okay, I also think for the rest of the dungeon, regardless of trash count, I think both of the teams are gonna do the exact same amount of pulls. It's just that Last Hope is gonna have two of them probably be noticeably bigger, but that might not be a time loss, right? We don't know what they have cooked later. There's a lot of interesting stuff you can pull in this dungeon.
Yeah, it's gonna feel really good for Legendary because I bet they're gonna have less shenanigans they have to do with Flower.
Look at the
but I
boss
bet
damage
Last
already.
Hope has some weird shit.
Look at the boss damage. They're within. They are
Yep.
climbing.
Yeah, it was 20% difference when
Yep.
NA's Last Hope pulled, and now Drogo's shaving the gap single-handedly.
Yeah. Oh, he used Heart of the Wild, by the way.
The problem
Oh
is,
yeah.
the problem is that Hopeful's playing fucking fire.
Ooh, the no arcane dream.
Yeah, I see a lot of people talking percent diff. The percent, I could be wrong. I think the percent is like almost irrelevant. I think it means that they could die on one of their later pulls, but they might have some crazy pull later. That like the percent would only matter if it meant that they were doing an extra pull. Definitely a sick pull by Legendary though, dude.
Yeah, that was nasty.
I mean, they really are. I like their line of thinking. Their line of thinking in every dungeon involves with how can we progress the dungeon the fastest. You can tell they're
Well,
obsessed with it.
they start from the okay. How do we do every boss with how do we do this dungeon in as many pulls as there are bosses, and then they just commit to that.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
That's like where they're starting, and I like that. It's good shit.
This is where I think they have the best chance to make time. Like, look at how fast they got through that area. And now watch NA is probably going to have to do some weird stuff.
Oh yeah,
here with
look at the rogue
Flowers.
diffy.
Yeah. Not only did they not need some of the stuff here, but they just rogue shrouded and just held W through, like, oh no, NA is slowing down here for sure. All right,
Oh
so
no,
here they
NA
go.
got lost.
Is this all for some kind of elaborate shadow meld skip? Oh no, are they gonna CC the keepers and do the thing we were talking about yesterday? This has to be a meld, right? This looks.
Smacked as dwarf. They're dwarfs.
They're all
except for,
dwarfs. They're not
yeah.
melding shit. Yeah.
Holy. If NA can do this pull, then
What
I
the
have
fuck
faith
is a
in
shadow
them.
meld?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. So this is where they're getting their count back. But look at how fast they've already. The other team's already spawned the boss. Like,
Yep.
so.
This is where you can lose
No,
time in a
but-
dungeon to being too cute.
No, maybe, but legendary is fucking cranking them right now. They need to prio down the casters so they can pull. Legendary's route is so much better.
Well, that's
They got the boss active. They're still not too far behind.
a 100% comp diff because the RNG from, or I guess not even RNG because you have the same number of poisoners every time, but the number of poisons that come out on that first pull, I think, are potentially unlivable if you get poisons on the same people. So that's a monk pull, but you sacrifice druid damage for that.
Oh man, these mushrooms are getting so annoying for NA. It gets really hard for Dorky to jump around and grab all the flowers and get threat off people. Luckily, it's key very low, but
Robo down, no res.
oh no,
I think that's fine as long as Lepan lives. The rest of them aren't dead, right?
Yeah, this isn't
healer is a
really.
cosmetic
Yeah,
roll.
this isn't really a dungeon where you, or a boss where you need, because we had somebody do this. Was it one of the teams yesterday finished this boss with no healer? I think.
The boss health is catching up though. Drogo is blasting. Heart of the Wild is almost up.
Yeah, within 10%, and also when these blossoms die, they're gonna be
Cryptic's just pressed his big bus.
Oh yeah. They're gonna be fine. And now that pull for Last Hope had their count catch up as well, so they're gonna have mirror pulls for the rest of this dungeon.
I think NA's actually looking not bad here at all. because Legendary's gonna have to res and oh wait, they're summoning.
He released. They can't.
There's
They
no
can't
way
res.
this
There's
is
no other
fast.
res on this team.
Oh wait,
There's
they
no
don't
other
have a
They don't.
res.
Yeah, there's no other
They
res.
can't res.
They have 4 classes that can't res. They have to summon him from the start of the dungeon.
That's insane.
This is why the season, like before they allowed combat res, like engineering combat res in the MDI. This is why it was so fucking stressful being the only battle res on a comp.
Yeah, I can imagine. Yep.
Yeah, BFA was the worst for that. You were playing with like triple rogue or DK and a prot where nobody else could res. You were the only battle res.
Legendary's still ahead, even with the death timer.
Yeah, but now the comp diff is probably going to matter.
Huge difference. Yeah, Resto Druid should gap. I mean, let's just try to pay attention to. Well, the damage you see is gonna be super relevant because like Tobo's spinning right now. Drogo should just be full singling the boss.
Drogo did impress Heart of the Wild.
He's playing it safe here.
Waiting for Lust.
No, but he could have sent it at the end of Oakheart.
You need to be his Heart of the Wild coach. You just gotta watch his POV and tell him when to use
I actually did message him yesterday. He did not realize he didn't press it on Sisters. He thought he did, but he like sent a defense. I guess he got aggro.
No.
Oh no.
Drogo down.
Uh-oh. So I don't know if this is a UI bug, but Drogo is sitting at 0% mana right now.
It's probably thinking it's his energy or something. No, that's definitely mana. What the fuck?
That is his mana. He is 0%.
What button has he
mana
been
right
pressing?
now.
I don't know, but just fucking DPS the boss. All good.
Oh man, and Legendary caught right back up in boss percentage and actually passed them somehow.
Ooh, they were ahead the whole time.
Well, they're
Legendary pulled the boss first and it has always been lower.
Oh yeah, they had a better gather.
I wonder what.
Oh wait, but they spawned the big Ellies.
Those are bolstered small Ellies, I believe.
Oh.
I don't know what they
I
would
know
have
what's
bolstered
going on
from
in this
though.
match.
They're not big, right? I don't
Those
No,
are
they're
big. Those
They're
are big.
You see the orb. Those
Are
are
you
big.
Yeah, small
they're
ones are
okay,
definitely
okay.
smaller.
They're charging. There's multiple of them.
Oh yeah, they are doing all the stuff. Do they go away?
No, but
So they're just
maybe they
fucking
don't
just
care.
full-
They don't do anything when they.
They despawn eventually. They do despawn.
I
how
don't know
long
if
it
they
takes.
go. I don't know if they go down there. I think they can just run away.
Either way, I don't think they really do anything.
All right, the chat has been in enough pugs to know that they do in fact despawn.
Don't worry, I've fucked this up a lot.
one just
They go
floated up
away.
there. That one hasn't despawned yet. It snapped to them.
I feel like there's got to be some lore with Rogue here. I don't know if it was just necessary for having a stealth class.
There's blood assault. Look at him. Look at him. He's in there.
He's in there.
He's
They're
fucking...
probably.
Oh, he went away. He went away. He went away.
Chat knows.
Dude, right as soon as he despawned, someone in my chat made up in combat they won't despawn.
Yeah, nice save.
I love making shit up, man.
Who would just make shit up and then put it in the chat
If
box?
they have Mystic Touch on them, they won't despawn. All right, here we go. Boss race.
Yep.
And
they
nobody's
just
got an
pressed
Og
Lust.
Voker this time.
Nah. I mean, we just saw a huge DPS gap on Everbloom last boss, but they have 5 seconds of a death timer.
I don't
Is
want
it
to alarm
even
anyone,
remote?
but I'm looking at a giant cat paw under someone's fucking frame, and it is still fully saturated.
I'm looking at account number and I see 99.63. Oh no, there's a stalker there. Okay. I did not. It must have jumped out.
Oh man, this could actually be really close. It's gonna be like they
Come
have
on,
5
Drogo,
seconds, right?
blast.
Yeah, Resto Druid should be able to make up the damage, right?
This is not.
but it's
I don't know at
good.
this key level. This is a hard fight to DPS as a druid on higher key
He pressed
levels.
Heart of the Wild. He pressed Heart of the Wild.
Heart of the Wild is up.
Oh my god, they're within 5%.
But we're sitting on Convoke. There we go. Yes.
Dude, they're right. They caught up. Holy fucking shit! This is close.
What's death timer? So it's 5 seconds in favor of Last Hope.
Okay, sub has another dance.
Last
think
Hope wins
Sub-
this on the death
no,
timer,
no,
if
no,
nothing
no.
else.
Okay, no. They lost a rogue. That's GG, right?
Yeah. Oh, we're already getting messages from
Lexi's still dead.
Drogo. Biggest Heart of the Wild diff with Lust. Bro, you didn't even... You held it.
Oh, dude, he's
on
flexing his heart. That's not
Oak
good.
Heart.
It's the does he know meme. Yeah. Wow, man. Let's see those fucking American flags, baby.
And they won by inches in that game.
Yep. Let's fucking go. I can't root too hard for one team, though. I'm okay with whoever wins.
Yeah, I think this is a tough one because I think this is one of those routes where you fall in love with an idea from Legendary. This idea of pulling everything onto first boss. I think it's a very...
You didn't think it was better?
Well, the problem is what you sacrifice for, like, basically the rest of the dungeon I think is worse for you. You go on boss with trash, which shaves a pull, but then you sacrifice every other pull in the rest of the dungeon. And
I think Legendary's route is better even with the monk. If the
I
monk
don't
enables
know.
the first, it's possible. Yeah, I don't know either. It's possible that the rest of Druid, again, we need to see logs of like how much more boss damage Drogo is doing, but I mean it has to be. The Resto does so much more than Mistweaver, but
we had because we had like a similar... I remember the dungeon where this like really felt like it was demonstrated most clearly to me was back in Shadowlands and Halls of Atonement. You could bring big ass AoE classes at the start of the dungeon and they would melt the shard pulls. Like you would explode the shard pulls and you would be like, God damn, look how much damage we're doing. We're going so fucking fast. And then you'd get to the bosses at the end of the dungeon and you wouldn't realize it, but you would start losing like 15 seconds to a rogue comp every time on every boss. You would like lose 15 seconds, 15 seconds, 15 seconds. And it felt like you were flying because of how fast you would go through the beginning of the dungeon. But then at the end of the dungeon, you'd just be slower than one of the rogue comps because they could just keep making up time on every boss. And unless you compared the two runs side by side, you felt like you were going plenty fast on the last bosses. But then when you compared it to somebody with a rogue, you're like, oh, Jesus, we were just 15 seconds slower on that boss and that boss and that boss. And all that time we made up on the shard pulls, we lost at the end of the dungeon. And that feels like what this is you gain a bunch on the first boss, but then you just keep progressively losing that time on every successive boss through the end of the dungeon.
Wait, Tobo did more damage than Drogo.
You will probably do as a monk. That SCK is just like, it does look good on the meters.
oh, that's such a good bit. Yeah, the I still think I understand everything you're saying, and I pay attention to that stuff a lot. I think 2 clean runs. Both these teams have 0 deaths. I think Legendary wins by 30 seconds.
But yeah, I mean,
They had to summon someone, man.
yeah,
They were-
certainly that was not their best run.
Oh shit, we got a tweet. 500 MS the entire dungeon, never had internet problems this bad before, from Lapon. That is unlucky.
Yep, there is no worse feeling than lagging or DCing while you're gaming. It's fucking awful.
All right. I hope we see legendary play Resto Druid in this dungeon because I want to see if Tobo's using the shit we talked about last night.
What shit?
I can't tell you. I can't tell you yet. I can only I can only confirm if it's
secretly helping legendary.
Aiding the enemy, absolutely crazy.
I'm a resource that's here to be used by any team that wants it.
That's actually how I feel too. I wish people would ask me for help. I've been pretty busy though, so that's mostly why I haven't been doing it or playing in any teams. I've just been really busy.
God, dude, the ASCII of the dorky cat gives me life.
Yep.
It infuses me with power. Wait, are people doing? Is that a splat ASCII?
Trancor, thank you for the sub,
I have
babe.
a
Appreciate it,
splat
and
ASCII.
welcome to the jdotbabes.
Dude, Splat is so sweet. He's such a nice boy.
Wait, what is this copy pasta? This is good. Initiate Nature Man is playing.
Dude, my favorite ASCII is the THD one, but with the emo cut. He has like emo hair right now. I don't know if you've seen it. Have you seen the emo THD hair ASCII?
I don't think so.
It's pretty fucking good. It'll probably be arriving shortly. It's so good. That's his actual hair right now.
Dude, they're 100% delaying for Lep to restart his router. That has to be what this is.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's fine. It's building suspense. Oh my god. I hope.
I mean, you
hope,
definitely don't want it to be decided by shitty internet. So
this is gonna. I hope no Last Hope fans get mad at me. I have a reason for wanting both teams to win, but I hope that Legendary wins this map only so we get a game 3. That's it. I think this match deserves a game 3.
We're not gonna be mad.
What does by Felicia mean?
We're also not gonna allow.
It's just a reference to the movie
We're
Friday.
Not gonna allow that. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, he's restarting his and then he cut back to the casters. Can't believe they defeated Lapon in the Legion dungeon.
There's a chat that says from an account called Dorky Burner account, and they just said Max is a traitor.
Yep.
The Dorky's out here on his burner. Dude, I bet Dorky's listening to this right now.
Probably.
Hmm.
Shout out to Dorky.
Like a Benedict Arthur.
He's just a serial chatter, man. Damn, they're having to fill so hard. Dude, has this been like the most... This might be a little hyperbolic, but... Is this the most interesting the first like day and a half of a MDI Cup has been in a while? I feel like it has, man. I feel like there's been so many more good games.
It is, but also today's games have been insane. Today's are definitely like that.
It's because of the format.
That the first cup is always like interesting because you want to see what the teams do.
Well, no,
So the first cup is usually better than the
It's
other.
There's only two
usually
groups.
within-
There's only two groups. All the
well,
good
yeah,
teams
there's
have
only
been
two
smashed
groups,
together.
definitely makes it better. But like the first cup is more interesting because you're seeing the first look at how these teams are going to tackle these dungeons on this key level. So it's like a little interesting that way. But it usually involves Echo just stomping everyone because it's like the Echo Cup, right? But I guess with like with there only being 2 cups instead of 3, the competition is just noticeably higher.
There are, looking through time trial times, I would say that there are probably between like 8 and 10 teams that were in a like sort of a cut above the rest of the competition. And in previous seasons, that would have meant that even some of the day 2 matches in the upper bracket were going to have teams that, you know, realistically didn't have a shot at winning anything. But when you have only 2 groups, that means you should be seeing the top 8 teams in the upper bracket on day 2. And I think all of the 8 teams, or there are 8 teams in this tournament that play at a high enough level that they can beat each other.
Oh,
Man,
are
Echo getting knocked.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
I'll talk about it later.
All right.
Oh shit.
Hold on.
same
We got to
comp.
look at Tobo's.
Same comp. One's going left, one's going right, or do they both go right? They both went right.
Yep, they're running it all the way to boss. I wonder if they're gonna do anything like Echo Strat was, where they like CC the mobs out.
Zyro just said they invis potted. There's no shot they invis potted while they're also playing those mobs, right? It must have been a pre-invis if they were invis.
It could have been a pre-invis, yeah.
I mean,
Okay.
there's absolutely no way they would have juiced DPS pots to invis past 1 pack for. There's no way.
Tobo
Or
only
it could've
did
been
some of the
some
things
weird
we
shit
talked
like-
about.
It could have been like mass invis or something.
Okay, now that
weird,
we're in the
too.
thing, can you tell us what the fuck you were talking about? What's the tech?
Yeah, it's running Nature's Vigil.
Oh shit.
Is he doing
None
it?
of the druids are doing it, and I don't know why.
What, just for damn?
Yeah, you have the points to do it. It's free
Oh
damage.
no, Smacked went down.
Smacked on Last Hope in Lust too.
Yeah, that's really
That is
rough.
definitely not good.
How far behind am I? Cool. Every time I refresh this fucking stream, we get ads.
Similar
Tobo-
boss kill
Tobo
times,
down
but yeah.
Is
Oh wait,
wait.
Tobo died to the frontal. Oh no.
he released though? So they didn't waste their res on that. It's kind of interesting. So none
Wait,
of that will
what?
really matter. Actually, I kind of like the release
Oh,
because
shit.
the
Okay,
only
my
thing that matters
Discord
is
getting
killing
lit
the
up.
boss. All that matters is opening that door, not how fast this mob dies.
Once they kill the boss, he releases here. Where Drogo couldn't do that because the boss is still alive. Or not Drogo, but
You
Smacked.
also released right there. That too.
Yep.
Okay, somebody's deleting it.
That too.
Ooh, see the damage that Smacked lost hurts so bad because now look at this. He's
He
like
hasn't lost.
probably
It's huge.
a big chunk of their prio damage here.
That door is open. Stop hitting that guy. Fucking get out.
Okay,
of there.
well, I don't know
Yeah,
which one of my mods
go.
cleaned up my Discord super
The
fast,
dungeon's
but
that
thank
way.
you.
Ooh man.
Hey,
And he's
let-
gonna have a hill to climb.
But they were fucking built for that. NA climbs hills for a living, baby.
Oh yeah.
They're coming
Check
back.
damage key. Yeah, I saw somebody already deleted all this shit in the Discord.
Okay, I thought Legendary would. If there was any team that was going to find a way to include that RP pack that has to die into this next poll, it would have been them, and they did not do it. Must be not really feasible.
Yeah.
yeah,
I
one of
think
my-
it's just
one of my
such a
mods got
dangerous
hacked,
pull, probably.
so-
Yeah.
All right, well, thank you guys. That was before I could even like look at the fucking messages. They were being deleted. All right, well, I missed. We had what, deaths on both sides, I think.
I'm surprised they don't try and bring it
Last
into the
Pope,
next
last
poll.
Pope needs to chain now. They need to chain with the scout. It doesn't matter. They just
I'm
have to go.
surprised. I guess it's literally just a sanguine thing
This
because
looks
they
so
don't have
rough,
the
dude.
displacements.
Are they waiting for the
Yeah.
scout to die or something?
I guess it's just. I'm pretty sure it's just a sanguine thing. Like they don't
Yeah.
want to bring any low mobs. Like they have to bring the big guys in, but not the low ones.
I like that you can see them pinging.
Yep.
How much damage is Nature's Vigil really, though? Doesn't matter. It's more than nothing. Like, that's just it. If you look at the rest of their talent tree, they make every selection they can to add damage. And Nature's Vigil is free damage. And they are not taking it.
Dude, shout out the ping system in WoW.
Yeah, ping zone.
Should have done that shit probably a long time ago, but goddamn, is it good.
Oh man, Legendary is like a full pack ahead now.
Oh yeah, they're gapping. There's really not much room for iteration for the rest of this dungeon.
Rockeye, thank you for the resub, babe. 38 months.
Really
Appreciate it.
uninteresting
Thank you for your
dungeon, I feel
continued
like.
inclusion in the J-Dot, babes.
There's
Is it worth
very
spamming heals
little
into someone? You don't
creativity.
spam heals when you
Remember
press
back
Nature's
in the
Vigil.
day,
You
dude?
just
Yeah, I remember JB. We played
turn it on.
this map, and we had like a best of 3 series, and you all auto won your first game in Arcway because you had a lock, and
Mhm.
that was back when you couldn't change
Yep.
your comp mid dungeon. So we chose a mage.
Yep, and you auto won this dungeon.
So we auto won this dungeon. You chose a lock, so you auto won Arcway, and then we don't need to talk about the third map.
We did that throughout the tournament. We would not run mage in BRH, and every dungeon pool with BRH in it, every other team ran mage. So we would just punt that dungeon and then expect that we would be able to railroad teams with our normal comp in the other two.
I think stuff like that was interesting, but also Drogo down. Did no res either.
Ooh.
No res beginning of the boss. That has got to be fucking rip in peace for them.
This boss actually does quite a bit of damage.
Yeah,
too.
legendary would have to turbo
Mm,
throw.
They've got dwarves to get rid of bleeds.
They have hellstones and health pots too. They could live for a while. How long is it?
Yeah, I guess on 23-4 they're not gonna die, but it's a huge time loss. Like they need it every second at this point.
Oh, I mean, dude, they're getting fucking shit on.
Oh yeah.
What I was saying about
Fred, thank you for the resub, babe. 19
the
months,
things of,
appreciate
like,
it, and thank you for your continued inclusion in the
having
J-Dot, babes.
certain class utility like that, like what Warlock was in Arcway, like what Mage was in here, was cool, but it was also super bullshit. Well, the one in here was like really, really niche and weird. Like it was like, didn't you have to DK control the guy and have him cast like 1,000 times, and then you let him out and only have him cast once, and then you
Stole it.
steal it,
Yep.
and then yeah, I mean that's just like janky. You sat there and AFK'd. You literally just AFK'd.
Yep. It was the most boring viewer experience to watch, except for the 30 seconds you were deleting the boss. And then it was like,
Oh,
oh,
yeah,
Pog.
like-
And then it went back to, holy fuck, this is so boring.
Bro, we were having bad practice in that dungeon in Black or Cold, and Preheat was like, dude, I just don't understand. I wasn't doing the damage I was yesterday, and he didn't have any points in his artifact weapon playing Arcane for like 6 hours of practice. He was hype.
That's a classic. So pretty cool move here. So we were talking about how Zalia didn't stop the rocks. So Tobo actually went up and stopped the rocks at the very start of the pull, and now they're like dragging the pack up the stairs.
I like
because
that.
there's no rocks to worry
No,
about.
I really like that. It's like because you're natty kiting for Sanguine anyway, and
Yep,
those mobs are kind of annoying.
Yeah, it feels like they lost a little bit of time here though, like having these 3 mobs alive. I mean, this pull
That's
is
just
probably
Sanguine,
gonna
though.
get ugly for Sanguine anyway. Yeah. Oh my god, this mob is just.
No, I really
big.
like it though. I think that saves like a couple seconds from your healer being
Oh,
down
the
whole time and-
the strat's good, but I think that the execution was a little bit off there.
Yeah. Definitely a good idea from them. If I was another team, I would take that.
Okay, but when you 4 DPS this dungeon, who are you going to send?
True. Oh wow, that was so clean sanguine from Dorky Squad. I guess never mind. It was 28 million, but I mean, I don't know.
I guess it was
looks clean.
500,000 HPS.
Does Sanguine stream?
What do you take to, or what do you trim down to get Vigil? I mean, I would just have to see what tree you're running. Everybody runs some different shit. I would not take Well-Honed Instincts in MDI. I think that's a bait talent.
Man.
Then you just basically have
Last
to come
hope
up with
is
1
getting
point from somewhere higher up in the tree.
So I'm trying to think of like wipe conditions for legendary. Right now, there's letting a cast go off, but that would be an insane blunder.
Yeah, well, the trash before last boss is actually pretty nasty because the stuns
Yeah.
come out pretty quick. Like sometimes there can be bugs with like the textures on the ground, and also it just is in general really fast. The thing that will be redeeming for them though is by the time they get there, they'll know they're ahead, and so it's like, you know.
Yeah,
Like, when
they
you're
already know they're
behind-
ahead at this point in the dungeon.
So when you're behind, you may be guilty of like greeting casts and dying to that stuff, but when they're ahead, they should definitely just play safe, big IO, and not die to those swirlies.
I actually don't know if there's a better feeling in World of Warcraft than doing WoW esports and having someone on your team go, dude, the other team just wiped.
It's good, but it's also nerve-wracking. I feel like when it's a close match, I can stay in the zone, but when it's all you need to do is not die or we win, all of a sudden I just do dumb shit and I die.
Have you tried just not doing that?
No.
Dude, remember we watched
LePon
this?
goes down!
Lapon
Oh,
dead
no, what just
with a
happened? The
res?
instant res,
He
that
can
was a-
still get it. He can still
That
get
was
it.
an insane recovery.
That
from
was an
Legendary.
insane recovery.
Oh.
Super
The
fast.
fact that they had no deaths with that entire trash pull and boss.
Does he have threat back yet? Looks like he does on most of them. He might get stunned. He's gonna get. He died again.
Oh
he got
no,
stunned.
he died again.
Res again. Res again. You can recover. You can recover. Take the res.
I wonder if he's lagging.
See?
I wonder if he's
Oh,
lagging.
No, is he lagged out?
No.
Dude, if he lags out here, this is fucking so bad. Did he lag out?
Dude, this is
No-
like like
no
worse than the
way.
Taylor Swift Super Bowl conspiracy theories.
Yeah, they still
No
had a
way.
they still had a res too. Yeah, he definitely lagged.
Oh,
Wow.
and the trash is resetting.
That is a that's a sad 2-0 if that ends up happening here. That lagging is the worst feeling of all time. Damn, that's sad. This was hype.
Yo,
now
are
this
they
is sad.
mad or what? Holy fuck.
LePon
Spoilers?
I know they're lagging, right? God damn, we fucking we did not play good.
That was really bad.
God
Yeah.
damn, Dorky.
But Vigod, fucking, oh my god, I feel bad for them.
Yeah, that
Just
was.
kidding. They lost. Lamau.
Bad enough to concede the match?
Hell no.
Hell no.
Dude. The losers bracket's gonna go crazy though.
Yeah, loser bracket is gonna go crazy.
Wait, is there
Yeah.
any world where Echo gets eliminated?
They
We
would
were
have to-
talking about that.
They're
earlier.
facing off
Echo-
against Direwolves.
So
right now.
for Echo to not make, I believe if you make it past the second round in the lower bracket, which
All they
is
have to do is beat Direwolves. It's
yeah,
not
they
like
have to beat Direwolves and they
Legendary.
qualify. Yeah, but Direwolves is legit. I mean,
Dude,
they would have
Of all the
They'd have
teams to
throw.
catch in the lower bracket, that's
That's
not one of the
worst
ones you want.
The Direwolves is the worst team to catch in the lower bracket.
Well,
for
I
all the
don't know,
teams you
there's-
could possibly get out of that group. But Direwolves still has to win their first round match, right?
Auto, but that was some shit.
Bro, we
Holy
Smacked
fuck.
on the first boss, and I started yelling like, "We gotta push the boss!" Like, if we didn't push the boss, there is GG's.
Oh damn.
I actually am surprised. Normally, when someone goes down there, we don't push the boss, and he explodes with like 8 stacks of ads.
In
What the hell
Dark Art
happened to you,
Thicket,
Drogo?
in
I
your
didn't
all's
see you.
practice, did you try pulling that same pull onto the first boss?
Yeah, but it's just
We
like
died
don't know if
horribly.
it's good.
Too many
it's like,
poisons.
we can do it sometimes, but it's just like hit or miss. And it's
Holy
not
shit,
really-
Lapon is accusing it of DDoS. Too much of a coincidence. My internet has been stable for forever until the match starts, and now I'm getting packet loss only during the 2 dungeons.
Who did it? I bet it was Drogo.
Did he click a link? I mean, I don't.
Wait,
DM
isn't
him.
Drogo friends with a Dwa?
Dude?
Hmm.
I am not.
Would it be the first time?
Sorry,
that
that was a little
would it
dark.
be the first
Yeah.
time that somebody in Liquid was accused of such a thing?
Here we go. Everyone's gonna say I did.
At least they're
happened?
doing it to the other team this time.
Crazy.
What happened?
Don't worry
We're
about it.
Dwa-
joking that that they DDoS.
Wait, wasn't it a duel with you, Max? Did you play that?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that wasn't with me. Yeah, no, it was our 5th healer. Our 5th healer was DDoSing one of our top 4 healers so he could get more raid time. Real
Yeah, I
true
was-
story. Actually happened.
Which
I raided with
which
him in
let's
BFA for like 2 tiers.
let's be real. That's the kind of hustle you want to see from your raiders. If you're not willing to DDoS somebody else on the
True,
team,
yeah,
how bad do you
true.
really want it?
That's true.
Holy shit, that graph's crazy.
Dude, that was such a
Oh.
bad one too. Oh my god.
You piped that run. Holy.
Oh, smack pipe that run. What do you mean?
Yeah, I don't know if you guys can see, but Smacked is like diffing every Shadow Priest in the tournament.
It
Yeah.
just clicked halfway in practice too for all of our damage. It's funny. So I had to reroll the Druid. He had to go Shadow Priest, and he went lock.
Yeah, they. in that
Stoll,
Dark
thank you
Art,
for the
they
sub, babe.
pulled,
Appreciate it, and welcome
like,
to the J-Dot, babes.
15% more trash or something and onto the first boss, but I'm imagining that Mistweaver Monk enables that pull. If you guys were dying on the boss with a smaller pull.
Yeah, like generally people who play Mistweaver, they're doing it as like a safe pick, but it enables bigger pulls.
I'm surprised they banned Throne when they had such a good like strat for it.
Yeah,
I thought
everyone
that
was
was
talking
gonna-
shit. Everyone was talking shit, or by that I mean Max and JB. They were like, "Oh, a Legendary's Throne is so good."
Pretty sure
Yeah,
they
yeah.
don't feel too
No, I
consistent
didn't
about
say
the
it was-
later half.
I didn't say anything
we
about
don't need-
Legendary's Throne.
We don't want to say anything about ours, but yeah, I'm surprised.
can't
they-
believe
I already
you're
told
looking
them- I
at
already
us,
told
right?
them you were
They
talking
had
shit.
some. They
Oh,
seem to
really?
have some difficulties towards.
What did you
And
tell
I just
them?
told them you
later
were
half.
talking shit.
Okay.
Wait, so we qualify now, right?
Yes.
We qualify for finals, but we have
Oh,
to reverse-
thank God, man.
He
Dude, we're-
qualified now,
Dude,
right? Dorky
la-
literally never knows the format of the tournament.
Dude, no one would have predicted it would have been Dogs versus
I'm just
Last Hope in the semifinal, though. That's tomorrow's first match is us against Dogs.
Dude, dogs are really
Dogs.
fucking good, by the way.
Dogs.
I don't know if you guys watched those games or if you were practicing, but
No, we
They-
watch because Cryptix does this thing where he takes a 20-minute shit
Like,
every day.
Literally 30 minutes. He'll be like, be right back.
Bro,
We're just sitting there, we wanna practice
There's no way these
Blackrook.
guys.
he's collecting his thoughts.
We're like, there's no way these guys with 4 DPS would be able to.
You guys don't have
lose.
a team shipbreak?
No, we
we
do.
do.
It's-
It's-
the
the
rest of us
fact
have
of the
like,
matter is
have
we
like
take 5 minutes.
normal, like functioning bodies, and he doesn't. I don't know.
Dude, I remember I was in there when you guys were doing the time trials, and Cryptix is AFK for 25 minutes, and you guys are pinging him, and you're like, and eventually he responds and he says, "I'm in a 1v1," and you guys are like, question mark? Like,
Bar
what the-
soap,
what
thank
are
you for the
talking
resub,
I
babe.
was like,
12 months,
girlfriend and
aka
mom.
1 year.
Yeah,
Love
and
it,
then he
appreciate
comes
it.
back 10
Congratulations on
minutes
your new
later,
gold
and you
Mondo,
guys are
babe.
like,
Sub
"What
icon,
did
and thank you for your
what do
continued
mean
inclusion in
1v1?"
J
He's
Dot,
like,
babes.
"Yeah, I was having
And
a
Jinx, thank you for
1v1 with the
continuing that
toilet."
gift sub. Much appreciated. Very generous.
Oh, look, it's Cryptix. Hey, dude.
What happened to Echo? They lost to Dogs.
I don't even know the names of these bosses. Like, what are these bosses?
Mindbender's the Dispel. Ancient Protector's the Council.
Yeah, third boss Throne, second boss Everbloom, fourth boss Waycrest, and third boss Waycrest. Second boss Waycrest.
What are they drawing? Like, what is
Why
this?
are they? They're like drawing a toothbrush.
This is the movement.
Oh, are you supposed to guess what they're drawing?
This
Is
is
the
supposed to be the
from
movement.
players?
Yeah.
The movement?
This is that bit that they do on that Warcraft Logs does where it shows how
mean,
everybody
that-
moves around. But this is
Why
weird.
Is it just a birthday cake? What's going on?
That's a shitty cake.
Yeah, this doesn't feel
Oh,
like
they're
movement.
drawing a birthday cake.
Okay.
Is it? I saw something in chat. It's like Nagura's birthday or something. Was that fake?
What? He
Oh
just
my
sat here staring
God.
at this for this dumb bit.
Yeah, it was.
By the way, is this like the biggest viewership for MDI? I was watching yesterday a little bit, and I'm
I
like,
don't know.
there are so
Of
many
all-
people watching
of
this
all
MDI,
time?
That's crazy. Well, not all time, but like.
Do you know what it was in
recent
Legion?
history.
It's much higher.
What
It's
was it?
much higher than the cups for sure.
In Legion, we peaked over 100,000
Wait,
Holy-
what?
Yeah.
When?
During the fucking LAN tournament.
I just,
Because they put
I
that. They
want
okay. Here's a mind blowing fucking little move from Blizzard. They actually embedded it in the launcher. You know, like oh fuck!
Yeah,
imagine that.
Yeah, that makes sense.
They
I
actually
actually watched that.
marketed their esports and then like fucking get that they marketed their esports and then people fucking
marketed.
watched it. It was insane.
Yeah, marketed. You could call embedding tens of thousands of viewers marketing.
I don't know if you talked about this already, JB, but weren't you guys like in Australia for this exact thing? It was just like it wasn't even like finals. It was just a cup, right? It
No, there was a finals in Australia.
was like EU or NA and EU method versus each other. I
Did
watched
they
the
have
whole
cups
thing.
back then?
It was you played from home. They had that was back when you had like a season and you earned points for how you finished, and you had time trials before everybody played each other. You had like east and west, and then everybody in west played each other for like 4 weekends, and then you accumulated points, and then that determined seeding
Can you
for.
imagine if North America had its own bracket?
Yes, I could.
I can.
I
Dude,
could
we gotta play
imagine.
mad matches tomorrow.
I couldn't believe that like you guys 3-0 swept them in a finals.
Mhm.
Like how did I just find that out like last week or like a few days ago? That's
We
crazy.
we won an MDI season before Echo did.
Oh. That was just their birth.
No, actually, I guess depending on how you define Echo, the first tournament that they played together as now Genji, Bragg, and then back then it was Imba and Frank, I think something, the DH, and they got knocked out in the EU regional round. And then the first season of BFA, they had what is more or less the current roster with now and Genji and Frag, Zalia, and Miras. And then we beat them that season, and then they've won ever since.
Bro, I cannot believe you got arrow barraged. Oh my god.
You said you were you normally chains into my vortex there. And
No,
then,
no, I didn't have any chains.
Okay.
I don't know if you remember
They
the
just came
polls
around the
before
corner and
that,
instantly barraged us. I was
Drogo,
like,
but our sanguine was fucking atrocious. There was some bad shit happening.
that was not a clean run. Like, bro, I popped.
Well, our,
I potted
the-
Heart of the
the
Wild,
pull
went in
after
on the
Osana
boss,
was
and
not that
instantly
bad.
died. I bet JV was like, "Oh
Yeah.
man, this guy."
You got to get a weak aura that just flashes a huge fucking icon on your screen. Yeah, as soon as your Heart of the Wild comes off CD, you just send it again and then save it for Lust.
I don't know if they showed it, but I'm running Master Shapeshifter, so your Starfire does 30% more damage. I've been boom kitting more on these pulls.
JB, is that even proper? Or is it
Uh,
just random things?
I-
No, I think it's good.
I don't know. I mean, it's definitely better if you're going to be in Moonkin form. This is the only, like this and like maybe Everbloom, I think are the only dungeons where I ever Heart of the Wild in Moonkin form. But
I've never Heart of the Wild Boonkin. I've never Heart of the Wild Boonkin. I only do it for cat for single target. That's why I like my Heart of the Wilds. I don't know if it's. I mean, I think it's just better on bosses than. Any of the
well,
big
no,
cat
it would be
pulls.
just be if I'm sending it with Lust, like if we like Lust, and then in this dungeon we Lust, and then I send like my second heart on like trash before second boss, and then it comes back up with Lust, and we're lusting the scavenger pull, then I might go Heart of the Wild with Moonkin and just dump Starfires into that pull. But no, it's definitely better for Moonkin damage. I'm not sure how it works out for cat damage versus liveliness. Also, you need to start playing with Nature's Vigil.
Really?
Yep.
That thing did piss in practice. I
Yeah,
never
it doesn't
took
do
it.
a lot, but it's more than nothing.
Well, it's like, dude, my talents are like so strapped in all these, like taking Hibernate, taking Typhoon Vortex, taking Incapor, like take all your CC stuff.
Do you
I
run
feel
what?
like the
I
problem with
actually
Nature's
don't
Vigil-
know how you get Nature's Vigil without like you have Heart of the Wild, you have improved. Like, I actually don't know where you get the 2 points.
Do you
from.
run Well-Honed Instincts?
Nope.
Okay, good.
No renewal, no well honed, which I like. I
Holy
do
shit,
run
no
those. I
renewal.
mean, okay, I'm not gonna say it. Yeah, I don't run those in like all these dungeons we did.
Do you
today,
run
so-
Wild Charge?
Nope.
Where the fuck do you
Like,
spend
bro,
your
I'm telling
talent
you,
points?
You can't get the points. 'cause
No
you get
way.
kicked. You
There's
go all the
no-
way down to the left.
Yeah,
you
but
get
even with
down forward
that,
and kick.
you're spending it on something weird there.
I don't know.
I
I think
don't know.
Nature's
I'm just
Vigil
what
isn't that
Shooty
good
did.
because
It's
the
not,
only
but it's
time you're
damage.
gonna be no. But the thing is, the only time you're gonna be doing healing, like any amount of healing where it would matter, is like on some 20 target pull where it's just you know what I mean?
No. You're going to be
Like, you can tell me
keeping
right now, JB. Look,
you're keeping Adaptive Swarm up all the time. You're keeping Life
Yeah.
Blooms out. You're going to be doing a fair bit of healing that counts for Nature's Vigil just by maintaining HOTS that you're going to maintain no matter what. And you don't have to be actively healing for Nature's Vigil to still do some amount of damage, especially single target.
yeah. If it's a dungeon like Throne where you're not really in Cas much, I can see it. But when you're taking all these, like
okay.
look at this left tree right now, you're taking all of this. There's just no. You have no. Points
Okay,
for this.
well,
Like, you're
Hibernate
gonna-
is clearly only an Incorp thing.
Yeah, but that.
So you could
like,
dump that on
you
any of the other
normally
dungeons.
take you normally take this or this. That's why it's like always strapped. But generally, if you don't have this point, like
There's got to be a
keep
ton of
going.
dungeons where you don't take either of those. You only need Dispel for like Everbloom and what's the other one?
There's
like
this
Waycrest?
Waycrest demonic or what? Every single team is banning Waycrest.
I'm surprised. I bet they just want to see what like other teams do first. 'Cause it's it, dude. When you get to the route making and you just look at Raul's area, you're like, fuck.
Yeah,
Did you
It's a
just
tight
ask if
They
the
messed up
Waycrest
the
was demonic,
Gorgers.
man? Did you look
Like,
at
you
the
yeah,
Changed
that-
Gorgers halfway through
I
the
mean,
week,
No,
and they behave
that's
really
true.
different.
We practiced like 5 days on Waycrest, and it was like every day was different on what we did because we're like, oh, gorges are fixed, guys. We go in there, oh, guys, gorges are not fixed. Like it was the most ridiculous thing ever.
don't worry, they're fixed now.
Oh, also
Dude,
don't
you know
take
the-
Cultivation.
Really,
Yeah, how often are you pressing Rejuve?
quite a bit.
Well, okay, don't do
Well,
that
okay,
either.
Not quite a bit, but
Oh
on
yeah, that
any
reminds me.
pull that's, like,
How the
big
fuck are you
healing,
on third boss in DHT?
Shit happened on the tree. Like I didn't even get to go cap much on the tree.
But yeah, that's you should absolutely. I don't think I'd drop below like fucking 80% mana. And if you're doing it, it's because you're pressing Rejuve and you shouldn't be. Just take one of the
Holy
Ironbark
shit.
talents.
You guys should just kick Drogo and get JB.
Oh, dude, don't worry.
Okay,
Plenty of the
good
druids are
practice.
doing it this tournament, but on high keys I press Rejuve like 3 times a key.
Well, this shit, like, the last time I played Restru was BFA, and I don't know if, I mean, you probably know, but this shit plays so differently.
Yeah.
Like, all
Nobody in
your
this tournament
power-
knows
your
what they're
power
doing
is
on
in the
Resto, dude.
trees.
Everybody's having to
Power's
play
all
for
in
the first time.
trees. I learned when we did like a 4 triple dragon pull, and I'm like, how do I do 400k HPS? Jorky was flaming the shit out of me. Like he's like, I did this on my Druid on live on a 28. How could you not do this on a 24 triple dragon?
I'm not being a bit presumptuous, having no experience with them
And then I
Diablos
had
this
to
season.
learn. Took like,
No,
I don't know, 3 weeks.
That makes me so happy.
they're definitely not needing more
He does the
HPS
same
than you
shit
need
to
on
me
high
that he
keys.
does to me.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I literally had to learn the class. And
Suma, thank you for the resub, babe. 32 months, appreciate it, and thank you for your continued
gotta
inclusion in the
be
J
more,
Dot babes.
relaxed, not go at each other so quickly.
So, what's your guys' 4th DPS class going to be if you have to play it?
You might see some shit.
Well, we've seen Ogvoker, we've seen Ret Pally.
Maybe Drogo Meow will come out as a different spec.
Different
Well, that
kind of
was
meow.
we saw Zalia played, I think, Feral in time trials, but then he started playing Ret for this tournament.
Man, I'm so off of Rhett. I would believe that Feral is better just because, like, one of the things with those two teams being, or Echo just being out DPS'd as a 4 DPS class with a healer.
Why do I always get
Dude,
so
Mark
upset when
Wild
talking
just
about
has
healers?
to be a big part
Yeah.
of that.
It's not upset.
Every
It's
time,
just
I'm telling
passion.
you, I want to play Monk. It's more of a comfort pick. Plus, defensively, it's so easy to fucking live on
Futon,
thing.
thank
They
you
buffed
for
it
the gift
so
subs. That is
hard.
extraordinarily generous.
And
Very much
then
appreciated.
it's
Thank
like,
you.
oh, we
Thank
won't
you.
Mark Roar though. We lose too much time. Blah blah blah. So
Yeah, getting 4 DPS with Mark of the Wild would feel good. Or even still, I think Og is really good.
I mean, on paper, Og with 4 DPS or 3 DPS and a tank just sounds like it should pump a lot. And then even like the Red Pally today, seeing it in 2 maps, I was like, there's no way they lose on these 2 maps. And like, you know, that's just crazy.
What'd you guys think about Dog's games? Did you watch them?
Yeah. watching
Why
them
did
all
why did
quick
they win with one less damage dealer?
Yeah, we don't really know. I mean, the entire run, they basically did the same route, and they were just doing the same damage the whole run, and ended up doing more damage than there was one slight difference at the end. They spawned the boss, like their route at the end spawned the boss a little faster, but they also killed the previous boss faster.
Well, I saw them pull shit into Yalnu, and we were like, oh look, they're snapping on the Yalnu. And then when the boss healed even slightly, I was like, they're not one phasing, they lost
Well,
now.
they both had
And
4
then-
DPS in Everbloom, right? I was just talking about Fall.
Yeah, it's just fall. Yeah.
They just
I mean,
lost to
the-
Sanguine in Everbloom.
Yeah, exactly.
They lost to the Zalia death. Even if the boss didn't sanguine heal, they still would have lost.
Like not one phasing that
Oh, where
boss,
did
you
Ilya
lose
die?
like 30 seconds.
He died on
instantly.
Yalnu.
It was the Shadow Priest.
No, he
wasn't
died
it?
earlier. Yeah, Mira's died earlier. So the boss Yalnu healed 8% from 32 to 40, and they had a 5-second death timer against them, and the other team still killed it within that range ahead of them. They would have still lost. They lost a ton of time. Mira's died on the mage boss. Like I don't know if he was in his cooldowns or not, but it wasn't even just the death timer. Like they were pretty equal on boss percentage. And then Mira's died. Then they were like 20% behind, plus death timer.
I don't think it was CDs because I looked at his PI timer when he died and it had like 40 seconds left on it.
I don't think it was PI, but it was maybe he had some damage out. Dude, whenever people get focused in the MDI, they have the most unfortunate errors. Like this some seriousness priest, this Sarit guy, got hit by like 2 volcanics back to back, like right as soon as the camera went on him. That's brutal.
Yeah, the MDI camera will do that.
Do you think maybe the observer causes volcanoes to spawn at an increased rate under a player?
Oh shit.
Dude, that's some tinfoil I could get behind.
Like maybe they're actually making it happen. Like some quantum shit. Like observing it is altering the outcome.
Dude,
Wasn't that a thing in Ruby Life Pool's last boss where the boss was going on the observer? and
Mhm. They were baiting his where he
Yeah.
was spawning you.
That was
I could see observers causing some weird problems for sure. I could see them causing like a. I mean,
Oh, yeah,
it's
definitely.
making it a raid group, and then also like their character's technically there, but it's not. Like I could definitely see it causing problems.
because there's tons of mechanics that will target you even if you're like not even in combat or anything with the pack.
Dude, I wonder how many people have had that happen. Actually, like, did their first MDI, did all their practice and their time trials, and then they show up to play their first like tournament game, and they're in a raid group for the first time in a dungeon, and like their weak auras don't work or something.
Yep.
I'm pretty sure that happened to us with our fucking Omni CD. Like, it was so hard to call kicks on the first day because we just had like a bunch of random mages in the group.
Oh yeah, yeah. I forgot they show up on the kicks. Yeah.
Yeah, we like asked them to play not mage so that I think we had them play like holy priest or something, so they didn't have a kick that showed up because we like couldn't figure out how to get only kicks in our group to show.
No, the other one. What was it? I swear to God, in Legion they played some. I think they played like Blood Elves. Like, I swear there was a tournament where the observers played Blood Elf because their arcane torrents were showing up. And we were like, could you just play literally anything besides
Yep.
Blood Elf? Like, I mean, you have total discretion to play whatever you want, and you pick a Blood Elf that makes your arcane torrent show up.
That's how it felt too when they were playing mages. It's like, couldn't you have picked any class that like mage? It has a kick. It has all this stuff. Like, we use mage, and every team uses mage.
What happened to Echo today? They lost to dogs. They just got, I don't know, outplayed. There was like nothing crazy, just they were slow.
Oh, wait a second. Aren't there abilities that change based off of if you're in a raid or not? Like, what about Trank? Doesn't Trank or like Revival change if you're in a raid?
I don't think it's whether you're in a raid group or not. I think it's just the content. Like, if you're in a 5-man dungeon, it does more.
I don't think Resto Druids have Trank
But
anymore.
you have the 3 observers in the fucking dungeon with you. Imagine
But I
if
don't.
it
But I don't
did.
think it. I don't think the group size changes it. I think it's the content. Like, if you're in a raid, like a raid instance, it does less, and if you're in a 5-man instance, it does more.
Dude, Dratnos is such a beast, bro. Like, some seriousness is just getting fucking shit on right now, and like, they just had a death at the end of a boss, 0 impact on this game, and Dratnos is like hype as fuck on the broadcast, like, oh, and we have a death from some seriousness. Oh man.
Dude, has Lep tweeted yet?
I'm sure that's one of his
Yeah,
things.
I gotta see this.
Cheating.
Oh, I'm
Yeah.
getting
Oh
false
yeah, I forgot. Okay,
allegations.
yeah.
All day I'm gonna get false allegations now. It's great.
I can't believe you guys actually DDoS them just to win in the cups.
I literally messaged Hopeful immediately and was like, "That's just not the way I wanted to win." But GG's.
I can't believe Hopeful killed Ambition and now he's gonna kill Legendary.
People are gonna say Hopeful inside spy, inside job, blah blah blah.
Yep.
Bro, look, he's just taken down every team. First, it was fucking
Oh, wait,
Ambition.
Isn't he raiding with Echo now?
Oh my god, dude, he took out Ambition
Oh,
first, and now he's taking out Legendary. Holy fuck!
Let's pay very close attention to the next race of the raid.
Also, apparently the brackets are such that it's not Direwolves versus Echo, it's Direwolves versus Legendary. So I
Oh,
think
so
Echo's gonna steamroll everybody in losers
You're gonna see Legendary versus Echo tomorrow after our
for
match with
third, fourth.
Dogs.
Did you
Yeah,
just say it's
So
Echo versus Legendary?
yeah, it's
No,
Echo
no, no.
versus
Well,
Legendary tomorrow.
not for elimination
After
though.
so tomorrow it's us versus Dogs. Then it's Legendary versus Echo, and then the match after that is whoever loses in our first match versus Echo or Legendary.
So dogs versus them.
Yeah, sure.
Wait, who's Legendary playing later today?
It's
They're
one.
gonna have
it's
to play
either-
Direwolves for elimination.
Are
I
you
think.
sure?
That's what someone in my chat said. So no.
You, one person in your chat made that. Okay.
Oh,
well,
you're
yeah,
just
So
repeating
it-
what chat says. Holy shit. What a gamble.
I mean, nothing changes. The same 4 teams are going to finals. It's just shocking to see this 4th seed of time trials and 8th seed in the like winners bracket finals. The 4th versus 8th, you know, like it's
Yeah, it's
Pretty
levels
different.
versus date night, and then the winner plays Echo for elimination.
yeah. Echo's not getting eliminated. That'd be fucking wild.
I don't know, dude. You could just disconnect on the last boss of a dungeon.
That is true.
Bro, that team was like 8 minutes in, still on the first boss of Blackrook.
That's actually what knocked Echo out in Legion, more or less.
E-
They
Echo
lost.
could DC, restart the router, and still come back.
Echo lost their first series in the Legion EU regional because Genji was getting kicked offline repeatedly. He also suspected a DDoS was occurring. And then they went to the lower bracket, and then they lost to what was sort of perplexed team, although really was only a Shine and Divine at the time. Lost to them in a rather controversial series of dungeons that involved some remakes. Who do I think takes it all? Fuck me, man. I don't know. I would have said the two
I just
teams I thought
realized
looked
that
best coming out of
Doom
yesterday were
Left
Echo and
every single
Legendary,
time
and
I've gone against them.
The TGP versus Leppin was in our cup too, right?
Yeah, TGP, MDI.
I remember doing the academy against them. I was like, they were pretty good. Now they got hopeful. They got better.
Are you guys not practicing today?
No, we practiced since a few.
Bro, our team doesn't practice,
Cryptix
man.
has been shitting
Bro
this
is
whole
fucking
time.
Busy.
We're taking a little breather because that was it's a little bit.
These are definitely the games. If you were to
Legendary
just
still
look
look
at
pretty
a
good.
bracket,
Yeah,
like
it's very
except for the
unfortunate
Rayo
that
bracket,
they went out like
it is.
that, because I would
If you were to
say
look at
there
the
was, like,
games, and I don't know if there's a way to
the
solve
way the
this,
games played out, they should
that are
have
not
advanced,
super interesting.
absolutely.
In every single MDI Cup, it is specifically lower round one.
Yeah.
I don't. There was one last in season one. There was this team called Bone Buds or something, and they were like playing some close games, and that was kind of interesting. I mean, usually it's just, you know.
We just need to make a top 8.
How do they do it? How do they make that a thing?
Wait, what was Dogs, by the way? What?
I mean, you
Yeah,
you
it is.
can't, I don't think, make that
Dogs was seed 8.
interesting. The tournament's just not deep enough
Yeah.
to have that. It's just the sacrifice you make to be respectful to those, those guys put in time, and
Yeah.
they're competing just the same. So we watched them out of respect to say, tip the cap, to be like, thank you for showing up and giving a fuck.
So that's like I guess the only maybe somewhat significant thing about Echo being in the lower bracket is anytime you compete in one of these, you have
Is Seraphine on one of these teams?
No.
No.
I can pull up the
Which is
picture,
why
you
he's
have
the
an
top.
idea what the
I
map
think that's why he's
is,
top wrestler in the
and then
world, is
based on
because
the bracket,
he
you know
wasn't
what
fucking around
maps
with MDI
you're
practice.
never going to be in and what maps you might be in. So if you're pretty confident, which I assume Echo is, you're probably really refining the dungeons you think you're going to be doing in the upper bracket, basically, right? And maybe you don't think too much about the lower bracket rounds. And that usually doesn't matter, but sometimes there's some like map crossover. And then one thing that does matter is usually you get this entire day to practice after that's the benefit you get. You get to practice all day today, and you know what matches you're playing if you win in the the quarterfinals. But if you lose, you now have to practice for your lower bracket maps instead of focusing on like grand finals or semifinals. So I wonder if that'll have any impact. Also, JB, I don't know how many times this affected you, but how do you feel about the whole like semifinals and then going to the grand finals versus like having to run it through the lower bracket?
Oh, lower
Like,
bracket's fucking dog shit.
really? Yeah, that's my assumption, but I know there's like some people think that like going through the lower bracket gives you a buff when you like make it back up into the grand finals again from like playing all day or something.
That's
In
what
the
people who
MDI,
haven't gone through the lower bracket say.
that's
Well,
dude, that's my exact take, and every time I chat thinks I'm crazy.
Echo is
Also, I
not.
think it depends on the game too. Like in MDI, every single map is so different and crazy and specific that having to practice that many more maps is like a huge detriment. Whereas like I can sort of see like in a fighting game or whatever being like, oh, the lower bracket, like you're warmed up.
So we sent Echo to the lower bracket at BlizzCon, and then they ended up beating us in grand finals. And afterwards, they were like, dude, actually being in the lower bracket owned. We just got warmed up, and then we just never got out of our chairs, like, and we just kept playing. And once we got in the zone, then everything was just firing on all cylinders. And they're like, they're like, oh man, we should do that every tournament. And I was like, just let me know, man. You can have the lower bracket any fucking time you want.
Yep.
Let's see. So they're doing this other poll. We've seen this from all the other teams besides you guys, which is they do this. They pull both the bears in through here. I definitely like. I think the way you guys progress the dungeon in that looks a lot better than this. You're still doing a double. Actually, wait. What do you guys like about the double bear pull you do? It's similar count. Is it just that it's closer to the boss? Like it's just more efficient movement.
Yeah, just go right into boss. Faster progression.
There's also no razor beaks, which are like annoying with bolstering and live a lot longer, right? The mob.
Oh
health
yeah, I
is
remember
closer.
saying specifically that we are never pulling those mobs. Like I remember
Yeah,
someone
I remember
suggested pulling
putting
them in a
some
route or some shit.
I
said,
put
"We're
some
not doing
routes
that."
out.
Was Gingy standing on the
No
staircase side
razor
on a tall first pole? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what the. I don't
It's
know
like
what.
one stun and we're done.
I don't know what that does.
Look at how
Zaylee
lucky
was
that
doing it yesterday when he was playing
Yeah,
Resto
look
Druid,
at it.
and
They're
then
not
he was on
very
Rep Pally
cheated.
today,
They're
so
not a
Gingy was doing it.
bullshit.
I don't know
Well, I mean,
that
they
stops.
have the same health as the
charges?
bears, I think.
But
you
but maybe.
have
It's
to
not good for small mobs.
wait. They have more. You mean?
Well, but the fact that like the little mobs have as much as bears, that's real bad. If they had like
Yeah,
say,
Did not
definitely
really
that,
run
but
a strength
also you
weapon on
have to-
everyone?
You have to prio the bears because they're obviously a lot more dangerous in bolstering. So you can't like prio the bears and those birds.
The Razorbeak has 12 mil health. Bears have 18. The casters
It
have
does appear to be a
6.
strength weapon.
Yeah, but the bears on that pull die like at the same time as the casters because you're obviously prioing them. So like the birds are just at like half health. It looks so shit. Do you guys have a rogue player?
Be honest.
I mean,
No comment.
That's a fucking no if I've ever heard one. It's fine. We didn't have a rogue player in Legion either.
it's
What's the
We
point
don't
of
have
playing
a-
rogue? It's slower.
We don't have an Auguret player.
Yeah,
either.
okay, there we go. That's what you say when you don't have a rogue player. That's what we said in Legion. It's slower.
I think rogue looks good in here. I don't know how it affects a lot of things, but the shrouds are good and it looks like it has a good profile.
where's James at?
I mean, it's just a trade-off. Rogue does less total damage, less prio damage, has no PI to give out, but you gain speed on skips. So
And
it's
wound
just about
poison.
which one of those gives you more time.
I think in this dungeon, their prio damage is probably pretty close to priest. Priest is OP as fuck, but they're playing sub. I would bet subs boss damage is pretty similar to Shadow Priest here. Maybe not including the PI though.
How many times we mentioned Legion today? It's Legion dungeons.
Yeah, I think ever swapping priest out of your comp feels really bad. And they're talking about count on the broadcast again. I don't think that matters as much. Like the only way that count would ever matter here is if it meant that you were doing an entire extra pull, but the pulls are pretty much set in stone after this point. You're always doing the same amount, just one of them's gonna be bigger.
Yeah, it's just boss, boss, boss.
So like the count's not really relevant.
By the way, yesterday I think Dogs managed to get the flower pole on the boss without the keepers.
Oh yeah, I saw they did some shit. I think it was, I have no idea what they did, but
So they got the keepers in combat with the mage. Then the tank with all the aggro of the blossoms went and stood on
it was,
a.
like snapped them or some shit.
They
Right?
snapped them, and then the mage just had to get loose threat of the blossoms, but he couldn't, so he had to die.
He didn't die, did he?
Yeah, Jay
Yeah,
died.
Jay,
Oh,
Jay
he did.
died
He
to
ran
because
into the mobs and then
if
got
he
meleeed.
didn't
yeah.
die, the keepers would have came.
Yeah. Well, it's funny. The other team in that match had the keepers come in, and they didn't even need them for count. But they just did them with the boss. But you guys do the keepers on purpose, which I do like. Gives you some. They seem like horrible mobs, but they are when you're just kind of doing them alone, and the blossoms don't matter, and you kind of kite them around for a while. You don't lose any damage from kiting with your comp, or you shouldn't. Were some of those bolster flowers scary, Dorky?
Oh yeah, they're mega scary.
Dorky is screaming the entire time.
It's like
the
howling in
worst part
pain.
is like you're getting gripped
You
by
get
the
gripped.
fucking tree, and
Yep.
he's just beating your ass. But on top of that, you have like 10 flowers that are just absolutely railing you with bolstering.
Yeah.
attacks.
Oh, so you probably have to have those flowers die
It's really
before.
It's
the-
really
it's really
just like
only
stunning
dangerous when the
underneath them or
keepers are
push.
still alive when we go into boss.
Like the secret to that pull is you just mute your tank.
I mean, that
Let
whole
me just,
pull
let
is
me just
like
mute the shot caller. That'll work.
Yep. When all he's saying is like, "Ow, kill this shit," you just old volume slider. He'll figure it out.
See, the thing is, I'm not the one that needs to figure it out. It's everyone else around me. Because like,
Yeah.
I'm usually worried about like people getting hit by the frontal because I'm cutting everywhere, or like the ads coming out because I cannot pick up shit.
I mean, the main thing is that we went into boss with keepers. Otherwise, we'd like full stack together, put the roots in one spot. It'd look much organized and clean. But like when the whole room has fucking shrooms, it's chaotic.
Yeah, it seemed really chaotic. I saw there was a time where like anytime that the DPS get threat of the little flowers or whatever, it's like so hard 'cause there's just mushrooms fucking everywhere.
That's where the chaos and the damage loss comes in, and the
Yep.
strat becomes worse. But like if we can kill the keepers before going to boss, it looks very good.
It's too bad that you guys just don't have like time on the weekend to figure out how to get the keepers out of your pull.
How come Echo went down to like the bottom lower round 2 bracket and Legendary went to the top? Did they like reseed it?
They
based on-
reseed it so you don't verse the same people you did in your first half. So, like
Yeah, you
on the
flip-
bottom
you
half,
flip
like,
it.
You have levels. Like if they went up against
Yeah, they would. Yeah, Legendary would play them again, and Echo would play some seriousness again potentially.
exactly.
If
So
that
there's-
makes sense. Yeah. Okay.
So they reverse them. Pretty standard, like 20 bracket style.
Then I saw some random chatter. It was a first time chatter, and he spammed it like 5 times after when Lapon DC'd. And he was like, he didn't DC, his character was moving. It's like, oh, this guy doesn't get games.
No, yeah, he in a DC. He was faking DC.
Yeah, imagine like what you're accusing him of at that point is so fucking wild. Like imagine you're lagging, right? And then you take the first res and then you die again. And that res is up and you're at your computer not DC'd and you choose to not take the res to like prove that you were lagging instead of trying. Like that is like all-time bitch shit. There's 0% chance that happened.
I do that shit in raid all the time.
I saw you killed the boss the other day, man.
Oh shit, grats.
We had rank 5 execution. We actually smurfed the
so
fuck out of
good.
that boss when we killed it. It only took us 450 pulls to learn how to do it.
Yep.
You had to play disc on that fight too, didn't you?
Yep.
Oh, Grau can.
Did you play Mindbender or Shadow Fiend?
Shadow Fiend.
How miserable was progging P1?
So I tried to take all my timers from Taiwanese disc priests that were doing like rank 1 parses,
Yep.
and
It was impossible.
that was impossible.
Yep, that was me. I did the same thing.
We also had a Mistweaver that was YOLO revivaling over his ramp, so. Grau would just DM me how mad he is.
No, I would just say it in voice.
Is execution just damage taken? More or less. Like it maybe weights deaths somehow.
It's like a
But,
trigger
yeah.
for a Mistweaver. They see the disc ramping, they got to hit their button.
I don't know. I'm just not good at that class already. People don't need to try and make me look bad. They gotta help me out here. I remember how big of the change my HPS was when you like started move. You like specifically got people off of my ramp on the first dream run because everyone was just like slamming buttons on my big ramp for no reason. As soon as they stopped, I like had normal HPS. I'm like, okay, well, that makes me feel a little bit better.
Yeah,
because like our first polls, they were like compensating for you learning your ramp, right? And then I had to tell them to pull it off because I'm like, yo, guys, Grau's got this now. So
yeah. I think if I play disc priest anymore, I'm just gonna keep an overhealing meter up all the time too.
Holy shit! Modify details so it shows overhealing.
Yeah.
Holy. I'm gonna
This
do
is
that
what I
too.
could be doing if people weren't griefing me. Are Echo playing again today? Yeah.
Let's go, Dire Wolves.
Is it after this match? It will be. There's going to be one more. These are the two elimination. There's going to be 2 elimination matches for all the teams that lost on day 1. So this is the first of those. There'll be another of those. Then I think Echo plays, and then they'll play the winner of the next game, I think. And then, or maybe they're game 8 today, actually.
Kill those guys.
Or 6 or whatever. Either way, the winner of this game is going to play Legendary, and then the winner of the next series is going to play Echo. Looking at the fall, was that a nail biter? Yeah, and a very weird one because the 2 teams were on last boss with similar health values, and one team was running 4 DPS and one team was running a healer, and the team with the healer just like beat them on time, which was unexpected. Gotta be a Mark of the Wild diff. I mean, even with Mark of the Wild, I can't believe that.
actually playing a lot of
Like, there's
matches
just no
today,
way
so
that like a healer is causing you to do more damage than 4 DPS. There's
4
something else
yesterday,
going on
6
there.
today, 4 tomorrow.
I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick.
Dire wolves. Let's go. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Let me.
All right. Yo, do any of you guys use an OLED monitor? Cool, me neither.
My stream is like blowing up and I'm getting tilted. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
I'm being told that Dire Wolves Warlock did not use 4-piece that dungeon.
Hmm.
If you guys want to bring that up on your stream, I'm trying to restart mine.
Okay. Dire Wolves Warlock did not use 4-piece that dungeon. Let's investigate that claim.
It's better AoE. We lose a lot of single target.
Wait, what is better AoE? Just not having a 4-piece?
Yep.
4-piece.
Huh?
How much better? Like, you can't be that much better AoE.
Not better enough to not run it.
Like, there's no way that one piece is making that much of a difference.
You lose all your prio too.
That has to just be a mistake. What piece didn't he run? Okay, so he was playing the helm. He's playing the embellishment helm. And then he's just playing random crit haste gloves. MDI Underground just fucked. He said his stream like blew up. Maybe whoever came after Lep is coming after him now. Cassius, thank you for the sub, babe. Appreciate it, and welcome to the jdotbabes. Okay. Yeah, Echo's in the unenviable position of being the last game today, which sucks when you're in that position, because all you want to do when you're in the lowers, you want to be practicing for this dungeon. You want to be practicing this dungeon set, but you're stuck needing to like still practice for this shit. And you're the last dungeon of the day, so you have to wait around. Like they lost, I don't know, what was that, like 2 hours ago? And they're probably still not going to play for another like hour and a half. So they just have to fuck around for like 4 or 5 hours. Jotty, thank you for the resub, babe. 5 months, appreciate it, and thank you for your continued inclusion in the jdotbabes. Sleepy, thank you for the resub, babe. 22 months, appreciate it, and thank you for your continued inclusion in the jdotbabes. This co-stream got real quiet all of a sudden. Everybody's like Max is like mute deafened. I think Growl's dealing with stream issues. Dorky's mute deafened. I don't know where the Drogo's muted. I think it's just like goop in here.
Yo, Growl, you there?
I think he's like restarting his computer or something. Wait, what is this?
Dude, it'd be cool if next MDI is like lining up with BlizzCon. They should just do LAN.
I don't think they're ever going to do lane again.
Really? Dude, I actually watched the Australian one and like that was like the worst I ever seen Echo play. And then I saw the prize money. I was like, what the hell?
Yep.
It was literally pennies.
We won the MDI right before they actually made the prize pool. Like for winning that tournament, I think we made less than like second place makes now.
Oh yeah. I mean, like half of what second place makes now.
Yep.
Well, you got to go to Australia. Did they did they pay for anything of the trip or?
Oh yeah. No, there's no way you're fucking flying to Australia on your own dime. But
Alright,
I was a little
That might-
tilted that tournament because they put all the players in this one hotel that was kind of a dump, and then they put all the talent in this other hotel, and they were all like taking pictures. They had these like fucking suites that they were in.
like a different team got better stuff? Or are you
No,
saying,
the
like, what
casters
talent?
got better. Like the
casters.
yeah, they were taking pictures of
I
their
like
shit. It
that.
was so good looking, and I was in what looked like a dorm room.
Yeah, they did you dirty.
Talent gets better stuff at our raid events too.
Yeah. Well,
Some of them are just little fucking divas.
but you guys get the good food though.
Everybody gets the good food.
Oh, dude, the Australia event had the like fucking most dog shit food. Holy shit! They were ordering takeout every day, and it was like pre-boxed. This is like just weird. like weird stuff. I'm pretty open about what food I'll eat. Like I'm not very picky, but some of the stuff they were giving us was just strange.
Weird
They give you-
Australian food.
They give you Vegemite.
I'm trying to remember
Oh,
what
shit,
some of it
Vegemite.
was. It was some kind of like fucking vegetable fish dish, but it came in like takeout boxes.
Something that would like only be good super fresh.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, whatever. We won, so all of my memories are colored positively. If we'd have lost, I'd have bitched a lot more.
Like, did you guys like your whole trip just be like like? I feel like it's so weird to like. You probably like practice the whole time while you're there.
That was the one good thing about that trip. The practice setup actually owned because they rented out a bunch of rooms on one of the floors of the hotel, and then they just gave every team their own room, and they took like all the beds and shit out and set up computers. So each team had their own like hotel room with 5 PCs in it.
It's kind of sick.
Yeah, that actually
That is
owned
pretty
that practice because the first tournament, the first LAN we played at was in Columbus, Ohio, and for practice in that one, they had us in one of the like meeting rooms in the hotel, and they just set up banks of computers that were separated by curtains, so you were playing like 3 feet away from other teams, just separated by like a thin black curtain. So you could hear everything every other team was saying, and if you walked past them, you could like look at their screens and shit. So it was a lot harder to communicate. You had to like, if you were going to say anything related to strat, you had to like type it out, and you had to be careful about what you said in comms if you had any like cheeky strats. That sucked, and that room was hot as fuck because there were just like 40 dudes in it all the time with PCs going. But the Australia setup actually owned. That practice area was probably as good of a practice setup as you could ever have.
That sounds sick. But that probably is where all the prize money went.
Probably,
Sending
yes.
How many people out to fucking Australia? Like, what was
Yes.
the point of Australia? That's like
I think
$1,500 a flight.
I think they ended up getting a really good deal on the location because it was at this. It was where they did the Sydney Olympics. They set up like they built like a huge complex for that, and I think that it was more or less unused afterwards.
I
And-
think before they got a deal on that location, they decided they wanted to do it in Australia.
Maybe.
But the companies like that love to like show how broad they are and international, and they were still having like OCE specific cups and shit back then. Like it was absolutely Dude, this is what I'm
remember
talking
when it
about.
was
Did you just watch
East
the Mage?
versus West?
Did you just watch the
That
Mage?
mage is blind.
Dude, okay, no,
Absolutely
no.
blind.
Forget like I'm not like trying to flame the mage. I'm just saying that when they spectate people, they always do the fucking worst shit. It's so funny. Oh, just look at the look.
That's not his fault though, but it's funny.
Dude, he
Yeah, it is
invis
his
after
fault. He just caught on
release.
fire to a fucking purple thing.
Okay, yeah, I guess he
That's
would have
hype.
cheat. He got like casted on twice.
He's also a mage. He had ice cold up. Easy live. Oh, by the way, Mage's next expansion, once you cauterize, you can just ice cold again. Woohoo!
That just fully resets after you cheat.
Yeah. If you play Frostfire Mage.
That class has to be the most unkillable class in the game.
Right behind Boomkins.
It's the most unkillable class in the game when piloted by someone who's really good. But
That's
I think there's classes that are more tanky for the average player though. Like I don't know if you guys have played with pug mages. And I know that people are just gonna think like they're worse pug, but I mean like the average like upper level 3.6k pug mage, like their defensiveness is not anywhere near on the level that's like really, really, really good, right? Like but if you play like a verse stacking warlock or like a verse stacking outlaw rogue, the base level of unkillable without any skill required is significantly higher than mage.
Yep, that's why I play Warlock.
There's so much shit that he just eats and lives. And I'm like, if I eat that, I'm dead.
Unless you're in bear form.
Yeah.
I'll just say
Are
it,
we
man.
the
You
only
gotta
team that's
stop.
not
You gotta
running
stop
rogue?
with the bear form stuff.
The Boomkins
Bad
brought it on
take.
themselves, dude. They complained
Oh,
about
no,
it too much.
I actually don't agree with that. I'm assuming this is what you're going on, right? Like, so Moonkins complain that they're super squishy, at least in raid, which is absolutely correct. And then people will be like, "What do you mean you can just go bear form? Man, what if my class could just choose to go bear form and have this thing?" Implying that it's not like the most annoying bad shit that you would also hate.
I mean, there are other classes that have to devote globals to staying alive.
It's more than just that though. It's definitely bad. Moonkins are definitely squishy, and the excuse of you can go in bear form is not good. They're like that was, and the funny thing is they're actually like tankier than they used to be. What happened is everyone else in the game got like multiple pieces of their defensive toolkit through talent trees, and Moonkins have stayed the same, and it's clearly fallen behind the pace. It's not good.
Another class that had to do that. Season 1, Enhance was meta in Dragonflight, and I just remember our Enhance having to go into Ghost Wolf, sit 4 seconds till he got the 20% DR, just to live a mechanic like a stomp.
I mean, the thing is, I'm almost trolling myself by trolling Boomkins, because if they give Boomkins more survivability, they'll probably do it in the general tree, which means I'll get access to it as a Resto Druid as well.
Which you're also getting, but yeah.
So I should be encouraging this. I should be like, yeah, Boomkins are very squishy. Definitely give them more defensives, and just piggyback off that shit.
They are.
But I just can't help but
saying the Moonkins are not squishy is a crazy take. At least you're talking about raid. In Mythic Plus, it's more the tankiness is much different. Like, because the damage profile is like the tankiness you care about Mythic Plus is like super overscaled infinite scaling dungeon thing where you need to like have something to live X thing every 20 seconds. Yeah, bear form is great at that, right? But like actual non like bullshit damage intake dot ramp damage over time, whatever, combined with like some massive AoE that's happening, like more of like a raid profile. Moonkins are like really dog shit. I think it was Moonkins the first season of this expansion, Razageth. Our kill of Razageth. Do you remember, Goop, what it was? I think Zevi was in bear form. Was it like 40% of the phase or something?
You talking about phase 1?
Yeah, of Razageth.
Yeah, pre-nerf Razageth, if all 3 DPS who got the mark, I forget what it was called, went max distance of the raid, you still had to bear form to live it. If you got the mark, you needed
you need an
Barkskin bear
external.
form, and you might still die.
And
Time
that wasn't true
dilate
of
that.
any other class. Yeah. It's definitely bad. They need some, but they're getting it in the hero talent stuff. They're getting like a little some stuff.
little regrowth.
Well, I mean, I think other hero talents, because they added that, and you can see it in some other trees, I think that's going to be a pretty common theme as more of them are released. I think they're, for weaker classes, I think they're adding defensive capabilities in all of the hero talents they can select.
I just want them to rework the general tree, man. It's so old and bad.
I am actually very
What's
surprised that
word you like
Druid
to
didn't.
use? Antiquated?
Yep, that's a
Bro,
good.
fucking, yeah. Antiquated's a good fucking word, and it's exact. You're exactly describing what you're trying to say.
I mean, Warlock kind of needs it too, but at least they're tanky.
The thing is, Blizzard has needed to delete one of the Druid specs for the last 10 years, and they just won't do
Which
it.
one?
It
Which
doesn't.
one?
Honestly, it doesn't really even matter. Now, the strong candidate would be probably the one that's incredibly neglected all the time and wasn't even originally its own spec, and for whatever reason was broken out into another spec, and we could just fold it back in, the way that it was in vanilla. I'm not going to name any specs out loud, but
Okay.
It's actually true. When I think about retail, the first thought is they should make it more like vanilla.
Yeah.
True.
Back when the game was good.
but Druid is the only 4-spec class, and it has suffered because of it.
I definitely think it was interesting with their having 4 specs, the hero talents of Druid. It's like Moonkin has a branch with isn't it Resto and Feral?
Both the DPS chain off of tank and healer. So it's like
Oh,
Boomkin goes to
yeah.
tank and healer, and Feral goes to tank and healer.
Kind of okay, but I kind of wish there was a. The only thing I don't like about that is that the healer and tank don't have a combined tree, because I feel like that would just be interesting and probably have things that are more along the lines of something both of them would want. You could do something cool.
Any of my old MDI teammates still do MDI? Well, I played one season with Lep.
What's going on in the MDI match? Is it looking?
Oh
good?
yeah, it's still going
Looking-
on.
We had a tank death on this poll. Yeah, Nerf quit doing MDI. He still does TGP occasionally, but he hasn't done MDI since. Ben's quit WoW. Shaq was doing MDI up till I stopped doing
Anyone
MDI.
dive to the rocks in Black Rock Gold yet today?
I don't think
No,
so.
I haven't seen
Oh.
anyone die. I've been waiting for it, but it hasn't happened.
I don't think Yoda did MDI last time. I don't think he's doing it this time.
God, the mobs in this poll is so fun. The left team, but it's so frustrating when it goes.
It's
wrong.
fun
Like,
until it goes wrong, and then you're like, I hate this, I hate this, I hate this.
dude.
That's
when-
my experience every time I do
If
this
you
poll.
miss one of the first like 1 or 2 stops on the scavengers, and they're like they're like spitting and breathing fire and spinning, and oh my god, it's fucking horrible. The boss on the right. Oh,
They
free
let
throw
some
frenzies.
cast go through, I believe.
That boss is big as shit.
That is a big boy. The stuff.
No shot. I mean, they're so dead, right?
It only stays empowered like that for one stomp, I believe. Oh,
It
never mind.
casted
One shot
multiple
the tank.
times. Yeah.
Just hit the
All
base for
right, so
3
levels
million.
with the comeback.
Oh shit.
Those are some big boys.
Unfortunate.
What other Legion dungeon could they have brought back instead of Black or Cold that would have been a little better?
Vault.
Dude, fucking facts. True. Vault of the Wardens is such an underrated good dungeon. Another wipe.
Dude, how is Smash Bite this lethal?
Dude, I
I
think,
think if they run back, they can still time it.
I think if they brought back Cathedral, I think Cathedral would do really well and people would like it.
Dude, what was Banshee was doing the big bracket of all the dungeons, and Cathedral got knocked out in first round. And I was like,
That's
that's
just because of their experience of the way it was
Yeah.
released. It's like it's a very good dungeon, but like it was released halfway into an expansion where it was the only one in the dungeon pool that people didn't know,
Dude.
so naturally it went a lot worse.
It lost to
And-
King's Rest though.
I mean, that's just wrong.
Yeah, like
It's
I
just it's simply
I was
wrong,
like,
yeah.
what the fuck? Like, how do you lose to King's Rest in first round?
Bro, look at the painting in this room.
If I
This
learned
is-
anything about the average civilian's like take on dungeons, it's that the best dungeon is the easiest dungeon, and there's almost no exceptions.
That makes sense. Because most people's interaction with dungeon is doing it for loot, and you dislike dungeons you're doing for loot if they're hard, and you like them if they're easy.
I feel the same way about Raid.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, it would make sense for that to be inverse for Mythic Plus players.
In fact, when people ask me what my favorite raid is, unironically, my favorite raid of all time is Trial of the Grand Crusader. Because it just does everything I'm looking for a raid to do. All the bosses are right there. There's no stupid ass trash. I don't have to run from room to room. It's pretty short. I think there was only 5 of them. And I didn't have to fly very far to get to it. It was like just go to the flight point and then you just walk into the door next to it.
I'm
And
definitely with you there on just spawning in front of the bosses and not doing trash, though. That's good. That's a good take.
Has there ever been a situation where you guys like walked into the raid, did trash, and you look back and you're like, man, that trash is pretty fun?
Nah, it's just a. I don't think it's even about that for Blizzard. I don't think Blizzard thinks that. I just think it's always been that way, and I think it helps paint a picture of the raid. Like, above all else, Blizzard needs and loves theme, and they need theme to work. And if they're gonna make the if they're gonna make a raid, it has to feel like you're surging a citadel and there's people in there defending it. And if there was just bosses, it would totally go against all of that. Like, I feel like people don't even think about how much they care about that. Like, even all the good seasonal affixes. They didn't start those seasonal affixes thinking, like, what would be sick gameplay? They were like, all right, what's the theme of the patch? Step 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 are all that. And then it's like, oh, okay, Awakened, Nyalotha would have these, like, Void Lords come out of the world or whatever, right? Like, the Razageth would have this thundering mechanic. It's like, it always starts from theme. And I think trash is a big part of that. Which I don't know if I necessarily agree with, but I'm also someone who only cares about gameplay and doesn't care about anything else, so my opinion is probably super biased.
Yeah, I think it's just an outdated concept. Like, it was cool way back in the day, but it's like just doesn't really work nowadays.
trash is always like it's called trash. At
Yeah.
no point was anyone under the impression that this was like the good part of the raid.
I'm under the impression that they have trash to like introduce a boss's mechanics to like
Yeah.
casuals.
I think they
They
like
do it
to
in
do
dungeons
that.
and raids.
I do not think that the trash exists to do that, because all the way back to the beginning origins of trash didn't do that for a very long
Yeah,
time.
that's a relatively new thing.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's something they were like, oh, it's cool when trash does this, but I don't think that's anything close to why it exists. It's just like this. Like, just imagine you're storming a citadel, right? Like, you're storming a castle, and you're gonna beat the bad guy at the end. Wouldn't that guy have some defenses in front of him, like some like armies of troops you have to claw through to get there? Like, it seems stupid, but Blizzard loves that shit. Like, it to them, theme is everything. And I think there's probably some portion of the player base. Like, for example, let's say raids for the rest of time no longer had trash. Still the same map, still the same layout. You still had to run to bosses. But, like, there's just no trash in front of the bosses. You just have to go to the bosses, and the boss is the only thing waiting for you. That sounds great to me. I bet, like, r/WoW, I don't ever go on Reddit, but I imagine there would just be those kind of people or WoWhead commenters that are like, I miss when this game made me feel like I was in a world or some shit like that.
I'll say this to trigger chat, but having trash in hardcore raids was actually like, it actually felt like you were fucking storming the Citadel, because every single like pull matters. So it actually, like, the trash in hardcore actually hit different. Like, you would prepare more for the trash than you did for the bosses in some
Fucking
situations.
classic. Wait, people like trash and raid?
Welcome back.
Wait, what was the what? Hold on. Are
We
people
were
talking
talking
about how
about-
we like trash and raid?
We were talking. Basically, all of us hate trash and raid, but Max was saying like casuals probably like,
What the
it's part of
fuck?
the
No,
immersion.
no, no. I don't think it's a majority. I'm not making the take like if they remove trash, the majority of people will be mad. I just think there are some people that hold on to it. I don't think that it's like a what players want thing as much as it's like that's the game that Blizzard's making. That theme matters too much. That's why they would never get rid of trash.
I mean, I think the last expansion they've gotten like I don't know raid. I think about when you do farm raid takes like an hour and a half to 2 hours. But I remember Nyalotha, that raid took like fucking forever to clear just because of how much trash was in
Dude,
there.
jumping down into the hole was hard banned. Like,
Yeah,
I
you
You
wonder
just
how.
never went
hole.
down there.
Yep.
Like I think they learned their lesson from that because we haven't seen a raid where it just takes 4 hours to re-clear anymore.
All right, so if you could just select whether to walk, if there were two different entrances to a raid and one had trash and one didn't, which door do you think everyone walks into?
Bro, no shot you would walk into one with trash. Well, get rid of that shit. Just put an LFR.
Holy shit, trash and LFR only. That's a good take.
Dorky, are you using an OLED?
Yeah, I am.
How are you liking it?
It is sick.
Okay, I want to get one.
It's very nice. Yeah, get one. Highly recommend. We are like really MMO gaming usable monitors nowadays.
Dude, I found out like last week, like Smacked is like hacking because he's like so far away. It looks like I'm looking through a magnifying glass.
Oh, his camera
His
distance?
character. Yeah, his camera distance is like crazy for a Shadow Priest. Obviously, he has a dot shit.
What's your camera zoom factor?
I did that like console command that made it 2.6 forever, so I got it farther now. But
Mhm.
before that, it was bad. I was like, I wanted to be as zoomed out as Max. And then also I saw like your frames go down instead of up stacking, and I was like, that's another hack.
Oh, underneath the character?
Yeah, underneath the mobs.
Yep.
It's another hack because then you could literally just look at your feet and you
Yep.
still have all the frames in front of you. I've seen some like Shadow Priests and Boomies. They like are playing as if they're looking in the sky, like they're just looking at birds.
Yep.
They have to dot all the frames.
Yeah, I had to do
That
that.
definitely spawned after a fucking tilting explosive. pull
Yes,
like
it
that.
was. I started playing nameplates at base in Sanguine Depths explosive.
Yep. I remember that MDI almost lost my mind in DOS trying to do explosives as a holy paladin. I'm pretty sure I got Omega carried too. Like I think Junkrat probably did more explosives than like almost anybody like from other teams. He actually helped
Yeah,
so
it's
much, and it was
really
still
bad
fucking
when you
so
have your
frustrating.
DPS doing them.
Well, there was like weird shit about Windwalker. I thought where like it wasn't that like you could fit it in where it would be like doable.
No, it was like
No, okay,
you
never
had
mind.
you had your sub rogue meleeing them while black powdering is the idea. But you got to do like some like cringe mouse over shit.
Dorky will take any opportunity to flame the healer.
The thing is,
It's
in
actually
MDI,
based.
I'm sure JB knows this. The healer has to be doing most of the bitch work.
Yep.
You can't have the healer
I-
just like trying to fucking
This was
just, like do damage and healing shit. Like, bro, you gotta do the fucking job and help the team.
There's been a few times where I'll start to go do an assignment that's like the bitch work, and then somebody on the team will be like, I should probably do that instead. And I'm like, that can't be right. Like, it
Yeah,
can't be
that-
right
yeah,
that you do
so
this.
That's just a time loss.
they'll do it immediately after it messes up. Like let's say I'm doing like 10 bitch jobs on a boss and then we wipe. They're like, all right, I gotta take some things off you. And I'm like, no, it needs reps. It's a lot of shit. Like there's a lot of stuff that goes on in the poll or whatever it is that you need me to grab.
Yeah, I mean, it's like
Like,
if you don't have your healer doing shit at that point, you might as well have a
It
full
has to,
DPS,
yeah.
right?
But I'm
Which
in
is, like, what a lot
agreement
of
with
people
it.
are
It's
doing.
not like I'm sitting there like, hey guys, take some more stuff off me so we can lose time on our damage. Like, no, it's just it needs reps. There's a lot of stuff like I don't know. It's also funny because when you do some polls where it's like they're so used to you doing the bitch job, and there's a hard pull where you can't do the bitch job. Let's say it's like incorporeal or dispel. Like my dispel is permanently on X thing.
Yeah.
Then sometimes they go off literally. Like that incorp that went off in our fall. Holy shit!
Dude,
I was literally-
fucking,
I-
I love being a warlock, man.
I was
Just
not healing
incorporeal.
more
Alright, guys,
chi.
I gotta
handle it.
stop refreshing this
Oh,
stream.
I
sorry.
was not healing
The,
more
the
chi.
other
I had
one,
a
I can do incorporeal.
I had a 0 to 100 top Morchi in like 5 seconds. I could not spare a single global.
That was
'cause
actually
we were,
insane.
we were
That
getting
was
it.
so close at the end of the fall.
What did I just click?
And
You
then the
literally had to let
incorporeal
Smack
went off.
die because you were
Yeah,
healing
it-
more chi.
The incorporeal goes off too, and then I'm doing less healing, and then we go in the bubble and we take infinite damage, and people are like, "You're letting Smack die, heal him." Like, dude, try to not make us
walk.
Huh? And normally that whole time I'm Heart of the Wild spamming damage. But dude, that run was so cursed.
Who do you guys got in this game, by the way? Who you feeling?
It's date night. That skills and Razag are really good on live. Like,
Yeah.
they just didn't really take this. I mean, from what I heard, they didn't really take this seriously and didn't really practice, but one night a week or something.
So wouldn't that mean you wouldn't pick them?
I still think they win just because they're better.
Oh yeah.
It would be them versus Echo, I think, next match. Or not the next match, but
Yeah, 2 matches from now.
the last match of the day will be them.
Yeah, no. Legendary plays right after this, I think.
Yep. Echo's got last game of the day.
Ooh, level
Nice.
die.
Skills and Razag have been like rank 1 on live several seasons, or like in their past. I've seen the name.
By the way, how often do you guys have Razan reset on you?
No comment.
Yeah, no comment.
All right.
You guys think Razan's a good dungeon boss?
No.
I mean, I think there's been worse dungeon bosses.
Making a good dungeon boss is, I feel like, really, really hard. It seems
Yeah,
so
it has
easy.
to be like a fine line of like
It's such a fine
mechanics,
line,
but not
yeah.
too much.
It has to be interesting. Well, no boss is interesting for more than like 3 minutes. Like dungeon boss, it's just so repetitive and easy. But
I think the one that's like the most interesting that is actually long is the last boss of Gambit, for example.
oh,
But it's
that's
kind of like 2 bosses.
okay. That I agree with. I think that boss owns. But I feel like if they made most bosses as complex as the last boss of Gambit, I think people wouldn't like it. Like that's probably reserved only for like a last boss of a dungeon where they could soup it up like that.
What about Tree Boss now before?
I think that's one of the best dungeon bosses ever. Second
yeah,
boss
such a good boss.
in No Code Offensive, I think, owns as well. Big time.
The elemental?
Yeah, the lightning guy.
That is a take.
Goop hates him.
You don't like that
You
boss?
don't like that boss, Scoop? What the hell?
I love that boss.
I would like that boss if it had any sort of consistency whatsoever, but it was
Oh, like with
completely
stuff
random.
where stuff
At least
spawns?
until they nerfed it twice. It was completely random if you could maintain your stacks throughout the fight or not, based on how early they spawn.
Oh yeah, I think the we are judging the bosses, I assume, after their final version of nerfs. Because if we're saying the tree boss is one of the best bosses ever, that would definitely not have been true initially. They definitely made it better.
It was just like giga hard. They didn't change the way, or did
They
what did
changed
they
the
do?
timing of a lot of mechanics on that
Oh
fight.
yeah, that's right. Yeah.
I think Razan would have been a better boss if the raptor piles, like, I think the fight was designed to where you were going to have to kite Razan around raptor piles, but it just ended up that everyone tanks him. Like, you just kite him around the edge of the room, so that's never a thing. But the fight would have been more interesting if you were actually trying to lead him, like, through the piles of bones to keep him from hitting them, and you had to try to guide him.
Dude, the more I'm thinking about Gambit, that dungeon was just awesome, man.
Yeah, Gambit was a banger.
Just all of it. Like I think it's mostly remembered for it's just like a really fun. There's just a lot of.
There's a
mobs
spell
and
where he
stuff,
spawns all
but
remaining raptors at
the
X
bosses
percent.
were all really cool too. Even the first boss, like that's like a cool little thing, you know. That bit.
Wait, first boss in Gambit?
Yeah, I like that boss.
You know the colors.
You don't like the colors?
I wouldn't say that's a banger
guess.
boss, but it was like fine.
I thought it was good. Thought the second boss was good too. Both very unique. I wonder if we'll ever get those back again. Like, I
Oh,
wonder
sorry,
if-
dude. I was thinking you were talking about Streets. Sorry, not Gambit.
Oh.
Oh, the first boss in Streets.
Oh
is
my
the
god, I
worst
fucking
pile of
hate,
shit ever.
fucking
yeah,
hate
that's
first
that
boss of
one.
Streets.
Fucking
You were like
Streets,
you were
man.
stun locked.
Yeah,
by
I
the
was like,
comment.
there's no way. There's no way.
Yeah,
No,
boss stinks. That
no,
boss
none of the
stinks
bosses
so
were
bad,
particularly
actually.
good in Streets. I mean, the last one was cool, but like,
Do you think we'll ever
The
get?
instruments boss.
They're bringing back dungeons, right? Do you think we'll ever get them to bring back old mega dungeons? Like I know season 4 last expansion, that was like a mega dungeon season. Like that was the bit, right? Like you got every single mega dungeon. They brought both of them back. Like, do you think one of these seasons they'll be like, okay, we're just gonna bring back Gambit specifically, or we're gonna bring
probably too
back?
soon. Oh, like just one nano shot.
Well, it wouldn't be too soon because you could do like they're taking back Legion dungeons, and there was a Legion mega dungeon, right?
Yeah, but we've already seen Karazhan like 2 times already, right?
Just once, right? When it existed.
Well, it came
and
back
then-
and then like when it existed, yeah.
Yeah. Probably less likely because we've gotten them brought back at some point.
I hope next season's just all the Dragonflight dungeons.
I think it's like basically guaranteed to be that, right?
That's what I would think.
You know what would be real sick if they added another dungeon, like a brand new dungeon. Wow.
Yeah, I hope
a
they
pirate
do.
dungeon.
Actually, I really doubt they'll do that now because it's
No chance.
it's like season 4 is like most of our team is working on the expansion season.
There's no
I
chance.
doubt-
I'll literally eat my shoe if there's a new dungeon for this expansion next.
I'll
patch.
get ready for that.
Well, the thing is with next patches, they're probably going to have the mega dungeons there as well because it would be crazy for them to only have that for one season of an expansion. So it's a 10 dungeon season then?
I hope they introduce procedurally generated dungeons. You
Oh,
just
like
have
islands?
you have like
Yeah.
all the trash, but it just spawns in different spots and in different configurations and shit.
It would be kind of fun to do Mythic Plus with like a randomizer.
Yeah, and the bosses are in different orders.
The bosses are in different orders, and like the mobs are all in totally different spots of the dungeon. It's completely random. That'd be sick.
But it can only be so random though, right?
I mean, like, you would have to like kind of figure out. You're right. It could only be so random. It would kind of be like Beguiling season, where like it's one of 3 layouts, and you just figure out which one it is. But if it was actually truly like, let's say there's 26 trash packs in a dungeon, they are actually just rolled 1 through 26 and just completely random. Like you chaining pulls would be super interesting because you'd have to figure out what that would happen. But it would never happen because of theme, right? You'd be putting the tree mobs in the bat area, right? And that just Blizzard would never want that.
This is a very tight dungeon.
It'd be like Waycrest, actually. You just got a bad RNG roll, you're done.
Just spawn a pack with 6 casters. Well, or you spawn a
really
pack with
wants-
like
man
archers
down?
and you can't line.
This is actually
That's
really
probably
close.
the diff.
Oh, that death.
Yeah, that's
That
got to
death
be the diff.
matters. Well,
On
they still
Lust,
have a 5-second
Bro.
advantage.
He died in
look at
Lust.
this, yeah, he lost his void form that normally goes for a minute.
They would have to lose
Or-
by 5 seconds, assuming nothing else changes. They're ahead by 10%. Lust is ending for both groups.
Dude, this Druid's piping. He's putting his heart and
Oh,
soul.
Resto Druid on the right team. That's really
He-
significant compared to Monk.
He's trying to catch up.
Monk stinky. No, I don't think they have enough time. There's no. They would have to kill the boss like right now because they have a
Quad
5-second
staff?
death timer word.
Odd execute staff.
Nah, 0 chance.
Yeah, GG.
this was the one part of LAN that was very unique. Was when you were up on stage, they would signal the winner by playing lights over your head, like flashing lights would come on. And so every time you get close to the end of a dungeon, you would just be like bracing for the lights over the other person's bank of computers to come on. And you're like, I better not see shit out of the corner of my eyes, better not see shit out of the corner of my eyes. And we also had, there'd be like camera crews there that would like walk back and forth between the two groups of players. And we had our own sort of suspicion that they would tend to focus more on the team that was ahead. So anytime the camera guys were in front of us and then they turned and started walking to the other team, we'd be like, guys, we got to go fucking faster.
That actually, yeah, I believe that 100%.
Is there a good team coming up?
Legendary versus Direwolves should be next.
Oh, shit. I didn't see a good Waycrest. I'm curious what people are doing for Waycrest.
You don't think that just gets banned out for the rest of the tournament? Is it first game in any of the series?
Let's see. Fuck is the thing?
For sure, it's our first game tomorrow, isn't it?
Okay, but what about today? It's nothing today, right? It's just match 11. It's the only time, which is our match.
Should have played this MDI. I tried. Team fell apart. All right, throwing the tides. I wonder if we see a non-Mistweaver in here. Uh-oh, looks like practice is commencing.
Yep.
They didn't even say bye. They just dipped.
True. Right, though they got work to do.
What DPS would I play in MDI? What if we were like running 4 DPS? I don't know. I feel like I would really not want to play AUG. Like I feel like it would be either Druid or Pally, probably. Do I think key levels are too low right now? Yeah. These dungeons are being timed like way faster than dungeons historically have been in the MDI. Wasn't I toying with the idea of playing AUG before it came out? Yeah, I think in practice, AUG isn't as interesting of a support spec as I'd like it to be. Dude, Tuttles looks like he just woke up. What if it was like Yumi in League? That was in Heroes of Newerth. I used to play Empath, which was like what her ult did. She jumped on a character and then you were just part of that character. That was my favorite hero. What do I believe the level should be? I feel like 25s would probably get to the point where you would not be thinking about 4 DPSing it. Ever have to inspect the Warlock to make sure he's using force set? Dude, that was one of those people were speculating, like, I wonder if he did it on purpose. And it's like, come on. It's like I don't know. It's like more AOE DPS if you don't wear force set, and it's like I promise you, secondary stats are not that important. I'm trying to remember the most I've ever fucked my gear up in a game. What's the worst thing I've ever done gear wise? I know I've had at least a few mistakes with stuff. I'm trying to remember there was one in
Dude.
Shadowlands.
Who was it in here? Oh, they left.
Yeah, they all ditched.
Dude, one of them was, I think it was Drogo. I was like saying, oh, they're gonna win or whatever, and he was like, are you seriously pogging for a game 3? Like, Jesus, man.
Yeah.
This actually, like, these two teams in seed are kind of closer than most. Like, their games should be closer going to a game 3. Both games looked somewhat competitive.
Yep.
But the reason that it's not super interesting and we haven't been super into it is because of what, right? I guess the idea is it doesn't seem feasible that either one of these teams are going to live past this next match or realistically qualify. Is that the idea?
I mean, both. I would say both Echo and Legendary would have started the day as my favorites to win this tournament. And I think Echo, like, they lost by the very narrowest of margins. And Legendary should probably have advanced, barring internet issues. So it definitely feels like two teams that are very likely to end up top 3 and would require like a similar full disconnect from like the tank for several minutes for them to lose.
Yeah, but what does that have to do with these teams, though?
Well, yeah, I'm just saying that, like, these teams are running into one of those teams. So it sort of feels like the results of this game are ultimately just they're playing to see who gets to lose to that team next round.
I think specifically this game fights Echo. I think the winner of this match fights Echo.
I believe you're right. But yeah, realistically, the top teams in the tournament usually have routes that are so much faster than the bottom teams that you can literally full wipe multiple times and still win the game. And when that disparity exists, it would require someone's internet to like completely go out. Yeah, what was that fucking Shadowlands game where I fucked up? It was my gear, my talents, or something. What was it?
I recognize a few people on levels. Isn't that like that Forden guy? Was he on another team before? Maybe all of them. Actually.
I know that Levels has done, at least with the name Levels, because it's a guild on EU. I know there's at least been a Levels team, I think in the last TGP. And I recognize Volpin because he's on my friends list. But yeah, they were probably, it was probably more or less the same team in Great Push.
Wow. Dude, I saw some random, just thinking about you killing Fire Act the other day. I saw someone post like stats again recently about how many people at this point had killed the second to last and last boss last season versus this season, and it's like, or I think it was even first season. It was a crazy difference.
Yep, these two were fucking blasters.
And they nerfed them so crazy too, but like just at such a base level, they were so hard that it doesn't matter.
I just think Blizzard needs to get away from mechanics where one person fucking up wipes the raid. And I understand that it's hard to make a fight challenging for the Echoes and the Liquids of the world if failure only kills one person. But I don't think there is a more deflating concept in raiding than having, especially random mechanics. It's one thing if it's a mechanic that you can dictate who's going to do the mechanic and that person gets like used to doing it and it's their singular responsibility. But when there's mechanics that can choose anyone in the raid or at least a large portion of the raid, then you're going to go a lot of pulls where that person's only going to deal with the mechanic once every third or fourth pull. And then when it's their turn to do it, they fuck it up. But every time that happens, it's a different person fucking it up. And it takes you 100 pulls to even have done the fight enough times for everybody who've even seen the mechanic. And that kind of shit is just, it makes it very hard to stay focused on the fight when you know that no matter like what you do, there's a good chance that the raid's going to wipe independent of how well you're performing.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's a. I think I definitely agree on earlier bosses. Like I think there's a difficult boss end boss thing where you can have that because like a boss truly without that like I know people would just be like, "Oh, well, Echo and Liquid, it's got to be hard." But like I think like so many people like bosses if there was truly no way to wipe the raid by one person making a mistake, it would be like just fucking unbelievably easy. For everyone, which I know is what you want. You just want the raid to be as easy as possible, right? But I think the issues they've had on that in the past is when it's been on like earlier bosses than the end boss for sure. Like Anduin, for example, had like more mechanics than Fyrakk and Tindral combined. That one person messed up, it killed everyone, and it was the 8th boss in the raid.
Well, one thing about fight design where individual mistakes wipe the raid is,
Ooh.
yeah, this is,
Oh, they're dead. I think they're dead.
yeah, this fight's fucking. If you don't have good stops here, it's easy to wipe to this dude. There's a lot of casters that just spam over and over. One of the things I dislike about individual responsibility wiping the raid is I dislike as a healer that it feels like I can't play really well and save the raid from that. Because that kind of feels like that should be a thing as a healer I
Yeah,
could
like the
do.
punishment, basically, you would rather, instead of just one-shot everyone's dead punishments, you'd rather them be very taxing, like, really hard-hitting dot that is possible to live through, but will set you back to live things later.
Yes.
Right? So, like, the punishment isn't you're instantly dead. The punishment is like something that you can overcome, but certainly very hard. I mean, I think I'd generally agree with that too. Because like if you want to make it, you know, like as you said, difficult for Liquid and Echo, and that's their goal, or that's something that's important to them, right? Then you can still accomplish that with that. Like, I mean, if you gave us a super hard hitting dot with the margins of what we're trying to do in progression, that's gonna be a wipe for us. Like, there's just no you're doing it at what is barely possible, right?
Yep.
Like something like that would just kill you.
The other thing I would like about that is I feel like WoW rating has drifted more towards pre-planned healing cooldowns as like a requirement, and I don't feel like it used to be that way.
Healing. No. This is a totally separate thing, but how healing has changed in this game, even in like an expansion, like insane difference. Like beginning of Shadowlands, healing was like just fine, and it is so fucked now.
But I would like to have a bit more ability to sort of YOLO on a raid boss and not feel so much like, okay, here's where I send my cooldown every time that we do this boss. Like there used to be more freeform healing in the game, and it wasn't so scripted. And now, because of how, and I feel like a lot of this is they've just made healer cooldowns. They've proliferated to where now so much of your healing comes in your cooldown windows that it's sort of meaningless what you do outside of it. And so you're just going to use them at the prescribed times every time. And that would make a part of the fight where like something went wrong and you start taking a shitload of damage. I'm not even sure in the current format healers could react to that, because you're like, well, I don't have any healer cooldowns set up for right now, so we're fucked. But it used to be that I could just send my healer, like I had more throughput to use reactively. It wasn't all just laid out, and it felt like you could do more in a fight to respond to healing that was unexpected.
Yeah, I mean that was where Shaman was really fun, and when I used to raid a Shaman in BFA and a little bit of Shadowlands, and it's like you have like your maintenance buttons, and then like you can dump mana into chain heals, and like you can time your cloud burst, and it felt like it was like super dynamic. Like obviously like SLTs or whatever is scripted, but it's hard to know. I don't know if that's a function of the encounter design or the class design, or just people just like are too good, you know? Like if you don't force the raid, like if you don't force people to use raid healing cooldowns in certain moments, then everything might be too easy.
I mean, I think objectively there just are more healing cooldowns now. Like classes just have more buttons that are like your big button.
Look at Preservation Evoker as a design. Like they came built with like so many more things that could make you live at a certain moment. Yo.
Oh, that actually reminds me. There was a in the last conversation we had about when we were doing the dungeon tier list. There was we left off with saying something like we might come back and talk about ranking the different expansions against each other. And I remember having a thought about BFA that kind of dovetails off this, which was back in BFA, I feel like at least in the Mythic Plus meta, all of the specs were essentially cooldown lists. You played with Outlaw Rogue, who really didn't give a shit.
BM Hunter.
You played with BM Hunter, you played with DK, who had some cooldowns, but they were fairly low. I think DT was like a 45-second cooldown.
Yep.
So, you know, maybe you'd have to take like one break pull, sort of, if you just popped the pull before. But for the most part, you could just drop the route how you wanted to, and you probably had damage to do whatever you wanted. You didn't have to do this shit where it's like, well, we need a break pull, and we have to wait for mage to have their combust back. You could just grab whatever the fuck you wanted, and you had damage and you had healing all the time. And I think that's part of what made BFA so fun, is you did not feel restricted by, you know, are my CDs up or aren't they? It was just like, yeah, pull it. We'll do damage and we'll heal through it. And I liked that flexibility and that play style where it wasn't all about cooldown management. It was more just like, I have a bunch of rotational buttons. I'm never waiting more than like 30 seconds for something to come back. And I'm not worried that like, oh shit, Ashen Hallow's down for another 3 minutes. Oh, these guys pulled the pack at the back of the room. I wondered if we'd ever see anybody pull this. There's like the little...
Yeah, it doesn't seem that bad. The reason why you don't see anyone pull it is because just pressing W in this dungeon, it's really hard to skip packs except for the ones by the second boss. And like, what are you gonna do with that count?
Yeah.
You know, like where do you skip? Like that's what I was kind of thinking. I was thinking about incorporating that pack and finding some way to skip the first two of these little pulley boys.
Okay.
That spawn in this hallway that they're in right now, levels, and then pulling just the back half of it onto the boss, and then after it dies, pulling in that other pack, and then you'd have to skip past them again though. Like it just doesn't work with the comp. Also, do we know why? Oh, okay. Have they been no one's been pulling all these sentries at once, right?
I think Legendary did 2 and 2. Because they lusted the last two, if I remember right.
Why are people running Mistweaver in here? Every group is doing it.
I think it's because of the pull profile. There's like a lot of small mobs, or a lot of pulls where there's a lot of things to hit, and you can spin and do healing. This is like an actually kind of scary dungeon on Fort. And so I think the pulls, like when you go everything on Ravager, there's enough unavoidable damage on pulls like that I think Mistweaver is probably just a level of safety that is hard to...
This is a GG for levels, I think, right?
Yeah, they're definitely too far behind for this. Even if the other team like had some deaths here. I don't think you wipe on this guy no matter what. Even if one person dies, you can still limp through it.
I've heard so much of chat always complains about the last boss in here. They're like, oh, the last boss is coming up. I've done this dungeon a lot in Pugs. Like I think 27s, maybe I have 28 on Fort. But I've wiped in that key a lot, but I've never wiped on that boss, and I've never felt like we were gonna wipe.
It's just a player skill group diff. Like the thing is, even like it's not like the mechanic is hard, but the problem is when you get low enough that you're playing with people who don't even do the mechanics, because normally you don't get punished. Like the problem is like if you don't do that mechanic, you actually wipe to it.
So it's like because I haven't done them on lower keys. So I imagine if you do it in like a 23 or 24 or something, you just is how the fight works is you don't properly clear it once and it's just like you're bricked. It's just gonna keep
like
growing.
imagine doing it on like a 15 with like a bunch of undergeared people. Like it's probably impossible, right? Because people just don't clear it.
The thing about it is once you understand how the mechanic works, you couldn't believe that somebody
That makes
doesn't
sense.
do it. And so then when you wipe to it, you're like, there's no way that we wipe to them just not clearing the shit on the ground, right? Like somebody couldn't be that bad at the game. So then you almost are led to believe that there must be some other reason that you wiped. And then when you find out that it's actually just because somebody didn't clear the shit on the ground when they got the beam, it like blows your mind.
Yeah. Couldn't you also, like, to catch up, couldn't you, like, pop a personal and put the puddle in an old puddle? Does that work, or does it spread it? Does it increase the size?
You might be able to, but that puddle fucking wrecks you.
Well, I mean, we're talking about lower keys, right? So
Yeah,
it would
potentially. I'm
not
not
make
sure.
very much. I could definitely see it. I just hadn't had the perspective before. I haven't done a lot of keys at 20 or below 20, and it makes more sense that it would be those levels where that happens. But they're saying it in a chat talking about someone doing a higher key though. Is it normal when you're watching a high key stream do the last boss that they fall behind on puddles? Like, I just can't imagine that.
No, but it's happened to me before. It's not normal, but it's happened. And at the end of it, I'm just like, there's no way that you guys just didn't clear the puddles, right? And the answer is yes, they just didn't clear the puddles.
And then you unfriend them.
And then it's never been in a pre-made, because in a pre-made you'll just actively get yelled at like in real time. They'll be like, "What the fuck are you doing?" And you'll be like, "Oh shit." It's in like a no comms pug, and somebody doesn't clear the puddles, and then afterwards you get the most toxic group chat you've ever seen in your life.
Yeah.
And then a quick disband. That is actually an interesting phenomenon, I feel like. I don't know if it's this way on NA as well, but at least on EU, I feel like the amount of people that are willing to get into Discord together now to do a key, like it has to be a very important key to you to say, yeah, I'll get in Discord. Like we do, iPug fucking 30s where we don't get into Discord with each other.
Is that EU shit? Yeah.
Legendary versus Direwolves. Okay, so Legendary is obviously looking real good, but I feel like Direwolves. If there's a team you don't want to fight in the lower bracket, it's them, right?
Yeah, it's I was talking earlier about the delta between some teams being enough that you could wipe one or two times and still win, but against Direwolves, you definitely cannot wipe one or two times and still win. And you don't like to be in that situation when you're in the lower bracket.
Okay, so we get to see. Not to mention that Lepen's having internet issues, right? So that could come into play too.
I hope it doesn't, man.
Oh, of course, yeah. The first map in this is Darkheart, so we are gonna see. Legendary. We know their Darkheart is good.
Yeah, I hope it. I hope he's got everything resolved, and I hope we get to see a clean run of their thing. To see how well it was, because it looked like their route was just better, but we didn't get to see everything play perfectly because all the shit that happened.
Yeah, and then Rise has been banned in every single map pool, and then Throne of the Tides got banned by Legendary before, so I assume that's their ban, or maybe they specifically banned it against, because we've seen Legendary do Throne, right?
Yeah.
Interesting, but they banned it against that, which means they liked every other dungeon better. They had mostly the wait. 1 second. Am I looking at this right? Is their map pool for this match literally exactly the same as the one from earlier? All 5 maps are exactly the same. It starts in Darkheart, and the other options are Throne of the Tides, Black or Cold, Rise, and Fall.
I think they started
It's the exact same.
I think they started trying to build map pools that are like redundant at some point, so you didn't feel as punished. That was probably the most punishing part of like going on a lowers run on Sunday was Blizzard would try to mix up the pools, and so you would have every dungeon in play over 3 series, and it felt impossible to be properly prepared for that. Like you were just like, fuck it, man. We need to feel fresh in 8 dungeons simultaneously. We have no time to practice between games. Like, fuck it, YOLO. And if you had duplicate map pools, you could at least focus your practice efforts and not feel like you were being punished by having all the maps in play.
Yeah. Man, I just can't believe it's exactly the same though. I know that's never happened to me. Where you look at a map pool and you're like, all right, what's our next map pool? Oh, it's exactly the same. Has that ever happened to you? I don't think so.
It's
so
I think that was a
strange.
more recent trend that they had.
Yeah. So I mean, I guess they're gonna ban Throne, right? Why would they ban Throne versus the other team and not this one?
Baby, thank you. Baby, you still got the ice cream down here? Yeah. I have another bite. Could be, yeah. Baby, thank you. Very bendy spoon.
Yeah, you have to. Be careful.
The new one.
What do you guys think is gonna happen here? You think this is a 2-0?
I think Direwolves is gonna take a game. I think they're gonna show up.
Really? Okay. Actually, have we seen Direwolves do any of these maps yet?
Not,
Let's see. They played
on Discord.
match 2, day 1.
Okay.
3 of the same dungeons were in the pool, but I don't know if they played any of them.
Yeah.
Actually, I think we did see Direwolves and Darkheart.
What?
How much more do you?
Oh, of this? 2
All right.
games.
Wow.
Rage, no DCs.
Yeah, I think it entirely depends on Lep's connection.
Bro, Growl, you do HelloFresh, right?
I used to.
Hello Freshman, dude, my current code gets you free breakfast for life. Holy moly.
Huh?
Yep.
How does that work? Like, if you have a subscription, they'll also add breakfast to it or something?
I don't know. I think it's you start a new one.
Oh, what are some of the breakfasts?
I already looked at it earlier. Let me see. I don't know how to sort by just brekkie. Yo, if you have breakfast later in the day, is it still breakfast?
I mean, the name is, break your fast. So if you ate anything in between it, then it's no longer breaking
You're
your
doing
fast.
too much with this lore stuff. I feel like
It's
I
literally
feel
the
like
name of
breakfast
it.
Yeah, but breakfast has moved past its origins. You know? Like here, I got some lore. Brunch is breakfast and lunch combined.
Yep.
Get on, buddy.
But that's exactly. But if you eat it late enough in the day, you are both breaking your fast and eating lunch. Thus, brunch.
True.
Dude, Flex actually has an interesting question. He said, does anyone else here eat solely for survival and doesn't care about taste?
No, I wish I was like that.
That's
I love
great.
food way too much.
Yeah, I love food.
I used to eat the same thing every day for a stretch of like 2 years.
Wait, what'd you eat?
It was beans, broccoli, spinach, olive oil. Some days we would put mackerel on it for the good omega fatty acids for your brain. Then in the afternoon we would eat peanut butter for a snack. And that was every day's meal.
Were you like trying to like lose weight or like get super fit or what?
I was trying to figure out the least amount of money I could spend on food while also covering all the bases in terms of macro and micronutrients.
You were min-maxing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Easy. I can relate.
I had a spreadsheet. It was 2,000 calories a day was costing me like $3.30.
That goes hard. That's also an insanely cheap amount of money. Wait,
Yeah.
how much would that be nowadays?
More, but not. Most of it, honestly, was just the broccoli and spinach. Like buying that fresh. The beans are so cheap. Peanut butter's so cheap. You get like a ton of calories out of it. So it's mostly just the greens that cost money.
What made you stop?
I moved in with Shauna and I tried to get her to try it one time and she called me a
This is when
terrorist.
you were single.
Yeah.
Ah, everything makes so much. Okay. Wait, did you try to get her on your diet?
You mix it all together and put it in the
Oh
microwave.
yeah, it's also she wanted me to mention we mixed it all together and put it in a microwave. I don't know if that changes anyone's perception of it. I don't think
Wait.
it.
Disgusting.
Wait, what? Like
Yeah,
the
like-
spinach peanut butter thing?
No, not the peanut butter. Just the beans, the broccoli, the spinach, the olive oil. Like it all got mixed into a bowl together.
Bro, you were eating like porridge for like you were eating pig slop for like 2 years.
Yeah, I mean that's like the original question, right? Anybody just eat for?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's exactly right. Like you
Yeah.
said, you basically did that.
Yeah.
You're min-maxing your food intake.
They say the first person that's going to live to be 150 has already been born, and I'm trying to be that
That's
guy.
gonna be you?
Yeah.
Okay. Wait, did they actually say that?
Yeah.
Bro, that's gonna be me. I think gaming all day probably helps that.
I doubt it, but
Yeah.
I remember when I was trying really hard to be like the healthiest diet I could, I was reading this thing from a guy who took like 54 vitamins a day. And he was like, realistically, I know that like 70% of the vitamins that I'm taking, I'm just pissing out. Like they're just moving right through my body, doing no good at all. And I'm just pissing them all out. He's like, but I won't know which 70% are worthless until I'm older. So I'm just taking all of them, and whichever ones are actually helping, great.
Someone in my chat. Oh my god. Bro, JB talks about cool shit, but then you go to his stream and he never says a thing.
Yeah. That's because I play
You just
WoW.
fucking game. You just game all day. Dude, I think okay, you strike me as the person in your keys that you don't talk a lot because you purely focus on your performance, right?
Yep.
In like a high key. I'm the exact same way. But like a lot of like really popular Mythic Plus streamers, Growl's really, really good at this. Dorky's really good at this. They do higher keys, and they are certainly taking a little bit away from their playing skill to focus on a good chat experience. And that is so hard to do, and not a concession that I'm willing to make when I do Mythic Plus. I literally don't say a word, but it is extremely good for viewership and very fun to watch. And I think you would be like a massive, massive Mythic Plus streamer if you were willing to give up some of the competitive side to like just talk more, because you are really interesting. But I know that you probably would never be willing to like play worse on purpose for any reason.
Anytime I
Is
stop,
that accurate?
anytime I stop thinking about the key to talk to chat and I fuck up, I actually like lose my shit at myself. I get so fucking mad when I make any mistake in the key because I wasn't paying attention to the key because I was talking to chat.
One thing you'll learn is that is also fucking up in the key is also good for viewership and chat interaction. The
Yeah,
chat
that's probably
actually
true.
prefers that. I don't know. The way I see it is like it depends on the Like, you know, you have to turn it on and off. Like with hard keys, you can't do that, but trying to do it during like easy keys or like just messing around or dedicating that time to your stream. Also, Wexer died. Legendary is doing
They have a res. They have a res.
They're doing the Omega pull. They had to use this res last time. Oh, no,
two dead.
Splat
Two
died.
dead?
Oh,
They let their
no.
Incorp
dead.
go off.
Full wipe. Oh no.
Oh, the Incorp went off. Direwolves managed
Bro,
to
is
kill
this
their
the full?
first
Is
bull.
this the full Minty B?
I hope
No,
not.
I don't
No,
believe.
man.
Dude, yeah, because okay, a lot of people. Okay, when you lose a match, you really want to win. They were playing another good team earlier in Legendary. It can be kind of deflating, but losing to DCs is like the strongest. You can have the will of a fucking titan, and you will be tilted, right? So, like how their team managed to practice and prepare for this after that. Sometimes you can have kind of a shaky mentality, like depends on the people that you're playing with, but just imagine you have a wipe like that, or you have a series like that, and then you come in and you immediately wipe, and maybe it was due to one of those things or just a mistake or something, and then yeah, your mental can unravel pretty fast.
Actually, a super fucking good play that they made is they, instead of I don't know if they had the Soulstone beforehand, but instead of battle resing one, they actually had the Soulstone on Tobo. And so as soon as they wiped, they managed to kill all the trash, and now they're resing up, and now they're not nearly as far behind as you think they would be if after wiping on first boss. So that was like, I don't know. I feel like in a Menti B scenario, I don't know. They save that really well. I feel like they're still in it, even though it's not a great spot for them.
Well, the problem is, this was where they were supposed to get their lead in the dungeon, and
Yeah.
presumably Direwolves, assuming equal play from both sides, Direwolves' comp is set to go faster through the rest of the dungeon. What up, Kelly? You sent me a DM on Discord? Okay. I'll check it after this. Keanu, thank you for the resub, babe. 15 months. Appreciate it. And thank you for your continued inclusion in the J-Dot, babes. And the Dasto, thank you for the sub, babe. Appreciate it. And welcome to the J-Dot, babes. All right, let's see if Dire Wolves has figured out the no keeper tech. I think maybe they did. I don't see any mushrooms. I think Dire Wolves takes this match.
Yeah,
I think
all things created equal. If there's no more deviations, they do. I mean, just the Druid is gonna be a big time save. Like the Mistweaver's only for that first part of the dungeon.
I think the best chance that Legendary had for Dire Wolves to wipe was going to be dealing with mushrooms on this boss.
Okay, Lil Magus die, but okay, that didn't matter at all. But they did B-res it, right? So they have to be flawless for the rest of the dungeon. Legendary is good enough to where if they don't even need a full wipe, but if they even have a death on a full boss, I bet they can make up this gap.
What key level is this? 23.
Legendary death as well.
Oof.
Oh yeah, that Dryad is a murderer right now.
And they don't. If Tobo was a night elf, he could probably Meldrez, but he's a dwarf.
Dude, you know that's what gets me up in the morning. The old seeing someone hit a nice meld full res in the MDI setting. Those are good.
Yep.
That happened actually in Mandatory versus Echo in Halls of Valor, right? Didn't it was that series there was a meld res that was super sick.
Oh yeah. Well, who
It
was
wasn't the
it?
shaman.
I think it was
wasn't-
Gingy?
wasn't-
Because it was in it was
My
in
chat says Azure Vault.
there was one in Hirsch's room, wasn't there? It was
I
like
think it was now. I think now did it. I want.
Meld res?
Yeah, it was some. There was some shit for sure.
The thing in Herge's room was the Zalia.
Yeah, that
Ankh
was the
incident.
double.
But I
on
thought
thing,
I
yeah.
thought they
Oh,
res
dude.
somebody on that fight, and then that person res somebody else. But maybe I'm misremembering that.
Dude, that was so...
No, it was Zalia died, Ankhed, then he got res, then died again, and then
And
Ankhed
Ankhed.
again.
Yeah, because for people in the chat who don't know, like the tournament realm Ankh works differently. It like I think you can't like machine gun Ankh, but if you ever die and get rezzed,
Yeah,
you can Ankh
yep.
again. And there's like a French co-streamer who bought the mandatory team or something, and he didn't understand that, so his chat was just like all these angry French viewers that were just like so mad. They thought they cheated. It was so good.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, that's like something that almost like Shaman is like almost never an MDI, and no one even. I think a lot of average people didn't know about it, and it was like really, really fucking weird. But it's how it's sort of always been, because the problem is you need to reset Ankh somehow to help teams practice. You know what I mean? Like to have, like let's say you do 2 dungeons that are both 10 minutes long, like you should be able to Ankh in both of those dungeons. But like they have it coded so it just literally resets over and over and over again every time you like don't
Yeah.
bonk.
That was a fun day on stream. I remember having to explain what we just explained now at least 10 times to
Yep.
angry French viewers who did not want to hear that.
Yep.
All right, as soon as this last Blood Fury dies, I think this game is over. I think the only other way that Direwolves was going to lose this match is to have some Blood Fury shenanigans on this boss. Although I guess we did have a death on Xavius in one of the previous
Yeah.
DHTs.
They'll have a battle res though, so it would have to go. I don't know. I do think they could mess it up, but yeah, I agree that this is like the last big time loss part that they would mess up too. I don't know. It's good because I want to see a game 3 and I want to see a close series, but I feel like, man, if Lapon doesn't win this,
Dude,
this
if
is gonna be
Legendary
so
gets knocked
sad.
out of this tournament,
Oh,
I'm
I'll
looking
be
so bad.
depressed.
Yeah, that'll be-
Imagine. Yeah, I don't know. They look like they have so much momentum. I mean, obviously I have players on the team, but that would like they're just clearly one of the best 8 teams. So not seeing them make global finals would just make global finals less fun. Like not only that, but they look like they're positioning themselves to be a team that is going to make a matchup with Echo really interesting in like the grand finals, right? And I don't care how many good teams are in the grand finals. I care about how many good teams that can take maps off of the best teams are in the grand finals. And
Yeah.
they are
That's
one of them.
something that Lapon as an MDI veteran, like that's why I sort of said.
Oh,
actually,
Yazid,
that
thank
I
you for the
think
sub, babe.
Direwolves
Appreciate
might
it, and
take a
welcome
game is
to
because Legendary is
J-Dot
going
babes.
to play routes that are going to compete for the fastest time. Like they're not going to settle for, you know what I mean, these random times. They're like, oh well, if we play against Echo and they do a clean run, we just lose. Like they want to have a shot at beating every single team, and they're gonna play routes that are big and aggressive and like change things and innovate, which is cool about them.
Yeah, but the thing is though is there is a level of like I mean they DC'd and that could have been the reason they lost to Last Hope. We won't get to know. They didn't play all 3 games, whatever, but I don't know if they're having internet issues now. I sure hope not. That would be horrible, but if you're one of the best teams in the cup, you win this matchup, right? Like you just don't lose this matchup. It's
The
on
best
them.
of 3, yes.
Yeah, exactly.
But I mean, stuff does happen in one single game.
Correct.
Do you guys remember the or the DHT times from the other series? The
I do
the
not.
Last Hope.
Hang on. Let me.
I just
Dude,
sort of want to compare.
Raider IO is
times.
so good about doing this shit. Okay. DHT from Last Hope. It was 1231 versus 1241. And uppers today. And DHT from yesterday was 1330 versus 1256. So this Direwolves run was the same timer, or 5 seconds slower than Last Hope's was earlier today. And they each had 1 death. Deadass not using ad blocker? It's because it's Edge. I never use Edge. But I use it for this because when I try to run it on Firefox, I have like, it just, sometimes the screen just like turns white. I don't know. I have some issue with Twitch on Firefox when I try to watch Warcraft on it. But it's the only time I use this browser. I guess I could probably change that, like, download one.
Bro, I just came back. Did Lep on DC?
I don't know.
Well, okay, my chat might be doing some making up. They're trying to gaslight me because I left my PC for a minute, and they said that as soon as I leave my PC, he has internet problems. So like, I'm doing it.
Oh, so you're going and turning on the DDoS machine.
Crazy.
Is that how DDoSing works?
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
there's just a
just-
machine.
there's-
Is there a DDoS machine?
The thing is, you find his IP address and you feed it into your fax machine, and it sends
Oh my god!
a
an
signal
unlimited
to
amount
him.
of faxes.
Yeah.
Dude, man, that's like actual pure purgatory. You just give someone a fax machine and actually send them faxes, and you hear that loud ass noise. It's like giving someone a bird as a present. It's like, hey, take care of this for the rest of your life.
Giving someone a bird.
Yeah, bro. That's like actual torture. You have to take care of that forever.
They have a whole concept after that, but it's not a bird. This is a white elephant. This what back in the day the king used to give his political enemies a white elephant because it was a very prestigious gift. And so you couldn't say no to it, but the cost of maintaining a white elephant was so outrageous that it would like bankrupt them. So he would do that to his people that he wanted to more or less disappear.
Who
He'd
did
be like,
that?
I don't remember which dude it was.
I was about to say, I've heard this before.
Yeah,
Was
it
it
was
your uncle or something?
it was like a Persian king or something.
Do you have something that tells you that it was maybe Persian, or did you just totally make up the Persian part? Like,
I may have just totally
sounds
invented
like-
that.
yeah,
I
it
mean, I'm
sounds
just going
king
like
shit. Like a king probably did that.
elephants. Like I don't.
Bro, you know what I learned when I was in Korea earlier this year or late last year? There was someone imprisoned there that they had a statue of, and like Suki was telling me about him. And apparently he like was imprisoned wrongfully, but then he cut his own finger off, and then with his finger, with the blood from his finger, he wrote like their Declaration of Independence. That's like, I don't think anyone's ever done anything as cool as that.
It seems like it would be really hard. Like, would you have to like write it in like really big letters?
Yeah, the handwriting was probably dog shit, but I don't think they talk about that part. But it was, I mean, just the general act was fucking crazy.
I feel like that has to be at least mildly embellished.
I don't
There's no
care.
way you cut your own finger off and not like pass out from blood loss.
No, well, not if you're a huge fucking beast like that guy. Like I couldn't do that, but I'm not built like him. I'm built bad. Side note, alternate reality. Um, can you all imagine how mad people would be if augmentation was BIS for doing damage in the MDI? Like how much worse it would be, bro? It'd just be everything in chat.
Maybe. I feel like people have gotten used to it enough now.
Oh, the support meta is on us. We're getting used to it.
Yeah. The problem is I fully expected after they released AUG for them to have like a slate of support specs that they were going to roll out, but that does not appear to be the case at all. It definitely seems like AUG is just going to stay the only support.
Yeah. Not to delve into just a massively separate conversation, but I think I'm generally okay with support stuff that is properly tracked on details and logs, which it is certainly not right now, like, and that's a huge problem. Like, just all of them. So, like, PI, I have a lot of issue with, but, like, if AUG was properly attributing damage, I would be fine with it. I just think it's a massive issue that no one knows what the fuck's going on, and it's all wrong.
For DPS alert.
We do have a 4 DPS alert on Legendary side. Okay. We have Tobo Frog on the Moonkin. Okay, I actually really like that, because what we were talking about earlier, we saw the Ret, and we were like, how did they get out DPS'd by a team playing a healer? And we thought Mark of the Wild was a huge problem. We even started talking about, like, okay, well, how do you fit in a Druid DPS that makes sense? They had that exact same thought, and they chose Moonkin.
And he's
Question is
losing
Moonkin
to the
versus
DH.
Feral. He's ramping, bro. Give him time.
The
Ready?
boss is
Here
going to
comes
be
Tobo.
dead before he finishes.
Here comes Tobo Frog. Check this out.
His
Ooh,
DPS is going down.
Yeah, it's not going up.
It's the other ramp.
He's pure single though. Like he's not even pressing Starfall.
Yeah, he's not even pressing. Yeah, he's full star surging. Look,
I'm
look
hoping
at
right
they
now.
ranked the boss by.
Yeah,
the way.
see.
That boss got fucking annihilated. Dude, yeah, he said that's a smart Moonkin. They're talking about it on broadcast. The first smart Moonkin to ever exist.
He's not a Moonkin, he's a healer.
Moonkins would do anything to convince themselves that pressing Starfall.
Holy shit. He just complimented the healer. The first smart Moonkin is a healer reroll.
Crazy.
Or is he a Moonkin that rerolled healer?
I feel like Moonkin is right down there in the trenches with things people hate. I feel like it's like healers and Moonkins and Augavokers.
Y'all need to band together for real. I
No,
know if you
oh,
wanna
hell no.
associate yourself with them.
No,
Yeah, I
fuck
know.
no.
No, I saw that thing of Dextus. That was crazy. I would hate them. For
Dextus?
I
The
would hate them for that. Bro, I literally live reacted to that. Not live reacted, but like, I broke down that VOD. That was so fucking funny.
sometimes I wonder what happened to that guy.
He's probably, no one will invite him ever again. He's
I
a
hope
fucking
not.
legend now. Fucking Dextus. Dude, the way you said it, man. Oh my god. Quality.
But yeah, the worst part about the Resto Druid Discord is the fact that it comes pre-packaged with a balanced Discord.
Oof.
Come on, Legendary. Let's fucking go, baby. Dude, Tobo's not going to press one Starfall this dungeon. Let's go. Prio only. You know what? I'm not gonna get it for the rest of this match. There's zero chance I could walk over to the DC machine.
He just starfired.
Starfire's fine.
You said he's only gonna press Wrath for the rest of the dungeon. 3
did
seconds
not.
later, he starfired.
I didn't say that at all.
I thought you said no.
I said Star Surge.
Oh, Star
Why would I
Surge.
be
Maybe I was
talking
thinking
about-
Star. Maybe I just heard Starfire.
Come on, man. Oh, I kind of have a hot take. It's not like super hot, but I think anytime someone has DC'd multiple times in like in PvE WoW, and they're like might have been getting DDoSed, I want to say 100% of the time they were just lagging and no one DDoSed them.
No one has
But
ever been DDoSed in World of
Yeah,
Warcraft.
yeah. Oh, that's not true. Okay, so let's put PvP and PvE aside. PvPers, they're like RBGers specifically are insane. Do you know of some of the stuff that used to go on in that scene?
No, I do not.
Okay, well, yeah, I mean I'm not gonna go super deep into it. It's bad all around. But one thing they would do back in the Skype days, like before Discord, is they would just play on Skype, and even people who were their friends, if they were on the other team, they would DDoS all. It was super common to DDoS anyone that you had the IP of on the other team to win games. Like this happened for a long time. But also that's kind of a Skype diff because Skype would, if you friended someone on Skype, they just had your IP. Kind of insane.
Skype was actually a piece of shit program.
Yes, it was.
I hated so much that it proliferated so much and everyone used it.
God, that reminds me
the
the-
enemies, though.
the
Like, they would
last-
queue with this guy all night, and then he would just join the other team the next day, just like picking up random teams, just fucking, you're offline, buddy.
I saw an article about a DDoS attack that was because of a botnet from smart toothbrushes or something. Like somebody hacked a shitload of smart toothbrushes and then used them to DDoS.
What?
I'm not even mad at that. That's kind of impressive. Ooh, the VE too, the extra no healer tech. We'll see how much it's doing. Look at healing done.
Oh my god, he's gapping even the Shadow Priest.
Quick little 5 mil Nature's Vigil. No big deal. I wonder if the Nature's Vigil there actually prompted a bit of their pick for Moonkin. Like, Echo made it work with strong personals and just a VE. They had significantly less off healing and looked just as clean, but I wonder if during Legendary's practice they had issues and played the Nature's Vigil because of the off healing element.
I think it's just that Balanced Druid is actually really easy to play.
For stupid healers playing a DPS spec, right?
Or, you know, anybody.
Oh, I was just trying to
I
set
know.
you up for a slam. Yeah, okay.
I do have to laugh at that, though. The fucking healer plays Moonkin. It's like, is this the best Moonkin we've ever seen? What is this fucking tech this guy's using?
Yeah, this guy's so smart. Oh my god, he's so ethical.
Fucking single targeting? What is this shit?
Okay,
You
that
can
is
do
true, though.
that?
Like, dude, there are so many scenarios where star surging is the correct play for a Moonkin, and they will do anything to convince themselves that them being the person to press the AoE button is the best one. This is very common, at least in Raid. Although if you think about it, they are kind of like... Moonkins are kind of like ranged Rets, in a way. Like, they're the two classes that have to make the distinct decision when spending their main resource or power on whether they're going to press a button that AoEs or does single target. And that's always just so problematic. Most other classes, it's a more nuanced way of doing damage.
Axina, thank you for the resub, bud. 19 months, appreciate it, and thank you for your continued inclusion in the J-Babes. That reminds me of there was one Race World First tier where Miras was playing Boomkin, and I remember him like during one of the phases he was just like slamming wild growths, and it was like blowing everyone's mind. Like, what? Why is this Boomkin fucking healing?
Throwback to the Shadowlands days where you're DPSing with your Holy Paladin and you're healing with your Moonkin.
Yeah, somebody has to heal Pridefuls. Sure as fuck isn't gonna be me.
No, they asked if that was a mass invis. There's no shot, right? They just single invis, or they stealthed and single invis, I think. Who did they go to spawn the boss first?
I'm not sure. Probably Tobo, right? Just dash and
I mean, I saw
Stealth?
Hopeful. I mean, Tobo was going, but Hopeful was in front of him.
it's probably just whoever gets there first.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think Mass Invis is a choice. I wish Mass Invis was kind of a choice, but it's on
I
the
mean,
wrong
in these
choice.
keys, it might not be, right? Like, it's only with Mass Barrier, I thought.
Yeah, but the thing is Mass Barrier and Mass Invis are not. That's the wrong kind of choice node. Like, it kind of makes sense because you.
No, I agree. I'm just saying in these keys, like, they might not need Mass Barrier.
With no healer, I think it becomes insanely important. Actually, I bet there's a few Mass Barriers to use in this keys where it is very sketchy without it. It's just that is insane button in dungeons. It's so crazy. It's just an imbalanced choice node. Like Mass Invis will never ever be chosen as long as Mass Barrier is that strong. And Mass Barrier is getting better next expansion, 25% better, I think. Are they actually beating? Oh, they're losing now. Yeah, they beat. They beat, right?
This is gonna beat the 2 times from this morning by like 15 or 20 seconds, I think.
Yeah, Legendary is kind of blazing here.
They're getting really close to not pushing, right?
Actually, wait.
Oh, they beat it. They beat it. They beat it.
No, never mind. It's gonna be exactly. It's gonna be like dead even with these times. 5 seconds ahead.
Wait, are you comparing it to Echoes?
Yeah.
What is their time?
No, wait. It's exact. Oh, I thought this boss was gonna die faster. They were 2 seconds slower than dogs.
Echoes with no healer?
No,
mean,
dogs
that's
won
like-
that.
Oh, dogs won. I just mean, like, I wanted to see which 4 heal comp was faster.
Yeah. No, the healer comp was faster.
Well, the healer
Than
comp was
both.
faster than both of the no heal comps, but I wanted
Yeah.
to know of the 2 no heal comps.
Echoes was 5 seconds slower.
Kind of crazy, man. Oh no. Weird max stage his desk the entire key and left hand in DC. This is not good.
Crazy.
This is not good for my DDoS machine theory.
I just opened up the Balance Druid Discord and they're all fucking getting really mad. Someone actually tagged me in there, but I respect that.
Dude, JB, I have a question for you. You might be the first person to live to 150, right?
Uh-huh. I mean, theoretically, somebody could do it before me, but
Oh yeah, okay. Do you think that would even be good?
yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Like, you think you would enjoy the quality of life of living an extra 50 years? Like, imagine being 100, right? It's probably not super lit to be 100. Like, everything hurts.
I'm replacing all my body parts before
you
80.
can't think right. Oh, replacing body
Yeah.
parts angle.
You think I'm living for another like 40 years and they haven't figured out how to like replace my arms and legs and shit?
Yeah. Yeah.
Dude, wow, they actually are mad. I literally cannot believe class discords, man.
Wait, who's mad?
Moonkins.
Why are Moonkins mad?
Somebody got mad that,
Oh.
that Tobo was using Rage Heart. Like they're offended that a Moonkin would use a defensive trinket.
Oh, this
Yeah.
is good.
He's commenting that the Moonkin played it, and then someone asked who, and then he said Tobo, the guy who trolled in the upper bracket. Like, dude, what?
Like they're like,
that is the most Moonkin Discord comment.
like he's like really mad that they didn't just use a mastery trinket and die like you should
Like,
on a
he
on a
actually has to
Moonkin.
point, like he literally has to shit talk the guys playing MDI because he's mad that he's using a tank trinket with a no healer comp.
That's so good. Yeah, as far as I can tell, that's one of those discords. I've been, or specifically that spec of it, but they have they've been a few times where they've had like civil wars between them. Like I know at least Nightfey and Venthyr had that class discord up in arms.
Now they're shit talking all of NA.
Hold on.
Oh, let's get it. Anytime someone's like, this is pretty common. Like, if you ever hear someone like openly like going out of their way to be toxic and shit talking anyone, you can always hit them with a, well, what the fuck have you ever done? And then the answer to that question is always, because like people who ever do anything never act like that.
I tried that in the Wrestler Druid Discord one time, and then some guy went off about how like he makes 7 figures or whatever, and then was asking me to like post my earnings from Twitch in the public Discord to prove to him like something, and I'm just like, okay,
The likelihood that someone is earning 7 figures and acts like that and spends the majority of their time in a class Discord is
yeah, oh yeah,
absolute blasphemy. We had a guy in our guild who was a long time ago.
You got BRH right? You didn't
back
practice
in
this one. I respect that. We did that a few times.
That was saying he was like kind of a compulsive liar. He went by multiple names while he was there, and he told us he was on the board of the New York Presbyterian Hospital at one point.
Just
which is
keep
a
pressing W.
fucking crazy lie, right? And then just crazy. And then he would do challenge mode sales all day. And it's like, okay, well something doesn't add up. So, like, why would you be fiendishly selling challenge modes if you're like on the board of a hospital?
I mean, have you ever sat on a board meeting? I would for sure be bored enough to sell challenge modes during that.
Yeah.
All right. I may have some inside information that Dire Wolves has not practiced this dungeon.
oh
Oh.
no.
Oh, they went
Well,
for the 2-0
good for the
2-0
bomb,
practice
but-
angle. That is an angle that people have taken before. It's like if you look at all your map pools, you're like, okay, how many times we do this dungeon, this dungeon, this dungeon? Oh wait, we only see this dungeon once, and it's also in the map pool with our other main ban. We just won't get to game 3, you know? And you're like, okay, we'll just spend all of our practice on the dungeons we're doing multiple times, and then you get into this situation. Wait, where'd you hear that lore?
On my chat.
So it's probably made up.
I mean, it might be one of the guys on the team, but
What is your chat's makeup rate? Like when they say something, what percentage of the time is it made up?
probably like less often than it should be. Like I would for sure, they could for sure abuse that more than they have.
Really? I feel like mine does it all the time. Like you'll ask something like, "Hey, I'm playing this new class. I'm like trying out Havoc Demon Hunter. Hey guys, is it better to take this talent or this talent in pure single target?" And then like you'll just see 30 messages and they're all different.
Well,
Half of them are
statistically,
gonna be
one
right.
of them's right. Dude, the Moonkin Discord's still fucking going.
I bet it always will. Yep.
Yeah, they're ramping. What a Moonkin thing to do.
That is what they do. There needs to be a study done on class discords.
The problem, like, I saw Tettles tweet something recently where he was like, it's really annoying that when I tweet about legitimate problems with balanced druids, people just like meme and troll me. And the problem is you can't use Twitter to discuss class balance.
Yeah,
Be-
this is really annoying. I'm trying to use Twitter for very high level, sophisticated conversation,
this-
and
this
everyone is just
happened in our
posting
guild.
memes. Guys,
This
stop
happened in our
posting
guild.
memes.
Like, this is like one of the first time this happened, but it was in that tier of Sanctum where like it was just a meme everywhere in the WoW community to be like, oh, fucking Moonkins or whatever. So that made its way into our guild, and we would do that to our Moonkins, and we learned like after progression that they were like, yeah, we feel like we couldn't say anything because people would just meme us, and just like what Tettles is saying, and we were like, oh, okay, so the meme went too far.
I would say it went far enough.
It didn't go far enough, you mean?
No, it went exactly as far as it needed to go.
Oh.
No, the problem is it doesn't even matter which spec. The problem is when you go on Twitter and advocate for buffs to your spec, nobody that's not your spec wants to see your spec improve. So the only people that are going to agree with you are the people that also play your spec. And statistically, that's going to be a minority, probably a very small minority relatively of whatever like role you're playing. And so there's going to be of like everybody that reads it, maybe 15 to 20% or what, I mean, whatever made up number are going to be people that play the same spec as you. And they're going to go, yeah, I agree. Everybody else is going to be like, shut the fuck up.
Which is exactly why I was super surprised when they allowed people to vote on tier sets that no one got crazy grief. There was a couple classes that were close and it was like a pretty even thing, but like think about it. Like if there's 40,000 people who play WoW and there's like 39,000 people and there's 39 specs. Like 95% plus of people don't play your spec and are not voting on it. And if even like a small percentage of those people wanted to be agents of chaos and ruin one specific class's vote, they could do that with ease. And it didn't happen at all.
I mean,
So
I
that
don't
makes
even
me
trust the
think-
people in that community to correctly vote on their spec. Even the self-interested people probably are going to fuck it up. And then when you have people that are trying to fuck it up.
I mean, yeah, I mean, I talked about it a lot. There were some classes where it was like some set was super good but super boring and whatever, and people voted for it. And there was others like Ellie Shaman, I think, was the most interesting. Like one of their sets allowed them to play multiple builds, and the other one is the current season, which I think they described as stupid jingly keys baby mode Ellie Shaman or something like that, and that's the one that won, and it made a lot of people mad.
To be fair, even if Direwolves didn't Omega practice this, we were saying earlier, there's not really that much crazy MDI shit you're doing in this dungeon.
It's this pull.
Yeah, I just told him press W.
This is actually,
Just press
this
W.
is the pull that's weird. Okay, but they're doing it looks like they're doing the like more of the Echo route, right? Echo didn't do a lot of the trash right away. I mean, for not practicing this dungeon, they're cranking this boss, but they like CC those ads and they want to deal with them in the RP specifically.
Yeah.
And Legendary is trying to like get them out of the way faster for more value lust. Oh no, now they're coming back. It was a CDD sync, that's why it was different.
Dude, if Legendary gets sent
49
home
Direwolves.
on a dungeon the
Zero
other team
zero.
didn't even practice. Oh, Jesus.
Hopeful dead, Wexy dead.
Oh,
they have two
Jesus.
reses. They still have
Oh
some
no.
ads alive.
Oh no!
Full wipe on Direwolves.
Healer
Togo
down.
down on Legendary. I think they can make. Oh, there's too many Soul Blasters. They're gonna full wipe as well. Both teams are full wiping. Oh my god.
Wow.
Both teams are so tilted right now.
Oh my god. The thing is, you know what's crazy is both teams are in the absolute mental gutter right now because for another
Yep.
2 minutes they won't
They
know that the
don't.
other
They
team
think
did
the
the
other
same thing.
team. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's gonna be like the craziest roller coaster of emotion.
This is gonna
They're
be
gonna
a
be
fucking
so
wild
fucking
ride.
tilted. Then they're
Dude,
gonna
actually, yeah,
realize the
you're gonna
other
see
team.
it. You're gonna see
Yeah.
it. Like right now, they're tilted. You're gonna see a big burst of energy in both teams in like a little bit of time where they're gonna be like, "Oh my god, holy fuck, they wiped too."
Or they're going to be mid wipe when they find out the other team wiped the first time. Like they'll be mid
this is
second wipe.
So they're just doing the trash now before going to the boss. That's smart. I was wondering if one of the teams was just gonna try to run it back and just pull that stuff back, which would have been like almost a certain wipe without lust.
I'll be honest, we had a few games like this where we would have a wipe and they would tilt me, and I'd already be in the mindset of like, God
Go down.
fucking damn it, we're losing. And then we would find out the other team wiped, and that almost made me more mad because then I was like, we don't even fucking deserve this, and now we're gonna win this fucking game because the other team wiped, and then that would piss me off too. And then I was mad that we sucked, and then also mad that the other team was sucking, and we were gonna win when we didn't deserve it.
That happened between us and Shrine of the Storm. Do you remember that game? You guys had two things go really wrong, and we had like a really bad thing at the end, and you still won. It was literally the exact same scenario.
I remember we had a plague fall. I don't remember who it was against, but we had a plague fall where we like fucking full wiped on first boss, and I was like, this is so fucking stupid. We're gonna lose. And then we ended up winning, and that pissed me off too.
Dude, they're actually still dying. Legendary has had both teams have had 2 more deaths since they res.
So
and they
it's
didn't
right
even
about
take it into boss.
now. Right about now, they should know. JB, I think you can't get mad because you're always mad. Like
Yeah.
some Hulk shit.
That is a superpower.
Direwolves. What? Wait, what did they pull into the boss? I thought they just killed the mini boss. That's what they were pulling.
I think they were pulling the trash before the mini boss.
It
Oh, they
might have
didn't do it
sanguine
with the
healed.
mini boss. Oh, okay, that's really bad. Okay, so again,
is
Legendary
ugly.
won't know this for a while. Actually, there's a whole RP. I think by the time Legendary does their next trash pull, they will know that they wiped again.
Yeah.
What a fucking weird dungeon. God, I really hope Legendary makes it through today. They're having a rough day, but they showed potential, and I need that potential later on.
I'll tell you who's also getting mad about this shit is Echo. They just want to get their last game done with so they can get back to practicing for tomorrow. And now like all these matches are going game 3 and teams are wiping and
Is Echo do they play on EU's schedule even during MDI? Or like do they play a more like for example, wouldn't they be going to bed soon?
I think they're generally an earlier team. Some of the EU teams are full degenerate playing till like I'll get up at like 7 a.m. the next morning my time, and there's like they'll be going to
Yeah,
bed.
It's basically the decision of do you want to practice for 4 to 6 hours before your tournament match, or do you want to have extra time after you play? That's the decision.
But yeah, I think they generally are probably going to bed no later than like 1 or 2 in the morning their time.
Bro, the Observer just did the mage so dirty.
I missed it. Did he go to him and then he died or messed up again?
Yeah.
Like,
It's-
dude, the Observer is the murderer.
Yeah, he is a murderer in this tournament.
See, the thing with Direwolves strat here is in these situations where we didn't practice a dungeon very much, generally our approach was play it relatively safe and just hope the other team full wipes.
Yeah, and
because
they tried to slam, assuming that's true, right? But even then, why would you rip like a mini boss with boss pull if you haven't practiced it? Like that's certain death. I'm not leaving my chair. These allegations will be defeated. Dude, this feels like Legion MDI, kind of, you know? Like with all these deaths.
yeah.
That was the one thing about the Legion MDI is like there was so much wiping because everyone was so bad that it was actually kind of hype because you just never knew what was going to happen.
That was also back when you had pylons, so a full wipe wasn't the worst thing in the world because you would just drop the pylon and then res and keep going.
Oh, the pylon.
Isn't there pylons again?
Yeah, sort of.
But it like blows up or something?
Yep.
Oh no, Wexy just died to the archer.
Oh, there's no way.
He's gonna have to run all the way back because they don't have a B-res.
It died to the archer? A 23, I guess it's 23 forward.
If you just if the archer jumps out and you're expecting somebody to stop it and they don't stop it, it's pretty easy to get
it's
gunned
also
down.
one of those things where like in a high key, your druid's like, you know, spamming hots and keeping everyone alive, but they're probably playing for time, and so he's like doing damage and not keeping people topped. I don't know, these archers, man, they're something else. I've died to these archers many a time.
Is Blackrock Hold the worst dungeon this season?
I actually kind of fuck with Black Cold definitely more than I did back in Legion.
I think it might be the worst MDI dungeon this season.
It's
feel
definitely a bad
nothing-
MDI dungeon.
I feel nothing watching this in the MDI. It's just there's no decisions that are cool. We're saying Throne, bro. Throne is. I feel like Throne is going to be one of the most fun MDI matches to watch in the grand finals. I think people are going to do insane shit in there. Oh, maybe. Oh, no. Rise is definitely bad. Imagine an MDI dungeon with minutes of RP.
Okay, but Rise does give us the opportunity to watch somebody fuck the gauntlet up and just fucking lose it.
Bro, I think I'm a savant at the gauntlet. I would compete in the gauntlet Olympics.
The problem with Gauntlet that I don't think people necessarily appreciate is a lot of it depends on the sequence of people going in before or after you. If you've got some little fucking cruiser that like dashes in front of everybody and starts baiting frontals in front of you when you're trying to move through, and then shit's just like appearing in front of you without being where you thought it was going to go, it makes it way harder. You almost need to like all move in lockstep through it.
Dude, direwolves are getting absolutely hit on by this.
What up, Nerf? What if Wolves come back because Lep DC? Yeah, if he DC's on last boss, he will fucking.
This looks exactly like
he might
what
quit
a
WoW.
run- Not to say Legendary's not playing very well either, but this looks like a run where you're like, yeah, I saw these people do these pulls on the broadcast, and you just actually haven't done them themselves. Like all of their movement suggests that too. It doesn't look.
This is what
practical.
LFG will look like after the MDI is done.
No way, man.
I saw this on the MDI. Let's just try pulling all of it at the same time.
Maybe in like 15s, but like, dude, imagine you like zone into even like a 25, and someone tries pulling the entire right side with the mini boss onto.
Oh no, it
onto the
lagged, and I'm
first
gonna
boss,
reload it, and
his
it's gonna fucking give me an
stickies
ad
instantly
again.
over.
Wait, do these guys have 4K? No.
Actually, would you respect that if you're just like zoning into like a 17 and the leader goes, "Yo, we're trying the MDI pull, and we're probably gonna wipe. And if we do, the key's over, but we're gonna have fun.
I mean, I like doing that shit on like a 29.
Yeah, let's do it."
I feel like if it was his key, but if he joins somebody else's key and is like, all right, we're doing the MDI route, I mean, it's definitely a bold move.
Yeah, doing someone else's key. Oh yeah, don't say anything either. Just like start the key and just do it.
I am 100% of the opinion that doing keys is about having fun, and doing big ass pulls is fun. And I would rather have fun and wipe than do some safe, boring ass route.
Amen.
What if the keys score for you?
I mean, fuck score.
Amen. Amen to that. Yeah, what you do an MDI pull without saying anything. You wipe, obviously, and then you type like no stops question mark, and then you just fucking leave. No CC?
Bro, poor Direwolves has 19 deaths in this key.
Oh yeah, they're getting banged. Is PIing Fire Mage correct? With Destro?
I don't think so. Maybe
could
on
see
like
it
single
being back
target
and
or something,
forth.
but
I could see it being back and forth. I could see them doing it to Warlock on pulls of their 3 minutes, even when the mage has big bust, but then I could see them using it on CD on 2 minutes on the mage, on CD at 4 minutes on the mage, and then on CD at 6 minutes with the lock again. Some shit like that. I bet it. I don't know if it's strong enough to always save for the 3 minute. It might be dungeon dependent.
all right. What happens if Lep DC's on this boss again? Please tell me Max just stood up and walked away from his computer right now.
No, I did not.
Oh,
I'm right here.
no.
I'm right here. No, I'm here. I'm here.
Come on, Legendary. Bring it home. I mean, there's no way. They could literally DC and come back at this point.
Okay, but now I want Max to stand up and walk away from his computer.
You should do it anyway, just because.
Just
if
for
that
the bit.
happen- Like,
Because it would be
Yeah.
so good if it happened.
sometimes you just gotta commit to the bit.
Dude, I'm serious. If they DC'd and wiped and somehow lost, which I don't even think. I'm pretty sure they could do that and still win, but I would be legitimately depressed. I would feel so bad for them. Dude, look at Hopeful.
That
I'm
was the
telling you, dude,
most greed I've ever
these-
seen in my
these
life.
these spectators are on some shit, bro. They know. They can like sense when someone's about to do some dumb shit.
He was standing in the perfect center of the room where no matter what angle the beam was, it was guaranteed to hit him, and then
Look
he
at
finished his
Hopeful.
cast.
Bro, Hopeful is going through it right now. Okay, seeing Mage's greed isn't even surprising. Like mages and good mages are usually set apart by their ability to greed. That class is built on greeding. Well, maybe not anymore now that Rune of Power isn't a thing, but like that when Rune of Power existed, that class had the biggest skill gap of any DPS.
This boss just healed a bunch, didn't it?
Yeah, and I think I'm about to heal again right now.
Pretty sure he's at full health.
Yeah, he healed a lot.
It's fine, though. Oh, have we gotten a fucking full screen yet this tournament?
No, this is the first one.
God
and I
damn.
don't like it because it makes me feel like I have to move my camera setup. No, I'm gonna leave it.
Yeah, fuck him.
Yeah. I'm gonna make it bigger. All right, dude. Legendary, it will be in the global finals. That was almost a tragic, tragic day.
Their outlook on the tournament had to have done such a 180. Like starting the day probably with designs on like rolling into upper finals, and to go from that mentality to Jesus Christ, we just full wiped on the first boss of an elimination match. Like, they were for sure there for a couple minutes being like, we are going home today.
Dude, this is gonna. I guess the day still could be tragic, but I would.
Thick,
bet
thank you for the sub, babe. Appreciate it.
everything I
Welcome to the
own
J
that
Dot Babes. And
Echo 2-0s this next series.
dude, that dungeon was winnable too. If it had just been like a grandma route.
Dude, I wonder if I wonder how Legendary is gonna play tomorrow. I wonder it's gonna say a lot about their team because they just had such a rough day. And I wonder if they wait, what are we doing right now? We're spectating a waterfall.
This is a pretty nice waterfall.
Like if they, when you have a bunch of wipes, but now you've qualified, right? So like the end goal of the tournament might be proving some people wrong, getting a high placement. You can still do that, but you've accomplished the main goal, which is qualifying for the finals, right? So I wonder if that takes some pressure off. Like right now, I don't think they play like this in this series if that shit didn't happen earlier, right? Even if they would have lost earlier, but not to a DC, I still think that matters. So I wonder if they show up tomorrow and play carefree, or if I wonder if they stay tilted. It kind of just depends on the.
No,
the
they'll definitely have a
mental-
reset. I hope.
Yeah,
I think
But-
that like a.
But also respect for trying the fucking big ass pulls anyway.
Making it into globals is like a big, you know, like obviously they want to do better, they want to win, they want to get seeding, but like the big pressure and like the concern I think is not making it to globals would be the most tragic thing that would happen. So I think now they can kind of go in tomorrow and be like, you know, okay, at least we didn't get screwed that bad. Like, let's just try and win some games. I mean, it'll be hard on them because they'll have a lot more maps to practice though. That's where the advantage of being in winner's bracket is really nice, is because you practice your winner's bracket matches that morning, then you play, and then you practice loser's bracket while you wait for the other teams, and you like talk about it, and you're like prepared. Whereas the other team is like, you know, worried about the previous match.
It's actually wild to me that Last Hope guys were in here just shooting the shit for like an hour after their
yeah,
games.
dude, that's what. Yeah, I was like, dude, this team is deeply unserious, but I think they were.
Yeah, well, keep in mind what very likely happened was they woke up early, they practiced a lot, they had their match, and they like needed a break for a while, and then.
Well, yeah, I mean,
They
when they first
started-
came in here after they won, they were hyped up. You could tell that like
Right,
their
yeah.
adrenaline was, they just competed, right? And so like I think that needed to come down a little bit. Like same thing when you like kill a boss, but like when you kill, like when we killed Tendril, for example, I wanted to do some like fire axe stuff, but like you need to give them like 15 minutes to like settle down because they're not going to be fully focused on the next boss if they're still excited, right? So, but then they're here for how were they here for? I don't know how long.
It was
felt
like an
a long
hour.
time. Yeah. Oh, so if oh yeah, someone did bring that up. Super interesting for tomorrow. If wait, where is this? Oh yeah, tomorrow. If Echo wins this, Echo versus Legendary, which should be a 6 series, the first match is Rise, which I don't think we've seen at all in this tournament. And we saw a lot of them do it during the time trials, and that was like 40 PS, but it was multiple key levels lower. I wonder what that Rise looks like. Something tells me a 24 Rise in the MDI is going to be extremely boring.
They'll
Even though
they'll
the-
4 DPS it, I think.
You think so?
Yeah, they 4 DPS to Rise on 23 in time trials.
Was it Tyrant or Fort?
Tyrannical.
Fort would even make it an easier 4 heal, right?
I actually feel like the hardest thing to heal in that dungeon are the dragon pulls after first boss and before last boss. Like those
Yeah,
are
but that's like the thing. Like when it's condensed to one pull that you're killing faster with 4 DPS, the off healing in this game just kind of just shits on that kind of stuff. Like you're gonna kill those ads so fast. Like if you want to focus one.
perhaps, but
Actually, I don't know. That last dragon pull might have.
it takes a while even if you blast it.
Yeah. They have so much stuff though. Like Rep Paladin has decent off healing. He can bubble and sack someone after they run out. They have health stones and health pots, VE, super tanky classes. I think they could do that pull without it. But then again, it makes you think, right? If he's gonna play Ret, you're losing Mark of the Wild.
I wonder if they had any conversations today, like maybe 4 DPS isn't that good if we lose Mark. How close is Ret to Resto, including the raid buff? And then even then, like you could just have him DPS the whole key, and then I don't know. Oh yeah, they played Feral in time trials. I wonder if they'd play Feral again.
One thing to keep in mind about time trials versus normal is I would assume a lot of the teams, or at least some of them, did some weird zoning out stuff, and
You think so?
you cannot zone out in
What makes you think that?
just because it's so free, right? All you need is one person to start the RP to end the door. Like even if it's only like a 2% damage gain or like a slight thing, you know what I mean?
Yeah, Rise as a dungeon is a dungeon where you essentially get a free zone out and zone back in because
Yep.
you zone in to where the RP gets triggered in the last phase. So as long as one person starts that, everybody else could set, like it could use their dungeon port out, respec for whatever, and then when they zone in, they were caught right back up to whoever started the RP. Who's up next? It's going to be Echo versus who advanced? Was it Levels or Date Night? I think it was Levels. Was it Date? Fuck, maybe it's Date. No, Date Night. Okay. All right. I wonder if Lep tweeted. Let's check.
Hello. Is anyone
Hello?
there?
Oh, your mic was very quiet.
Long day today.
Hey, dude. Oh yeah.
That was a series.
Yeah?
Yeah. We've kind of the first two series of the day were insane, and we've kind of just zoned out since then.
At least these matches have been entertaining. They might not be like the highest gameplay, but They're kind of.
I'll
fun
tell
to
you
watch.
that when there was 3 MDI weekends, there were much more brutal games on Saturday than there were today.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So it was yeah, I mentioned this to JB earlier. Like, how do you solve the first round lower bracket matches from being interesting? Other than having more players in there that you care about, like streamers and stuff, it's just that the MDI isn't quite deep enough, which is why they made it 2 weekends instead of 3. Actually, I have a question that I would love to hear your guys' opinion on. What did you guys think of the last chance qualifier for MDI specifically? So the one where they like the 3 cups happened, and then they, for the teams who wanted the last 2 spots, they had to compete in this thing, and it was like TGP MDI, right?
I actually thought it was banger, and I thought that that's even a better format than MDI.
Yes,
itself.
I agree. I think
Yeah,
Last
same.
Chance
But-
is, if you had to pick one format among TGP, MDI, and Last Chance to be the only kind of tournament you ran, I think Last Chance is the best of all of them.
I agree with you.
Another thing I think that's maybe weird to think about, but we always talk about like TGP versus MDI, but in that format they could actually do, and like they could do wild key levels, right? Like nothing's stopping them from doing the MDI format, but just like putting 2 28s in there, you know what I mean? And it's just like now it's the dungeon tournament. Like some of the keys are high and hard, and like other ones are lower, but you got to go fast and pull big.
both in the same tournament.
Yeah, I feel like that would be actually kind of an interesting format as well. Basically, like I wanna completely like minimize as much as possible the value that practice time has. Like I feel like the more that a team can just show up and just play and like compete with each other, the more people that'll get involved and the more interesting it'll be.
Well, the thing that I like about the Last Chance qualifier and the TGP in general, which is kind of the same format, is we were just talking about how you can lose a little bit of interest because you're watching the lower bracket round 1 games. The main difference for me for the TGP and MDI, or I guess TGP and Last Chance qualifier versus the MDI, is for the entire duration of the day, the 5 hours I guess you get for TGP or an MDI in one day, you're watching the best teams play 100% and all of the interesting teams play, regardless of how many teams are playing, 100% of the time in the other format. And in this format, you have matches and series where it's with 2 teams that you both are not super interested in. But if ever that's happening in the other one, you can still pay attention to what Dungeon Echo's doing, right? They're like happening consecutively. And I think for me as a consumer of it, that makes the biggest difference of anything. There's never a boring moment.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's the whole problem with the MDI format is at the same time though, MDI has like the highest highs, right? Like when like 2 teams are head to head and it's very close. Like that's what they want and that's what they're trying to aim for, but the problem is like the downside of when 2 teams are not very close, it becomes very boring.
Yeah, in the past, all of those like really lopsided matches were usually on day 1. So something that I kind of wanted to do for a long time, and I pitched this a couple times, kind of offhandedly, but I don't think it ever got anywhere. Was I would like to see a last 10 format just completely replace day 1, and you like populate the bracket based off of the results of that day 1.
Oh,
Like
that's
the,
interesting.
so like the top 4
Oh,
teams go
yeah.
into the upper bracket, the bottom 4 teams go into the lower bracket, and then from day 2 onwards, you just play from there. I don't think that ever really got anywhere. Also, I probably didn't fight for it as hard as I should have, but I think that'd be pretty cool to do
Yeah,
like a
quick-
competition that way.
Quick note on this series. The first 2 games that are going to be played in a series that Echo is already massively favored are 2 dungeons where Echo has already had very
Yeah,
clean
they
runs.
slammed. Yeah.
So yeah, it is this other team.
They have their work cut out
yeah,
for them.
Yeah, that's for sure.
It's time for Max to stand up from the computer.
Send them off. Send them to the. Yeah, send their modems to the Shadow Realm. Start my fax machine. Okay, so date night. I don't know if they've practiced this, but they are not doing the 4 DPS strat, and I'm assuming they're doing more of a, not a no lever. Let's see how big they go here. They pulled the Stalkers on the right. They pulled a Sarid pack. Are they going to do all of this, including the top? Oh yeah, this is kind of a banger.
Yeah, this is just a pull, right?
Does this pull normally include the Sarids plus the Stalker as well?
Oh, I didn't. Yeah,
Nope,
no, you're right.
they don't normally go
pretty sure I
downstairs for
saw
that.
them.
Yeah,
I'm
they
pretty
grab
sure I
more
saw
shit
them.
downstairs.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, they're cooking.
So that's not a copy. That's the first time I think we've seen. Oh,
Yeah.
they had a confessor go off. This might be.
Ooh,
They are killing it all. They even got everything out of
Nice.
the confessor bubble.
beautiful.
What I think that does is remove the need to drag shit up to
They need to. They need to
Yasma's.
drag.
I think whereas we saw Legendary's route, they had to pull some extra shit up to Yasma to finish count. I think grabbing that there probably means that you don't have to bring anything up to Yasma.
Yeah, Echo doesn't lust there. They lust Razan for timer. They only get one lust in the dungeon. And yeah,
Yeah,
they did go
which actually
faster.
matters up to Yasma too, because I forgot about it. But there's the RP to Yasma, but you can Warlock Gate through the RP door. So it's actually like
Correct.
the faster you get to Yasma, the better. So it actually is a pretty reasonable
I
time
love
save.
that. I love how cool Warlock Gates are this season.
Yep.
Oh, some of my chat said on the first poll, I missed this, but they said that date night, the mob that the mage combusted, he pulled thread on it and it ran out of the group, so it didn't spread ignite.
Ooh.
That's a feels bad, man. So before we were seeing if Echo, by the way, Priestess, does she always do the same amount of ticks here?
Yeah,
Or is
it's always 5 ticks.
Is it 4 or 5? It looked like 4.
It's 5.
Okay.
Six o'clock, I think. 6 something.
Okay. I love now that they're seeing this more, they know who to focus.
Did we get a Razan reset? They're lusting with confidence.
I think he wants to pull Razan more on top of those ads for better cleave, but I'm assuming to snap properly or to not reset. Does that kind of tells you something, right? With the way he's moving these mobs.
Yeah, I think there's some weird interaction with storming and walls, and I think that's maybe what causes the reset is if you get stormed by a wall
Yeah.
and then like, because I know that happens in Everbloom tree boss
Well,
as
also,
well.
if there's something that Echo does better than other teams, they have pristine grouping. Like their grouping is always so good. Now is so good at that. To see the mobs that far off on the snap spot and then not move back under makes me think that something to do with the reset or the snap involves them being too close to the wall or doing too much movement there. Like they've made a way to found it or they found a way to make it consistent by just staying still. Oh,
Gingy,
didn't make
no!
it shouldn't matter. They can wait
Uh-oh.
for him. They're miles ahead.
Bad gate.
Wait, multiple people. Yeah, it was
I
bad.
just was in the wrong spot.
Clicks, no!
Question is, how do they skip past these swords now?
Ooh.
I mean, they're so far ahead, it shouldn't matter. They'll have to pull something.
I mean, they're not that far ahead.
Oh yeah, Splat said they struggled a bit to regain mental after the issues earlier, and then they lagged 30 minutes before the last series started as well. That you could feel that, right?
Oh yeah.
You could feel without even knowing you could feel that. Oh, so this is interesting. They're just
They can just kill these now and not pull the skyscreamers into Yasma that they normally do. It's not great, but this is actually really annoying for date night. They got in combat the second they came up. They won't be able
Oh,
to
yeah.
mount. They won't be able to lag behind.
Date Knight's going very huge
They're-
here.
they're
Mage
fucked.
down. They're dead, right? They're turbo dead.
If
How
they
do
can
recover
get
fast?
if they can get here
They're fucking
alive, maybe.
Holy pull.
Bro, how the fuck? This poll's gonna be
VE's
so hard.
up.
Yeah, trust the VE.
Oh, healer comp. Let's go.
Extremely impressive if they live this poll. I mean, now that they got it sustained, they have one more silent sigil, I think, maybe, and then now they have to get they have multiple fears plus the casters as well, 4 of them. Shield guys aren't getting stopped. This looks very YOLO'd, right? Fear just went off. Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
they're fucked
You could feel in the way that they pulled that was off the rails for sure. How many dollars do you obtain if you get knocked out right now? How much money are these teams making?
Oh, I have no idea.
I think usually, fifth, sixth for group stage is like $200 or something.
No shot, bro. It's $400 in Legion to get 8th.
For cups? No,
mean-
wait, no.
Yeah, there was a team that was literally like called like Team 400 or some shit, and they just
You only get 1,200 for winning.
Bro, I don't think we're talking about the same thing. It's 2,000 split between 5, so it's.
Oh wait,
$400.
for groups or for globals?
For
Groups.
For groups? No, there was not 2,000
Yeah.
split. Was it?
Yeah, remember, that was back when
I
you
know
just had the.
it's 30K per cup total price. So I don't know what that splits out to.
There's no way you're making $400 a person.
Because it was only NA, and it was like super easy to get NA top 8. Like basically you could have just like showed up and gotten top 8, and then just made 400 and never practiced. Bro, I'm pretty sure you won that cup.
Which
I don't know
cup?
if you're making it to, I don't know if you're making it to 150, man. I'll just say it. I'll be the one to say it.
No, he's right in Legion. It was 1,200 for the winner, 800 for second place for the cup.
Wait, what'd you say, Zara?
He was right about the Legion cups. It was 1,200 per person for the winner and 800 for second.
Bro, I'm pretty sure maybe it was 400 for the team and last. I thought it was 400 per person because I remember there being people. I don't think the team ever got made, but I remember the 8th place team like showed up and didn't do anything, and someone was like, "Dude, we could have qualified very easily and just made out with $400 and never practiced." Maybe not though. Maybe I'm not making it to 150.
Max, did you get one of those Apple Vision Pros?
Yeah,
How you liking that?
cool as fuck.
Yeah, see, that's what 150 is going to be like. You're just going to have that shit strapped
You're
on
gonna be
perma.
the Vision Pro.
Yeah.
Dude, that's gonna be so dystopian. Just if like, imagine everyone walking around outside right now looking at their phone, which we've become desensitized to over time. Just imagine it's the same thing, but everyone's wearing these fucking dorky ass goggles.
Yeah, but you just won't, like, you'll just be in your little living space all the time. You'll never leave, but you'll be walking around in the metaverse all the time. Like, your life will just be in the metaverse. You won't know any different. Like, kids,
Yeah,
in like 2 generations, they'll just be strapped into that shit from birth.
it's like a Black Mirror episode.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like the Matrix, but like cool. Like, the problem with the Matrix is they
Yeah,
made it
it'd be
out to be
cool.
a
It'd be
like
cool
a
too, yeah.
problem, like that the Matrix was
Yeah.
the problem, but actually the Matrix was lit. Like,
Yeah, it was super lit.
if they would just made it slightly cooler to exist in the Matrix instead of just being normal life. I mean, I know they addressed that in the movie that people like rejected that reality or whatever, but I wouldn't. If you just made my life really cool, like if I'm in the Matrix as a billionaire, just leave me hooked up. Do not offer me any fucking pills.
Yep.
I'm chilling.
I actually love now popping the spiders.
Yep. Yeah, that's what I was saying last time. It's funny,
It's
isn't
an,
it?
It's an extra level of mastery.
I'm not trying to glaze them too much, but like most people just do like the thing they've always done and don't even think about it. And then it's just, what can I do as a tank to make you guys do like 1% more damage? And it's, I'll soak all these spiders so you can stand still a little bit.
Actually, what that probably was it was probably everybody else on the team was just running into the spiders because they didn't want to move.
Yeah.
And then
got mad.
and then finally everyone was like, God damn it, this is so Robin, hit these before we do.
Did we see this team that they're playing against do fall?
Let's see. I don't think so, no.
Because like Echo's fall isn't necessarily super strong, right? Like
I
there's
mean,
2 teams in this tournament with a faster fall today alone.
yeah, but it was within like 5
seconds.
seconds. You know, like these are
Yeah, but,
all
like,
these are very grouped.
If there's a map that Echo could lose to this team, it could be them. I mean, I highly doubt it. I'm just like, they got beat by a healer team earlier. I imagine they.
Could you say that with slightly more scorn? They got beat by a healer team.
They got beat with a healer. Like, ugh. Dude, that healer team beat both of the.
Please stop referring to it as that healer team.
What? That's what it is, man. Dude, the games tomorrow are gonna be incredible, man. They're gonna be so good. Dude, let's say Echo wins this next game, right? The teams tomorrow are going to be Game 1, Dogs versus Last Hope. Banger. Game 2, Legendary versus Echo. Banger. Lower finals, Legendary or Echo versus Dogs or Last Hope. Banger. Grand finals, banger. Only bangers. All 4 matches are going to be insane.
Or maybe we'll have a disconnect because Max gets up from his computer.
Okay, man. You won't even know because by tomorrow I could rework the DC machine to
Move it closer to your computer.
that, or I could work on the back end code and make it automatic to where I don't have to press a big button. That's the design I have in my mind right now. Is like a big red evil button that says DDoS, and you just hit it, and it goes. Dude, you know what's? Did you all pay attention to that like ambition, like Yoda, not Yoda, sorry, Nerf, like JPC thing at all?
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, well, like that team doesn't play together anymore, and like Nerf popped off on, and people got mad, like other people, like viewers and shit. And the one thing that I found funny about that is in Nerf's response, he mentioned something about like my weak aura that I made, and he's talking about the
Oh yeah.
like the stop thing, which and the funniest thing about all of that is that he's out here telling people that I made a weak aura.
Yeah,
like
the max weak aura.
Yeah, like I could just get in there and cook that shit up. So there's probably some people out there that think I can just do like I can make basic weak.
Wait,
auras.
so you killed Ambition?
How did that? No. How
That's
did this
your
turn-
weak.
No,
aura.
I
You
see it.
killed
Yeah, no,
Ambition.
Hopeful's off the hook. It was you.
Yeah, it wasn't hopeful. It was you.
Did you or did you not direct someone to make that weak aura?
I did.
Yeah. Based on
Well, there you
if we brought a Rico suit, that's an easy conviction.
I don't think so. You haven't been a lawyer.
Yeah,
in a long time, big dog.
You are clearly masterminding a criminal conspiracy, and the collective crimes of your of your henchmen can be attributed to you.
My henchmen?
Yeah.
Who are my henchmen?
Whoever's making these weak auras, these menaces.
Bart?
I mean,
Bro,
you
there's
now you're
never been
naming
a-
names. You're not even a good
there's-
criminal mastermind.
There's never been a henchman named Bart, ever, in the history of the world.
Singing like a canary. You see how fast he throws people under the bus?
Bro, I'm not throwing him under the bus.
Holy
bro. There's nothing
moly.
wrong with making that weak core. It's out there to help people.
I didn't even say what the charges were yet. Naming
Bro,
dudes.
In your mind right now, you have me on the stand, and you're like working,
Yeah.
like an opening statement or
This
something.
is so easy.
Bro, none of that's happening.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we got him.
Dude, JB pulled out his domain expansion, dude. It's over. I don't even know what that is. Fuck me.
Wait, is Bart short for Bartholomew? Do you think, or do you think he got named Bart Natty?
I mean, I don't think it's short for Bart Natty.
Natty Bart.
Oh, I just got a shout out on the main channel. Let's get it.
Oh shit. What was the shout out?
They said maximum.
Oh.
Weak aura legend.
Yeah, we were a legend.
Dude, Dude, Bartholomew is an insanely cool name. I feel like that one's kind of fallen off the. Like, it hasn't been named very much anymore. Bartholomew. Dude, JB, I bet if your name was Bartholomew, you would make people call you the whole name instead of calling you Bart.
You are saying that the guy who goes by his initials would make someone call them his full name.
Wait, what does the J mean in JB?
John.
John B?
John Bernard.
So he'd be B.B.
That goes hard.
That's good. Goddamn Jimothy. Wait, speaking of that, where the fuck is James? There's no way he's still sleeping.
He maxed
He
him in.
messaged
He
me
needs to
at-
take a break.
He messaged me at 3 a.m. last night. That's when he finished maxing his RuneScape character, and he linked this stupid cape. And he said, I'll try to wake up for MDI. It's been 12 hours.
First of all, that's a max cape. It's not a stupid cape. It's the best cape in the game.
Yeah,
Alright,
sometimes
man.
I feel like you don't even know what you're talking about when
a
you just
max
call
cape
it
or
some
an
cape.
infernal max
One
cape?
second, James is here. He's got to be dragged in, except
Oh shit, dragging?
he's not in Discord to be dragged.
Can you really not see this channel? What?
Hello,
Good morning.
GM?
When did you wake up?
Can't believe I missed the Echo beatdown, man.
Holy.
Probably like hour and a half ago.
Dude, I was about to come back, and they did kind of get beat down. Like, they didn't get shit on, but like when Echo loses, usually it's like, oh, like something went wrong. They just got beat in 2 matches. They're just slower.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Yeah, I rewatched the VOD. It was a little surprising. But their Atoll was like blazing fast.
Oh yeah, their Atoll is nasty.
Yo, James, what's the EHP on your guy?
I don't know, like however much it is to max, like 1,600 or something. I don't know how much EHP it is.
Sheesh. A lot of time spent, bud.
Yeah, but it's worth.
Hold
like, now
on.
I gotta-
Look at this
now I gotta
comp.
fucking cape
Hold
this.
on. Look at this comp.
What?
Oh,
Holy Paladin?
Holy
You think they're
Paladin?
playing
Playing
that
a
for
warrior?
the above 90%
they have
weapon or
not
something?
they have not zoned into this dungeon one time. That is what this comp is, right?
This is the most stylish forfeit I've ever seen in my
Yeah,
life.
it is. No, it is not. You already know which one it is, right? Just think. What is the most stylish forfeit in MDI history? There's only one answer.
It's the four player comp?
No, bro, the team that never practiced Seat of the Triumvirate and just ran it down to the
Oh,
first
yeah,
boss.
yeah,
and
yeah,
died
yeah.
like-
Oh,
yeah, yeah.
They
dude,
died like
yes.
150 times in a minute, and then Blizzard took them off the broadcast.
Yeah. So yeah, Sense is in my chat right now.
That's
that
true.
them?
That's true. Was their team name Simple Math? Is that what it was? Something like that.
Or that shit was hilarious.
I mean,
They
Seat deserve
actually
no
ignored
better
it.
than that.
I'm a seat defender.
I like Seed. Seed was a good dungeon.
I'm a seat defender. It's not a there's not a lot of people on this hill, but I'm on it. Basically my take is that Cathedral and Seat would have completely different opinions if they were released at the beginning of the expansion with everything else, and like they came out a little overtuned, but they were fighting two battles. They were a little overtuned, but they were also the only thing that wasn't already being done for a full year before that point, and I think that was more important.
I don't think they ever made Seat good. Like Cathedral by the end was a legitimately good dungeon. Seat stayed bad the whole time.
Seed had really cool bosses.
It did not.
They were probably a little too hard.
On
You don't think
Tyrannical,
they were cool?
on
They were
Tyrannical, the
cool,
last
they were
boss
hard.
literally lasted like 8 minutes,
Yeah, that's bad.
and
But
the
they were
boss
cool
before
fights.
him lasted like 6 minutes. So the last two bosses, you would get to the end of the dungeon with like fucking 18 minutes left. You're like, oh guys, we have 18 minutes. We have to time this, and then you deplete, and it's like the most depressing thing that's ever happened in your life. I mean, you basically fought like back-to-back raid bosses in that dungeon.
Yeah. Dude, the second to last boss was crazy.
Is this the worst warrior has ever been, by the way?
We were actually talking about that not too long ago. It's not that Warrior's ever really been like bad damage wise. They've had like a good Mythic Plus damage profile for a long time. They've had some like target cap issues, like I guess most classes do. But they just like don't do anything. Like Battle Shout doesn't matter with Mythic Plus comps. Rally is completely irrelevant. They
Spell
have
Reflect
worse
pops
stuff.
off sometimes.
Yeah,
They
actually, Warrior Spell Reflect is low key like fucking insane in some spots. Okay, Yasma, you can literally Nelf or meld off the Racking Pain onto the Warrior, and then because it recasts, and then he just reflects it every time.
It works on third boss throne, right? Oh, Mirror's dead.
Yeah, third boss
Mirror isn't
throne.
dead. They have a res. They're vibing. Although them losing that res is kind of significant.
Well,
without a
Date
healer.
Knight's tank just died, so
Ooh.
That's much worse. Yeah.
Yeah, this is a scary room.
that's
Also,
way
to-
worse.
To get their only like good AoE stop, they have to take a utility spell in their capstone section, which is filled with very high damage dealing cooldowns and spells. Makes no fucking sense. And what else? They've historically haven't been very tanky, but right now Fury is actually like low key probably as or almost as unkillable as like mages, rogues, and locks are in 31s.
What I think I would have liked to have seen maybe instead is like a full commit to making the dungeon really fun for one member of the team. Like maybe run like triple Shadow Priest or Disc Priest, double Shadow, and then the Warrior, and let the Warrior just have
Oh, permanent PI.
all the PIs.
Dude, I've been saying that we should do that during the race, but for some reason people keep wanting to like PI different classes in their cooldowns and stuff. But like I feel like it'd be sick if we just put it on one player for an entire fight.
Just made them huge.
Yep.
Dude, I remember the last time there was some controversy about that. It was on like Sludge Fist, but that was like right at the beginning of PI being an external thing, and it was people were just arguing over who should get it where.
Yeah, we were giving it to fucking hunters on their 2 minutes. That was stupid as
Yeah,
fuck.
it was Unholy DKs on the pole, Hunters during the 2-minute pillar, and then Warlocks would have their 3 minutes come back up for the 4th pillar, and you'd use it on them for the burn. Was the proper way to do it? Wait, you're saying? Wait, so James, you're just saying you just want PI the whole time? Wait, didn't you get PI?
Well, no,
this time?
I don't want it. I don't want it, but
You
like
got PI this whole tier, man.
it was nice.
It was
appreciate it.
it was It did feel really wrong putting PI on a rogue.
Yeah.
I'm glad they fixed that.
Get PI equals nerf instantly. Oh, but you know what's good though? When they're playing that rando PI next tier, that means you're gonna be PI and sub rogue. Like
That shit's
that's
getting
gotta be
reworked. That
that's
shit's
gotta
getting
be
reworked
sick, right?
100p. No shot. No way that shit makes it in the game. So I think the only way that Echo can lose this game is if they don't have a battle res, right? So like they have a really bad death somehow, and they wipe to one of these bosses full, like when it's low, and then they come back. Even then, are they still behind? Even if they full wipe, run back, I think they are still ahead,
Yeah,
right?
I feel like maybe some sort of shenanigans with the last boss where like they have something happen and they can't make the push, and then Chromie dies or something like that. Like that would be the only way. But
I'd have to hook up my machine.
yeah, actually, Max, can you go turn that on?
Yep, press the button.
Dude, I am a fan. When Echo loses, I'm usually that's pretty good. We like that. But when if Echo wasn't in this global finals, that would make that tournament significantly less interesting to watch. I would be really upset if Echo did not qualify for that.
Oh yeah, if somebody's gonna win for the first time in like 5 years, they need to do it taking down Echo.
Is there a limit?
It would be very weird if they weren't there.
Is there a limit to the number of roster swaps one team can make?
I think it's just one, right?
I think it is just one.
Just one.
Is it like in between? But also sometimes you can't. I know there was a tournament last expansion where Echo had already like moved on from Frag, and they tried to make a swap, and Blizzard, it was either like done too late or something, but Blizzard told them that they couldn't do it basically, and they had to they did some practice without him, and then they had to bring him back a week before the thing, and they played the tournament with him.
Well, I was thinking
I don't
is
know if that because they already made one, or if I don't know if it was, I don't know how.
if you had unlimited roster swaps, if you had like Echo get eliminated, could they pay a team to swap their whole roster with Echo?
Yeah, you could technically if that was a thing, but the MDI people would probably just be like, no, you specifically can't do that, right?
I mean, that's boring. I would allow it.
So I have a question. So darkness is a 30% chance for something to miss in a dungeon. Can someone explain to me why rally is a 10% HP increase in dungeon combat?
You're paying a premium for consistency.
Bro, they could make rally 30% in dungeons, and it wouldn't even be OP.
It was 30% last expansion.
Yeah, they're definitely paying for the sins of raiding in dungeons.
Oh, dude, let's go. They're making this a cinematic experience. Just death running these dragons. Let's go. 20 deaths.
What's the good time to aim for in this dungeon? What's the top time?
11:10.
I think they're a little behind that.
Yeah.
Okay, what do these matches look like tomorrow? What kind of maps are we looking at?
Banger after banger.
Well, the matches are all bangers. I just don't know about the maps we'll be watching. What are your all's top two, or like what dungeons stick out to you this season as dungeons that are fun to watch teams play against each other in?
I mean, Natal just because of the strats, the big pulls.
Yeah, I don't know if that'll continue being the case, but it's been super fun this weekend because it started out with like, 4 DPS versus 3 DPS, and then it was like, 4 DPS is better. And
I mean, I
Echo
want to see a
took the
dungeon where people can die, because that makes it. I need pulls
Well,
with.
We're starting off with that tomorrow. Waycrest is the very first dungeon of the day.
That's what I want.
love
I want some pulls where there feels like there's a legitimate risk that something goes wrong.
They could do some
wonder-
cooking there too, right? Because the Gorgers got nerfed by a shitload, so they can actually pull bigger around Rawl's room.
Someone said that didn't JB? You said that you didn't feel that after that nerf went through.
There was. I did a Waycrest yesterday morning, before MDI, where the mage in the group complained that he still got meleeed by a Gorger. Now, I don't know if he just made that up, but that was after the supposed like second fix.
I think my favorite two dungeons to watch this weekend are Atal and Throne. We haven't seen a lot of Throne, but I just think Throne has more room for interpretation between teams than most of the other dungeons, besides Atal. Atal is like it's what makes Atal a great dungeon. It's an open canvas. I must be wrong about this because I never do this, but I swear dungeons that are less linear in general, like a Taldazar, are generally more fun. Like that just seems as a concept that seems to work out pretty well.
Yeah. I agree.
Yeah, the only problem is like from a casual POV or whatever, the more complicated a dungeon and like the more different ways to route it, I feel like it gets a little hard, especially if the dungeons are changing. Like I think I understand why not. I wish they had less linear dungeons, but I understand why they have them. Like a lot of people just want to just be on rails and hold W and not have to think about what happens.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. I think like when I think of a good dungeon, I think of like bigger trash pulls, different routes, and like short. You know, like 30-minute go. You can go any way you want, and then you can pull big or like combine pulls in different ways.
Okay, well, I've been waiting to grab dinner, so I need to take off. But good chat today, boys. And
GGs.
we'll have some banger dungeons tomorrow. And
Okay.
I feel like this is legitimately the after coming in thinking that Echo was gonna steamroll this feels like it's
Yeah, my predictions are all wrong.
yeah, I feel like Echo feels shakier. Not even shakier, like it's not even that I feel like they're playing bad. It just feels like other teams are playing up to their level at this point to where I could see them just losing games where they don't make any mistakes.
If
Yeah,
Echo
look-
has to, for Echo to win this tournament, they're going to have to go through. Which okay, so there's like two storylines for tomorrow, and anyone who's like, oh, Echo's gonna run the lower bracket and then win in the upper finals, that wouldn't surprise anybody, right? So just putting that out there, but they're gonna have to beat Legendary, which looks okay. They've looked really really rough after the DC stuff, but they looked really good day one. They have to beat Last Hope and Dogs. All three. They have to beat all three of those teams in a row, depending on the order is who wins in the upper bracket. But that's going to be insane to watch. Like that's going to be so cool. They every single one of those games has those teams could take maps off them even when Echo's playing their best, and that's just going to be so fun to watch. Whether they run the gauntlet and actually win it, or if they don't, it's going to make global finals really interesting too.
All right, tune in tomorrow.
Yep. GG's.
Good night,
dude.
John.
See you guys. Okay, well, that was a good day. Not how I was expecting it to go in the upper bracket at all, and sets up a very interesting tomorrow. So it'll be a very like no matter what happens tomorrow, I feel like I'll be at least somewhat surprised by the outcome, which is really all you can ask for on a Sunday. Anyway, hope you guys have fun watching. I have fun streaming as usual, primarily a Mythic Plus stream, so if that's something you're interested in or want to learn more about, hit the follow button. I'll do my best to both educate and entertain you, and I will see you tomorrow.